particles thing just wants to claim, oh, well, this thing is actually just, two different things at the end of the day, and those two things are two different things interacting, while the ether takes the opposite approach. And it says, well, we have all this in front of our eyes happening. There's a flower in front of me. There's a pillar of wood. There's a metal fence, right? And it just goes to describe, how more and more unified everything is, instead of how much more divided into all these smaller parts everything is. In a sense.
Yeah, but the Greeks came up with the 5 elements, didn't they?
I mean, I guess.
Earth, air,
I think
fire,
everyone
water,
kind of did.
and void.
I think every culture kind of came to that same sort of style of thinking.
That's a unified theory. But
pretty good.
But
I mean, I'm a big fan.
Big fan, but it's horseshit.
Yeah, and I think
it's pretty darn good. Solid, liquid, gas, plasma. I mean, they kind of nailed it, just in different terms. Every solid is a version of Earth. Every liquid is a version of water. Well, that would kind of. Still, it's it's pretty good shit, to be honest.
It was a nice way of coming up with an idea as we started to develop our view of natural philosophy. It was good. It was an interesting sort of point. But we again, as the whole point of progression, as you say. And I think, the whole thing that, and I'm not going to talk about quantum physics. I don't understand fuck all about it, really. But, from just my general reading of science, the looking for the idea of having a unified theory is something that's been on the books, well, since the sort of, 18th century.
Doesn't that sound like if it were discovered, it would we might as well call it the ether, just the properly understood ether?
Yeah, well, whatever we want to label it with. I mean, labels are just labels.
Okay, so why would you want? So what utility do we get from calling it ether instead of space-time?
That's not,
guys. It's midnight here, so I'll catch you later.
All right, bye.
Okay, see you. So you don't understand Foolish's point about the grand unified theory, because space-time may be space-time, but space-time isn't matter, right? These are completely different things in your idea. And so, I mean, what we're talking about is unifying space-time with matter. You think, I won't put it on you. Just let me put it, humor me.
Yeah, that's fine.
You think that time and space is something different than a rock. And, the grand unified theory would explain how, time and space is the same thing as a rock at the end of the day. They're just different expressions of the same thing. And so you don't want to call the fundamental thing that links space-time and a rock together space-time, because that's the next step up the ladder in one direction. You need a new name, which we already have a word for. It's called the ether, and it's what they're trying to get back home to what they already knew once upon a time.
But I agree with that. But what I'm trying to say as well, though, is that there are some things about the ether that doesn't.
There's different opinions on ether, man. There's lots of different views on it. Like, there's no true ether. Among ether believers, that it's like, this is the way it is. And then someone says, this is the real way that ether is. And there's a lot in common between, but yeah.
But okay, let's say for a second that we get to a point where space-time gives the exact same predictions as ether. The only difference is that you explain ether as a fluid or as a medium, but space-time as a background, or as the, whatever you want to call it. But they're making the exact same prediction. What would be the utility of using ether and calling it a medium instead of just calling it space-time and it being a background? What utility do we get?
If it works out that way, I don't care either way. You're talking about complete understanding of reality and how everything is connected, and it's fine. As long as we can achieve that, it's cool. Call it whatever you want.
Okay.
Yeah, ether essentially just dismisses the notion of particle interaction to support you know, the system. Like everything from
But-
the relativistic quantum understanding, i.e., bendy space-time, is all propagated off of particle interaction, whereas ether is supported on fields,
Okay.
and
But the ether,
ultimately the one field only being the ether itself. But
is the ether made of particles?
no,
But it's made of substance.
no,
No.
So what's
Substance
it
is
made of?
the ether.
substance is an expression of the ether.
It's a
Okay.
consubstantial relationship of two fields unifying to create this one field. So you
So
have the dielectric and the magnetic field, right? And the dielectric would be what you're referring to as that the void, that nothingness, so to speak, right? The counter space. That's the side you're having contention with. But the ether
Oh.
isn't just that. It's the magnetic and the dielectric together.
yeah, but so
Right.
the ether is not substance. Is it matter?
No.
It's pure
Okay.
unmanifested
one of its-
energy.
So
That's one
so
of its
then
expressions, though.
so
It
then my
expresses itself as-
question, yeah, but then so my question is, what utility do we get calling it a medium rather than just a background?
Well, I mean that's almost a disservice too, choosing either one, because like all of these words we have in English or any language usually refer to like a limited concept that can be wrapped up and put in a box with a bow on top. That's usually what words do, right? They like put concepts into a box. While the ether is like a transcendental idea that's like dual natured, you know, or actually the sort of source of two absolutes. Man, I know it's pretty crazy to describe, but you know, like I would, in my view of things, there's like the mixture of two things, and those two things are opposite transcendental like concepts, and that what we experience, what the reality is the mixture of the two things that don't exist. Like they don't exist physically in any sort of sense. There's two concepts, like good and bad, or black or white, or whatever, and these things mix, and that's what we experience. But even though we're a mixture of two opposites, those opposites in some even higher way are linked together and are actually the same thing at the end of the day. But that's a beyond. You know, that's a 2 levels up from us. And that's what the ether is, two, like in my opinion, 2 levels up. There's, you know, there's space and counter space, but the ether is comprised of both, right? And so yeah, I would say there's like a trinity thing going on. There are like three levels. One sort of beyond transcendence level, the ether itself. Then it's 2 parts, space and counter space, and then the mixture of those 2 things, their interplay, which is like a child. It's like sort of like God divides into Adam and Eve, and then Adam and Eve come together to create a child. So there's like 3 levels, right? God, the parents, the child.
Yeah, essentially just magnetic permeability and dielectric permittivity.
We can kind of only know the ether through its works and what fruit it bears, but not directly, right? It's sort of like a milkman who leaves milk at your door, and you know he must exist because every day there's milk at your door, right? But you've never seen him because he delivers it before you wake up. It's like, there must be a mailman, there must be an ether because the milk is there. Someone's got to be bringing it, right? Never seen him, can't see him. You know, he makes sure he's never around when I'm awake. So I it's impossible for me to ever find him. But I know he must be out there somewhere. Because he
You ever
hears the
think of
milk
getting a
every
Ring
morning.
doorbell?
Don't take it too seriously.
But what about the experimental evidence for space-time? Like the fact that we do see anomalies in what appears to be time. And they're controllable.
You're talking about people like leaving Earth and traveling through outer space and coming back, right?
Well, no, like
Well, no,
like
no,
GPS
no, it's much
clocks,
more
for
practical.
example. Like GPS clocks, for example, that they deviate from the time counted here on Earth.
You're
And
not
in order
talking
to
about
make them,
things in outer space?
GPS is in space.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, that I'm not willing to entertain that I'll hear you out, but I mean, as soon as you say, "Oh, we know this because of what we've been told about the readings on some sort of satellite or astronaut with a stopwatch on his wrist or something,"
It's reproducible in tall buildings and on mountaintops.
Hey,
Just
that's more like it.
Take two
Yeah,
clocks and put one in an
more like
airplane, and then fly. Actually, put one on one airplane, one on another airplane, and one on the ground. And you fly them in opposite directions, and you see temporal disturbances in keeping with Einstein's predictions.
Well, I've never heard of it done here on Earth, mountaintops and plains. I'd love to learn more about that.
Yeah, that example that he just said has been done. Yeah, where they had 3, or they might have even had 4, where 2 stayed. I don't remember exactly, but they did have 3 at the very least 3, where 1 stayed on the ground and 1 in each plane going different directions around.
Why
Earth.
do you trust these people?
No reason not to.
Yeah,
you're going to trust somebody,
or
you can say the same thing about all of your
and it's not
your counter space and space.
And it's not just trusting these people; it's that they are getting results that are that work together with so many other people getting the same kind of results that say the same thing. And so, if I'm supposed to distrust them, I'm supposed to distrust every single one of them, and that they're all in on it. And it's just at that point it becomes too much for me. But I can get why you wouldn't.
Well, I just don't know anything about it, right? I don't know if this has been done 1,000 times or 5 times
As
by
far
the
as I
same
know, that's only been done
organizations.
once.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure I remember them saying that they
that's
did it on the building also. Like
that is a humongous reason to be skeptical if it's been done once, right?
Not really.
I mean, that's
it's in keeping with other measurements.
Yeah, but
okay.
that
I have
maybe
no idea what kind of
this
human you are.
specific one with the planes might have only been done once, but it still works together with the results of the other ones that have been done in other experiments that have been done many times, and other experiments that have been done a few times. It's the fact that there's so many different experiments that all show the same thing, that they all correlate to the same theory. That's the thing that makes it believable.
I'm
It's the collection all of
guys are. I'm skeptical you guys are like correcting your understanding of like your like memory of what you're reporting back to me right now, or maybe you've been tricked, or maybe you're just right. I mean, I keep it all on the table, but just speaking from personal experience, when it comes to like time dilation or like time, what disruption? What was that awesome word you used for? Do you remember what like awesome
time
word you guys?
dilation.
Okay, we'll just go with that. We'll just go with that then. I mean, I've only heard this brought up in discussions about astronauts who have like spent like a week or something in space or something for it to even
Right, but
be
none of those
noticeable,
are tested. None of those are tested. Like there's no way to tell that somebody is a microsecond older than his brother. I mean, that's totally irrelevant tripe. It's theoretically he's a microsecond older. Big fucking deal.
It is testable. They have clocks that can measure that time.
Yeah, clock. Yes.
No.
But
Yeah. So they're clocks.
Somebody's age.
Yeah, he's saying you can't measure if an astronaut has become older because they were in space. But what you can do is you can put a clock and put it up there and see that it has ticked less.
Yeah,
and for example,
a wristwatch.
Yeah, but and for example, that has been done, and not only has it been done, but the fact that it deviates is part of how we make, for example, GPS accurate. Because without this understanding that time dilates, GPS wouldn't be as accurate as it is, because we account for that in GPS. in order to make GPS work.
I think that's
You'll
really
notice in chat-
overblown and only needs to be true if you believe in some sort of like speed of data transfer and like satellites in orbit or whatever. There's plenty of ways for GPS to work from ground-based systems just as well.
No, absolutely none. There's none, dude. Seriously, there's not a single way to make it work.
Oh my god! Yeah,
not as it's developed.
Whatever. I'm not going to argue this with you guys. However, since someone new hopped into the conversation, I just want to make it clear that all I've ever heard about time dilation being shown with like wristwatches on two different people is, you know, one person on the ISS or a spaceship, and one person on the ground. Now, these guys are telling me it's been done with airplanes and mountaintops and all sorts of other like Earth-based like examples. And
I posted a building. I just posted a building that they did it in. I think I haven't read the article yet. I just was searching for it because I remembered hearing about it. So I'm going to read it now. But
top floor versus ground floor of a tall building. Yeah.
Right, but that's something you'd have to do like over a period of weeks because it's such a subtle difference.
Yeah, like all I was getting at is that the one that convinces me the most that time dilation is real is the GPS situation. But if you don't believe the GPS are actual satellites that are moving up there, then I understand why it's not convincing to you. I'm just saying that's what's the most convincing to me to believe in time dilation.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the one that gets pushed. I mean that's the only one I've heard about, right? Like we know it's true because the astronauts, and we put it into use through the GPS satellites. That's the story that gets pushed hard as hell. I mean that's the one everyone's heard. Those two things.
Well, the one about the astronauts that never happened because there's no way. That's like I said, you can't test that with astronauts.
Yeah,
there's no mechanism.
The astronaut one is just based on theory. It's just like, oh, because of
wristwatch on an astronaut.
No, wristwatch wouldn't cut it.
Yeah,
you're talking
it wouldn't measure that.
Yeah,
it wouldn't measure that kind of deviation.
They don't use anything that ticks or any kind of wristwatch. They use something very specific to the task. Yeah.
Not something it sounds like I got fed some space propaganda, because like it was made very clear to me that was the situation that's been like demonstrated and shown and like made for sure. I mean, I guess it's, you know,
if you want to see the gravitational effects on like a ticking clock and the gears inside, then yeah, you would bring it to a higher altitude and you'd see a difference in the way the watch worked would be different just based on the gravity. But they account for that, so they use atomic clocks and they account for these variables and isolate them.
It's a clock to measure the difference between the top floor of a skyscraper and the bottom floor of a skyscraper too, then, right?
Well, yeah, but any one of these experiments measuring time dilation almost certainly use some sort of atomic clock.
I think one has to be moving too, so you can't just measure the bottom of a building compared to the top.
You can.
Are you sure? One has to be stationary.
No. So there's two. I mean, you would say there's two times. You could say there's two types of time dilation. Relativistic, where it's moving, and then the other one is gravitational, where it's in a different potential.
Okay.
So you would, so you can test purely the potential aspect of it by just putting it up there, but then you wouldn't be testing the relativistic time dilation part of it.
What do you think, Wyack, man? You said you're going to read this article, right? I've read a little bit.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Are you satisfied?
I have not. I just started reading it really, so I'm trying to figure out whether they actually did the test or whether they're just talking theory.
It seems like a lot of nothing. I kind of skimmed over it.
It seems like a dumb theory. Like Einstein is like, oh yeah, an engine would work differently at higher altitudes.
No, that's where it gets funny when you say something like that. Here is something now, in theory, if this article is going to doing what I purport it to do, it says it's actually measuring it. It's not saying that an engine will work funny at a different altitude. The engine is working funny at a different altitude.
And due to gravity.
Whatever.
Yeah,
There's basically, you could say that it's something else, but they do control for a lot of these things. They have thermal controls on them. The clock in these things is temperature controlled to whatever temperature they set it for. As far as I understand it, it's in the chamber where the cesium atoms are is actually in a vacuum, so it's not subject to air pressure.
okay.
Stuff like that. So it is an isolated device that is really just measuring the one thing, as long as you keep those conditions on.
Yeah, they've essentially attempted to account for every single variable except gravity, and they do see a difference. So,
yep, that would make sense. But like when you said there's two different ways to think about time dilation, or like there's two different kinds.
yeah,
It's like
although they are both contained. They are both contained within general relativity, but the first one was already a thing in special relativity, which is the relativistic. When you move fast, time ticks differently. That one already exists during special relativity, and then the gravitational potential one was introduced in general relativity. But they both actually exist within general relativity. It's just because of the fact that one came before the other, they're kind of referred separately as one is the relativistic one and the other one is the gravitational one.
Cool.
NIST has measured such a small time difference and published its findings, and the NIST was able to measure the small time difference between the point of the Earth and the point half a meter higher. Oh, wow.
Half a meter higher? That is quite the claim. That
if you do it over a long enough time period.
Well, yeah, but how much of a deviation would that
be? They
like?
don't give any details in this.
Okay.
I'm sure a mathematician can just do it on a chalkboard, but in order to observe it, that's another level of engineering and technology. Yeah.
Like, because the thing is, it's not just that you need to measure it. You also need it to be measurable, and it needs to be at least an order of magnitude bigger than the error margin of that device.
Right.
Yeah.
Because let's say, because like if the deviation is only supposed to be 1 nanosecond, and your instrument is only accurate to like half a nanosecond, well then how are you going to know if that extra nanosecond was because of the error or because of actual time dilation? And that's why it's like and that's not solved by measuring it over a longer time, because that error rate will always be there and it will be happening all the time. So that's why I'm a bit.
You need multiple devices, and multiple observations, and it's got to be repeatable. So.
Oh yeah. But that's why half a meter just doesn't sound possible to me. But I also can't dismiss it. But I also say that that sounds quite incredible.
Yeah, it's not a lot of gravity difference in that distance.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm still baffled by my little barometer on my phone that can measure 6 inches of height of elevation change.
Oh,
true.
Holy shit!
Here's something to consider. How do you know it's not the weight of the atom and not time and its time? Because wouldn't you argue that as you go higher, the weight is less on the atom? Right. So wouldn't the vibration of the weight, so as the weight increases, the vibration would change?
That might explain one thing, but it wouldn't explain the airplane, because the airplane just going east and west, they're both traveling at the same speed. So it can't be like just a plain old velocity thing.
Actually, hold on a second. I want to respond to that. Another Glober actually said that airplane experiment wasn't accurate. So you can't use that one.
It was accurate. It was not perfect replication of Einstein, but it was within
error
margins.
Yeah,
within the error margin.
Oh, as long as within error margin.
Nobody expects perfection. And both directions worked the opposite of each other. So basically it took into account relativistic and the greater gravitational effect of going with Earth in the same direction, or opposite direction, slowing down. And this stuff I have to push the I believe button on. I mean, hell, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I said, I'm not sure about the plane one, but the thing that convinces me the most is GPS one.
Right, and when I look at GPS, every time I look at GPS, I keep on looking at it. It's a little bit of I believe button. I believe the civilians that I've talked to who have built their own hand-built GPS had control of all the knobs, buttons, whistles, inputs, and the information that comes in is absolutely 100% unfakeable unless it was happening internal to the device. And since the device is hand-built, there's no place for the error to be introduced.
But
no place for the fakery to take place.
But isn't that machine the only thing that it's doing is picking up some sort of signal? The operator, he has no control over the signal that he's getting. So how does he know that signal isn't spoofed or sent by something else?
Because his device has no method of telling the device where it is. So, like, basically, I have this little device that I built myself. You know, it's a software-defined receiver, a computer, and I'm now taking the information off of this device. Now, in order for it to spoof me, as far as I can see, it has to lie to me about the location of the satellites. To give me an accurate result, it would need to know where I am to tell me what the lie was. And that is something the device has no capability of doing. Then there's on top of that, even if you could pull that off, if you could pull it off for one, hold on, I'm almost done. Even if you could pull that off, there's an additional layer of problem that this same information is uniformly given to everybody on the planet, which is the location of the satellites is uniform. Everybody gets the same location of satellites. So it can't even be spoofing it to me to try and hide the information.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, not even everyone
are told where they're at, right?
Not even everywhere
where they're at.
All right. So let me finish my example. Right. Let's say you buy a thermometer and you want to check the temperature of any given location. Right. That thermometer is going to measure the atmosphere that's immediately around it. Right. But somebody or somebody could have a blower or something that it can manipulate the thermometer, right? Unbeknownst to the person or unbeknownst to whoever's reading the thermometer, it could be manipulated. So what I'm telling you is that just because you built this device that is receiving a signal, you have no control over the signal that is picking up. It's just picking up whatever.
That's not a good example, though, Nathan. That's not a good example. My point is this, man. If the satellites have to be told where they're at. So if you tell the satellite that it's 1 degree different from where it was previously, 69 miles previous, and you tell the ground that it's you tell it that the ground is also 1 degree different, 69 miles previous, it's the same as if it was flat, man. They don't know where they're at. They're told where they're at. So it's the same fucking difference, bro.
It's not the same difference because you have a situation where that satellite is telling you it's 30,000 kilometers away, 24,000 kilometers away. I don't give a shit. A really big distance. Now you only get 30 of these measurements, 36 of these measurements at most. It's going to tell you, and these measurements can be taken 8 hours ahead of time. You know, it's not like it's adjusting constantly, whatever else. Everybody gets the same message, and they can use that for navigation for hours, those positions of satellites and where they're going. Now, from that, you now take the time delay from the satellite to your location. Now, how does the system know to give me the false information in order to hide the fact that it's coming from these satellites?
It would not be false information. Like I said, if the satellites are curving, okay, if you're telling the satellites that they're curving from each other and the ground is also curving, that's the exact same as if the ground is flat and the satellites are flat with each other. No difference.
That satellite is going to be a given distance from me, no matter how you slice it. That satellite is going to be a given distance from me.
Let me give an example. Yeah, let me give an example, Mark, so we get more in. So, for example, let's say me and Moyok are 100 meters away from each other. Now, we're receiving the same exact information from the GPS. We're receiving the exact same information, but because of the difference in time it takes for the signal to arrive to us, we will actually get our position to be different based on GPS. So the GPS can actually tell us that we are this 100 meters away from each other using the exact same signal, which means that the signal wasn't faked. It has to have come from the distances that are given, because otherwise this wouldn't work in reality. It just wouldn't.
There's no difference in distance, man.
You can ask that
You're
about
You're missing my point, man. You're missing my point. My point is the equidistant is the same. Is the same. It's if the ground is not curving and the satellites are not curving, it's the same math, man. Is what I'm trying to tell you. That's why we're having such a hard time coming up with an experiment on terrestrial, because it's like, are we judging the water as flat or curved? It's the same fucking math as if you curve the fucking water and do a curved line as the water's flat and you do a flat line. It's the same fucking math. That's why we're having trouble.
Yeah, so
There's
I
another-
agree
another-
that it's
okay.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say there's another problem, is that we don't only use the time delay between the satellites, but for the more complex surveying equipment, they use Doppler shift, which is another level of accuracy. And I can now tell that the satellite is approaching me at 8,000 kilometers per hour or whatever, and it's going away from the guy who's 300 miles to the east of me, and it's leaving him at 8,000 miles an hour. So it's got this Doppler shift, and it's
Are y'all
giving the
hearing
same.
what I'm saying? Are y'all hearing my point?
Yeah, it's just
It's the
we
same
just
math,
don't
bro.
think
It's the same
we
math.
just don't think that what you're saying is true. That's what it comes down to. What you're
Wait a minute.
You'd have to do the
What
numbers.
what
You'd have to
what
show
he's
the
saying
numbers
is
to
true.
work.
He's literally talking about two curved lines on top of each other, and it would represent a flat Earth. The calculation and the movements, it would simulate almost a flat Earth. That's what he's saying. It's not that difficult to imagine.
It would not match up to the actual in real life data that we get in GPS. It just doesn't.
That's lovely. Then you should be able to tell us a terrestrial experiment we could do drawing a straight line near water or something like that. Then you should be able to work that out perfect. Everything we've been trying to do.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got it worked out. No, not
Exactly.
GPS.
GPS, no problem.
No, that's what's in question, man. So don't just say GPS. That's what I'm telling you would be the same math. So tell me another way we could do it. So in other words, we could say whether the bridge is, if we have a bridge flat over the water, and you say the bridge is curving and the water's curving, I say the bridge is flat and the water's flat, and there's no mathematical way to prove either way.
Of course there is.
Well, then tell us the experiment, man. Tell us how to measure it.
I'm telling you, GPS. You just don't agree.
Because you're saying that the GPS satellites are curved. They're told where they're at.
No.
Okay.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. The GPS they have to be told where they're at.
Yeah, they're giving you XYZ positions though. They're giving you XYZ positions based on.
Never mind. I'll drop it. I'm gonna back off. Y'all don't even understand what I'm even saying.
Brian.
Well, you don't even understand GPS. So what's the problem here?
Hold on, Brian. You could test that out. Like if anybody was ever going to do a GPS, like these sub-centimeter precision test, I would do it on a building first and measure that the building is actually rectangular, like the bottom corner, the top corner, and make sure that that's actually giving you straight lines. It's not just giving you what it wants you to think is a curve or something, because it's just giving you exact positions. But he's going to get GPS right now.
Go up a 100-story building in Manhattan, at the north and south side, you should see that the tops of those buildings are splayed out from each other.
Yeah, and you can go. That's why DeMock wanted to do something like that. But I think that Fort Worth and Dallas is two pretty close cities. Austin, San Antonio, something like that. I just go to two different cities and measure the buildings in reference to each other. That'd be an interesting test. But I think ultimately,
I like the idea of Manhattan because it's all one skyline you could actually look at, but it's only 11 miles. But I think 11 miles gives you enough of a difference that it'd be measurable in a building that's 500 feet tall.
Well, I think honestly, the more data points you get, I think, like when I was doing that before, when I was asking people like the two locations that they think they trust the distance to or whatever, and I was wrapping it around and building a ball. But if I actually I need to get a phone that has the dual frequency or whatever. But yeah, I would just measure it in a whole bunch of different places and just build the coordinates on whatever it seems to be building on.
Now, what do they claim with the phones? The best phone. I don't know which one is the best phone for this, but what do they claim for the accuracy on that? Because I mean, the $50,000 units that the geodetic surveyors use, I'm guessing it can't be that accurate.
No, they can actually, but not just say so. They have dual frequency. Some of them have L5 and L1, which is doable.
They use local towers. They use local towers.
L2 and L1.
Local tower doesn't answer it.
L2, hold on one second. L2 and L1 is the best, and I'm not sure which ones have those, but the L5, L1, Galaxy, the new Galaxy phones, and some Chinese phones. There's actually a bunch of phones that have it now, just not iPhone. But yeah, all you have to do is measure your position, and as long as you have it locked on for at least an hour, like on that position, like taking measurements the whole time, you can hook that up with a base station's data for that same exact time frame, and you should be able to get at least within 1 or 2 centimeters.
Oh, okay.
That's impressive. To get that kind of precision, you have to use ground towers. And so, Kosher, how would it tell me? So how would it tell me the difference? How would the satellite know if it's Earth curve or a drop in elevation?
Well, it's not even relevant to it whatsoever, because all
don't say raw data then, because it can't distinguish. If it's only giving me a time signal, it don't know if it's Earth curve or elevation change.
It doesn't know anything.
It's programmed in there, bro.
It doesn't know anything. It's not doing anything at all. Your phone, however, is going to take that information and it's going to do something with it. So, but the GPS data, unless you're hooked up to one of the military things, it's only going to give you the information about its personal, like with that one personal satellite.
I think one of the when you also talk about the oh shit, I lost it. God damn. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The military one?
No, I lost what I was saying. Yeah,
right.
It'll come back to me.
But yeah, it's not telling you anything about what the shape of the Earth is. It's just giving you, distance, and it bases that off of the timing of the message it's sending. And only whenever there's 3 of them that it's locking onto an actual location, your phone is going to actually compute that. And then, you'll get the raw data, the XYZ data.
I got it. Sorry. This is just a quickie. As far as it being from towers, I can tell you unequivocally, without a doubt, that there is no 1575 and 1254. I don't remember which 2 numbers are, but those frequencies are not transmitted anywhere within 100 miles of my house.
When's the last time you checked that?
Technically,
I checked it when GPS was working.
Wouldn't matter because you could program the GPS to follow. I mean, hypothetically, if we lived on the cube, couldn't you program the GPS to just follow the contour of the cube?
No. How would you do that? It's got to be programmed like that, Matrix.
What do you mean?
Once again, the satellites have to be told where they're at. They have to be told where they're at, so they have to know where they're at in reference to each other. They have to be told that. Yep. But now to make that a fake system, you have to lie in that system. It's not fake, bro. Because you've only got 30 tower locations or 36 tower locations, 24 active. Now you only have 24 active tower locations on anywhere on Earth, and it gives everybody those same 24 time locations or satellite locations. How do you fabricate that so that my distance will be accurate from my house in North Carolina to satellite A, B, C, and D? You don't fabricate nothing, an accurate amount of time delay. If you map it out, the a projection, the satellites, if you map them out as curving, okay, it's not going to change the numbers.
So
but you're using the numbers raw.
But you're not. What you're missing here is that in order for them to be faked, the position of the satellite needs to be faked for every single person receiving GPS signal.
No, it's not. They just got to be told that they're fucking going around the ball. Y'all keep saying fake and fucking. No. I'm not saying that it's faked. It's bad information. It's just it's potentially false information that would still work. If I said if I said the satellite was only 3,000 miles away, somewhere under the dome, and I put up all 30 satellites and I made fake information to that, now the distance from me to any one of those satellites will be wrong. Why do you keep saying fake information, bro?
Because it is wrong.
It's a different
information would not work out to give you your location.
I need accurate locations in order to get an answer. Oh, all you need is a time. That's it.
No,
I need an accurate location. The GPS is going to time itself, and it's going to convert all that. It's going to convert the time it took to trilaterate the shit. And it's just so if the satellites think they're curving, it has nothing to do with curving. It has nothing to do with curving. It has to do with the distance from me to said satellite. And if I put it 3,000 miles an hour 3,000 miles closer, and I have somebody at one side of my state and at the other side of my state taking the time delay from that, whatever you fake the numbers to, whatever numbers you pick, it has to yield the location I'm at. And I have all the math associated with this. I can see the orientation of the satellite, the direction of travel, the amount of time it took for me to get to that satellite. And those numbers are going to vary if those satellites are close. It's sort of like, take 3 or 4 points in your lawn and just mark them out. And then have somebody move them and ask you, will they give you the same distance? You're monologuing. Let me ask you a question, man, and you can monologue some more. Okay, so if the ground is curving, okay, if we're on a sphere, but they're flat up there, they're low each other.
Bro, you're breaking up real bad, bro.
Straight line. I don't know if this is any better.
Yeah, it is.
Now it is. Okay, if the ground is curving, okay, but the satellites are marked as straight, flat, not curving. Okay, just doing circles up there. Would the information be right? Not that I can see. No, it's not just. It has nothing to do with the curve. If the satellites aren't level, if the satellites are on a curved path, and the ground is flat, would it be accurate information? No. Still, once again, no.
The path of the satellites don't matter, man. Their path, it doesn't matter. What they're using is their position and their the time the message takes to get to you, and then that's it. Yeah. It uses its position to make a sphere in the sky.
So you guys are talking about GPS satellites specifically needing to factor in time dilation in their calculations to work properly. Right?
That's not what we're talking about right now. Actually, that was the previous topic.
I left and came back. Yeah, I left and came back. It's all right. I'll just listen in for a little bit more.
Yeah. Right now, what's being talked about is Brian. Brian is saying that instead of the satellites being told they're curving, if they were just flat and so was Earth, then you would get the exact same kind of information from a satellite. And we're trying to explain why that's not true.
Well, look, man, the degree doesn't change. You don't even get a degree of change until you hit about 1,600 miles away, and that's at like 23 degrees. You get a degree difference, okay, from the curve. Okay, but if the satellites are flat and the ground is flat, it'd be even less than that. And so you think that we're getting signals from satellites that are fucking more than 20 degrees away?
Right, I think you need to make a diagram, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you just said.
Make a diagram, bro.
Yeah, I might do that. Yeah.
I've tried diagramming out why you can't fake it, and it's difficult to diagram. I mean,
yeah, I'm not. Once again, I'm not talking about faking it. Okay, I'm trying to make that crystal clear. I'm not talking about faking it. I'm just talking about giving a different projection, different convention.
I understand, but these satellites are 30,000 miles away, or kilometers away. I can't remember which. They are very, very far away. They're moving at 8,000 miles an hour, or something akin to that. And you can see, or you're getting the numbers based upon it. Now, if I bring them all down to if I put them within, let's say, 3,000 miles of Earth and just put, or within a couple 100,000 feet on balloons, all those numbers change radically to the point also where they can't reach their destination because there's only 30 of these bitches. With 30 balloons, you cannot cover the entire world. Not even close.
How would you be able to verify that there's only 30 up there? I mean, hypothetically, right? How would you know?
Well, first off, you can look at them with a radio telescope.
That's horseshit.
You can see that. Okay, you can just fucking shut your mouth. Yeah, you can look at them with a telescope, a radio telescope. You can read the readings that are coming off of said satellites, the ones that are supposed to be serving you, and you can see that is the actual signal that's coming from them. You could even triangulate those optically. You may not cotton to that idea, but you can get a reasonable elevation for them by having multiple people look at them from distant locations, 100 miles apart. All these things come together to say these things are fucking far away.
Hey, Moyak,
they do all of South America. They needed less than a dozen balloons at like 80,000 feet.
You've exhausted half of the total number of satellites that there are that only give you 30 locations.
And then you need to also explain why it works over the sea.
GPS doesn't even work in all the places. What are you talking about? Planes drop off in the southern hemisphere. That one dude was saying
that is telemetry. That is telemetry. The plane
I've been told it drops off in the southern hemisphere, and it's highly unreliable in the ocean.
They're wrong.
In the southern hemisphere.
They're wrong. They're lying to you, or they're wrong.
Look at Ship Tracker, dude. Ship Tracker shows fucking ships actually in the. Hold on, man. Let me finish, bro. The Ship Tracker shows fucking ships on Antarctica, like 1,000 miles inland, is what the Ship Tracker fucking shows, dude. It's not reliable, bro.
Ask the ship captain. He used GPS the whole fucking time. Every second he's out there. And he never had a time when he didn't have GPS.
They don't cross the Southern Ocean, bro.
That could be
problem is you're not asking when that
only a certain path though. They don't just go all over the Southern Oceans. There's particular shipping lanes, bro.
In order for us,
nothing like the North, dude.
In order for us to know where the ships are, for the ship tracker to know, we need two-way conversation. GPS accounts for one-way conversation, only for the ship itself to know its position. That's what GPS is for. But then that needs to be relayed back to the tracker somehow from the ship. That is the signal that is it doesn't always connect. But the ship will always be able to use GPS to know where it is.
I'm gonna post a video real quick. You go to ship tracker, okay, and the ships in the southern hemisphere.
Did you not listen to what I just explained to you?
No, he didn't.
Let me finish,
Did you
man.
just
I'm telling
ignore
you
the
the
whole
video I'm
thing?
about to post, and you interrupted me. I'm about to post a video for anybody who cares to watch it. Okay, this is for ships that have deviated off of the shipping channels in the southern hemisphere, and you'll see some of them show up, okay, on the fucking app, show up in Antarctica, like 1,000 miles inshore. The ship's it's supposed to be in the ocean. Okay, so anybody who cares to watch this will see that the GPS is not reliable down there. They're lying to you.
Every ship captain uses it.
I'm very interested in watching your video. I can't wait to see it.
Every ship captain uses GPS, and none of them complain about this.
We're very interested in listening to the video after you just ignored the whole thing that I just said. That was a criticism of what you said and debunks the whole notion that you're trying to portray.
So if the GPS tells them that they're 1,000 miles inland when they're supposed to be in the Indian Ocean, what's your excuse? So there's no problem with that? GPS is fine when it's telling it that it's fucking, when the map is showing it fucking inland to Antarctica, man? You don't think there's, whose fault you think that is?
Like I said, it is not GPS fault. It is the other direction of information travel.
Well, manners aside of whoever wants to complain about someone disrespecting them in a conversation, I don't have my mind made up on this, so I want to hear both sides, allowed to express their point. I've been listening very carefully to everyone, and nothing's been said that's really set me straight completely. But I have understood what's been said. I'm just not, a demonstration or a video or more stuff. I'm like, I want to hear more, is what I'm saying. The video supports one side. I mean, can you imagine what might be shown in this video? And do you have a response to what you assume this video is going to demonstrate?
Is exactly what I just said. That is the response to what I said. But if he shows the video and it shows something else, then of course I'll have to look into it more. But I've given my preliminary response.
Okay, that the one-way communication is always stable, but the two-way communication.
So for the person on the ship receiving a GPS signal, that direction of information, they will always be able to know their location using GPS. But when they want to then relay the information to a tracker of some sort, that is where the actual mess up happens. That is it's not a problem with the GPS, it's a problem with them trying to relay their GPS location.
Yeah, nobody is defaulting to using sextants on the ocean. When they have a GPS system, they're using their GPS.
Yeah. The only reason they would ever use sextant is if their GPS goes offline, as in their instruments have a massive failure.
What's your explanation as to why the satellite can communicate with them, but they can't communicate or bounce it off of the same satellite?
It's really simple.
It's really simple.
It's really simple, guys.
Satellite is only one-way system. That's why
one person, please.
You pre-download the maps on the GPS, and then the GPS uses accelerometers and gyros to keep track of the movements. So it can keep track on the map that you pre-install on it. Okay. You don't need satellites or anything. I'm telling you because, as you know, I'm a truck driver. I have my GPS. Sometimes I lose signal and it's still working.
Yeah, it works without yourself.
There's no accelerometer on a hand-built or a one-way Garmin.
Wow, now you're a manufacturer of all the GPS, huh?
And it works without your cell phone signal, man.
And on top of that, you can bring a GPS, unplug the battery, bring it somewhere, plug the battery in, and it will magically know where you are with no previous knowledge.
Even if it doesn't have a map, it's going to give you the latitude and longitude.
Man, you can turn off the internet and the Wi-Fi and cell phone service. It'll still work.
Well, you never download another map.
Wait, Gummy Bear, have you done this?
I have, yes.
I used
So you
my
have
Garmin.
You have taken out the battery, the internal battery, and then moved to another location.
Yes, I have.
Gotcha.
Oh, you got to
Or
think about
rather,
it. Like
to be just clear on what I'm claiming I've done is I have had a GPS that had no batteries in it, and I didn't actually put the batteries in until I had arrived at my location when I then started using the GPS. And it knew where I was from right the moment I started using it.
And my Garmin Plus 45 was a standalone unit. It had no cell phone connection. Hell, cell phones were like back in the olden days back then. It was like, what was that? I think it was like 1989 or 92 that I got that Garmin. So cell phones didn't have a data network. And this thing found your location. It had no map because it was just a stupid, dumb navigation system. It would give me latitude and longitude and let me put in waypoints.
You know,
but those latitude and
I don't get what the.
You still have the towers. That's how the GPS works, but with towers. You use triangulation with towers. That's what. I'm sorry, but you guys
cannot do so.
Delusional.
We've already explained. We have already explained why it cannot do so. You might be a bit late to the conversation.
Yeah. Why is it that they cannot work with the towers?
Because the distance to the satellite is part of the calculation, and the distance shows it to be at that 33,000 miles or whatever the number is, and not the distance of 2,000 miles or whatever a tower might be.
Did you wrote the algorithm, Gummy?
No, but actually I know a couple of people who've built their own GPSs, and they have written the algorithms, so yes.
I have looked into the algorithm. I might have not coded it myself, but I know a lot about how it works.
Who said about the couple people that built their own GPS?
Cordis.
Can you share like a link? Can you share a link
I can share a link to how you can build one, and the guy who has done it.
Where is it? I'll watch it. I'll watch it though. I'll watch it.
Let's see. Homemade Garmin or GPS. And then Cordis was a guy I used to pal around with on the interwebs, and he did one with school as a project. Let's see. I had trouble finding this last time I looked for it, so it could take a while.
Okay, it's okay.
Isn't it fucking incredible that we're still here having this same conversation in a sense? I mean, it's just incredible.
We're trying to get these people to get rid of their dogma.
Well, it's only because
what if it's the wrong side?
Gummy, are you taking requests right now?
Anyway.
Taking requests?
Yeah. Like play around and fuck around.
Can
like
you say the humans are dead?
So I don't know what you're saying because two people talking at once.
Sorry about that.
I gotta go listen to this.
You ever listen to Flight of the Conchords, Gummy?
No.
Oh, damn it! Never mind. This isn't going to be funny then.
It should go without saying that when you don't have any control over the signals you're receiving and you're just receiving them, that you have no way to validate or verify what those signals are. So to make assumptions and or to assume that data is accurate in any way is just that. It's an assumption without validation.
But we can verify whether they are correct or not.
You cannot verify the signals. You can verify the positions on Earth, that's fine, but you cannot verify the signals, the timing, any of the information that's coming to you.
This is why we lose planes, man, in the South Pacific. We lose planes. When any planes that go down in the South Pacific or South Indian, maybe we find some in the South Atlantic, but over there in the South Pacific, South Indian, them planes go down, they're gone forever, dude. We don't find them. GPS, everything you're saying, dude, you're just saying shit, dude.
Okay, so first of all,
you're going off what they tell you, but the real life data says otherwise.
That goes back to what I said about GPS being one-way communication. And then on top of that, Gio, you can verify whether because you're getting a signal that is telling you information that is then used to find your location. And if it's not giving you an accurate location, you can know that. You can figure that out. That's verifiable.
Yeah, I didn't say. I specifically said that just because you can verify positions on the Earth, you're not verifying the actual information that's coming through the GPS. Those are the signals that are coming to you. Those are totally two different things.
You can if you yourself build a GPS.
I posted one.
Because if you yourself build the GPS, you have every control over how the data is handled.
How come we are able to find things in land? How come, Gummy Bear? How come we are able to find things in land, though?
One person at a time. Like, no idea what's being
Elijah,
said.
let me just ask my question.
Yeah, but your question has nothing to do with the point Gio was trying to hold him on, bro. I mean, can you have the same conversation?
Well, I was having the first conversation, though. Then Gio, but that's okay.
So just because you build a GPS, you're building a unit that's still going to be receiving a signal.
Yeah, but
Yes.
you know
You
know exactly how that signal is being handled to give you your location. And if that information was invalid in some way, you would know because you've built the exact thing that handles that data.
No, I'm not going to build a transmitter or a radio and then no specific. Yes. There you go. No,
well, you have to in order to decode it. You have to in order to decode it. You have to actually handle and deal with the actual information.
We've got no problems, bro. We got no problems with GPS, except for.
How is that true when someone can like fix up an old radio and then just get random signals because there's just a system that's already in place? Not that you built the thing to specifically know specific things. There's just a baseline.
Because a radio, all a radio does is it takes in the radio waves and converts it into sound. And so when you make a radio, you know that that's what it's doing. When you make a GPS, you know that it's taking in the signal from somewhere, and then it's using parts of that signal to figure out where you are. And the fact that the parts it's using, the thing is, the parts it's using from that signal are things like the phase, the timing encoded within, the time it took for it to arrive to you. All of these things are used together to give you your position. And since you coded the thing, if you made it yourself, since you coded the thing of how that data is handled and interpreted, you know for sure whether that data or how that data is handled. And so you'd know if that data was fake or not, because you know exactly how the data is handled and then whether it's giving you the correct position or not.
Well, I started watching the video that Moyak shared, and within the first minute, the guy bought things that are already pre-assigned to do something, though. I thought when you say he built something on his own, like I'm thinking from the ground up. But if you buy things on Amazon that are supposed to do something which we're challenging, and you show that, I mean, come on,
okay, hold on. What did he buy? He bought an SDR, software program.
He bought the antenna. He bought the antenna who already received the signal, which is the point that how do you know those signals where they are coming from? I mean, come on, man.
Because it's a software programmable receiver. It's something you have to define how it works. It doesn't have any brains in it and of itself. You have to tell it that it's looking at a code division multiple access signal. You've got to tell it the data structure.
Moya. But you got
all right. It's not something that you just buy and it has some secret code in it that says, "Hey, I'm a GPS now."
Yeah, duh.
You're gonna tell them exactly what you're supposed to tell them, right? It's not like you're coming up with something new.
No, you're not coming up with something new. You're using a protocol that's coming in, and you can verify that protocol.
Right, but you're just receiving. I just had kind of like an analogy idea. Let's say that somebody's throwing a football, but they're behind like a bunch of smoke. You know that like smoke that they blow out in concerts or whatever. So it's very smoky. So if there was like a bunch of fog or smoke and somebody was throwing a football to you, you can't see who's throwing it. You don't know if it's a man or a woman or if it's even a human. It could be a machine. Someone's got background noise.
Sorry, that's me.
It's all right. No, I'm just saying. So, like that kind of analogy. Somebody's, behind a bunch of fog and smoke, and they're throwing footballs. You don't know if it's a machine, a man, a woman, a child. You don't know who it is. All you know is that footballs are coming out from behind the fog.
Sure,
but the analogy,
receive the football.
The analogy then.
What makes footballs?
Go ahead.
Just quickly, the analogy then. You would require it to be that, okay, you don't know who's throwing the football, but you have a preset amount of people, let's say 36 people, and you know the exact speed that they throw every time. Let's say that these people are throwing at a very consistent speed every time. And
you know that either,
you
dummy.
Measure the speed at which the ball come in, and then you know which person threw the ball. Yeah, because you're interrupting me, and then that way you know which person threw the ball. You got information from the signal, from the ball being thrown, that you then use to verify who threw it.
Because I interrupted you because you made an assertion that you haven't demonstrated to be true, and then you're building upon that assertion, though. That's why I tried to interrupt you when you make the assertion. Right, so that you don't keep going, building up over this assertion that you haven't been able to demonstrate that there's only 36 people throwing the ball. Okay, what if there's only 10? 2 of them are running from one side to another and throwing the ball, or there's even more. You don't know this.
Because I can confirm that only those 36 people are registered anywhere on Earth. Like I can ask anybody on Earth what message they got for their almanac message, and I can find out that everybody got the same almanac message. They got the same.
Can I have 20 towers sending the same info on different places?
Not all the information.
So that they would send the same info, but it would not be received the same. Part of GPS is calculating the difference between the time it was sent to the time it arrived. And so if you had multiple towers, then there would be no way of knowing which tower you got the signal from, and therefore you could not tell the distance to what tower you're using, and it just wouldn't work out in reality. It needs to be a singular thing sending that signal.
Gummy, that only works if it's only one tower. If you have towers like we have nowadays, all over the place, and they're in your cell phone or whatever, the GPS is getting the signal from all these different places. Yeah, it's able to triangulate where exactly it is.
What I'm saying is, if they're all sending the exact same signal, and you receive the signal which says, okay, I'm 1,000 meters away from this signal, from the source of the signal, how would you know which one of the towers that you received the signal from? Answer is you wouldn't. So you wouldn't know whether you're in within 1,000 meters of Tower A, Tower 2, Tower 45. You wouldn't know if they're all sending the same signal.
You would.
And
you
how?
would. Yeah. No. How? By if each tower has a specific identifier and sending the same signle.
Okay,
that's it.
So if they have an identifier,
it's tower. Look, hold on. Let me explain how.
And let me finish speaking.
No,
you got 3 words in, man. That's pretty good. He's allowing you to speak a lot.
All I was going to say is, if there's a signifier, an identifier, that automatically means that the signal is different by necessity.
No, maybe the tower is saying, "Hey, GPS, this is a GPS signal. I'm in this position," and then the other tower is saying, "Hey, GPS, I'm on this position," and it's triangulating constantly where those towers are. That's it.
If that was true, then that could be verified by anyone who makes their own GPS. But it is not true.
Because you're just receiving the signal.
But you're saying that the signal is part of that information is part of the signal. So if you're making your own GPS, well, then you'd have to know that that's part of the signal to get an accurate location. But you don't need that. You're just avoiding how GPS works.
Gummy, are you telling me you're able to understand what the signal is telling to the receiver?
I am.
Yes, that is how you figure out your
Really?
position.
So if I give you a set of numbers, you're gonna tell me where you are.
It's not going to be a set of numbers.
It's all decodable.
Oh my gosh.
How else? If that was not true, how do you think GPS works? Do you think it sends you a magical signal of information that tells you exactly where you are?
It's receiving a specific signal that the GPS is programmed to understand. You don't understand this. All you see is you don't understand this, right? You just keep making assertion after assertion, bro.
So what you're saying, what you believe is that I don't understand what a GPS signal is part of, and you're making that with no basis. When I've already explained multiple times. Yeah, I've already spent multiple times how GPS works. And I can tell you,
oh my God.
I'm not going to spend today doing it, but I can tell you that I could make a GPS off my own. Of course, I'd need to research a bit more into it, but I know a lot about the constituent parts of it, enough to know that what you're saying cannot be true. It cannot work out in reality to have multiple towers.
Oh my God! You understand that you in this chat room, you saying that we understand is not a valid argument, right? We are challenging your preconceptions that you have.
And you saying we don't understand is not a valid argument either.
Neither you saying we understand.
Okay, good. So we both have no argument. Let's move on.
How about demonstrate that there's only 37 and not 100 towers? Or do I have to do that for you?
It's the same message, the same 37, period. End of story. That is, you get 36 addresses for locations. That's it. No more. Zero.
Oh my God. Unable to understand or think, huh? No critical thinking.
That's what you're doing, man.
Holy shit. I already explained how you can do it, man.
Yeah, so
you explained shit.
So he's explained to you.
I'm done.
Okay, good.
Good. I like it when you start saying, well, the tower could just be spoofed. It's like, okay, I've given 2 tower locations, one over California and one over the East Coast, and I'm somewhere in the middle of the country. Now, my distance to those 2 towers is going to be unique. Now, if I try and fake it and use some local tower to accomplish
what do you mean 2 towers? Holy shit.
You want to use balloons? What do you want to use? Undersea cables?
The land towers. What the hell are you talking about?
Are you asserting that they're land towers? Because somebody asserted they were land towers.
I assert that they use land towers to do the GPS triangulation.
That is absolutely 100% false, and I can verify that with a spectrum analyzer. I build radio towers for a living. I've been doing it for 30 years. Not once have I ever seen any frequency coming off those towers in the spectrum of GPS. You know why? There is no tower on Earth that transmits 1575 or 1224.
GPS also works in the middle of the Pacific. GPS also works in the middle of the Pacific, at altitude, and on the ground.
Yeah. No matter where you go, unless underground, it will.
Yeah. I already explained that. You pre-download the GPS map, and you just use accelerometer and gyros to keep track of that.
And we counter that.
Why don't we lose every plane that goes down in the Pacific then? In the South Pacific, why do we lose every fucking plane?
How many times do I have to say that? First of all, how many times do I have to say this to you, Brian, that GPS is one-way communication? This plane itself can use GPS to find itself, but in order for us to find it, we need to receive a signal from the plane. That is the signal that's missing. And then to Silent, you're
So you telling me that the black boxes are no good in the South Pacific? That they're just fucking taking out their black boxes?
No, they were fine. They'll have all the information on them if you can find them. Black boxes don't say "Here I am." Well, they do a little bit, like a little sonar beacons and stuff on them, but they're local.
GPS
when you get close enough to the airplane, you might be able to spot the black box.
GPS, to be clear, GPS is a technology where your receiver it acquires some information from several places and uses triangulation and phase analysis to work out a triangulated position. By definition, it doesn't do any transmission the other way, and it doesn't contain a huge amount of data. GPS was developed for the military, and the military just want a piece of equipment to be completely covert. In other words, not detectable in the battlegrounds. So if your proposal that GPS somehow was transmitting, it wouldn't fulfill their original requirement. GPS is a system of taking one-way traffic to the receiver from several places and working it where you are. That's it.
Nothing else.
Really? Tell me these little things that they use now in, like, when you can buy it to put it on your bicycle when they stole it. What do they use to find those bicycles?
That's a device that has a transmitter. That's not all of them. You can buy a standalone GPS. It does nothing.
Holy shit.
You can
I know it's a transmitter.
That is a transmitter. All transmitters. You can get yourself a GPS. You can get yourself.
So you tell me. Hold on. You tell me that these airplanes. Hold on. Are you telling me these airplanes cannot have a transmitter? Bye.
Pardon? Say that again. Ask the question again.
The same way that a bicycle can be taken underground, and you cannot find it with this sender. The same way, a plane, if you put a sender on it, I forgot the word. I'm blank on the word. But if you put a sender on it, and then the plane goes down and goes underwater, how do you expect the signal to get out the water and all the way to where we want to find it?
Well, that's a stupid build, right? What will you do? You put it on a place where it's gonna, if the plane lands in water or whatever, it has to go and float. Like, what are you talking about, Gummy Bear? We put shit in space, don't we? And you're telling me it's too hard to just put something on the airplane who's gonna detach right away when it touches water or something, and it's gonna float in the spot? Come on.
With how few airplanes go missing, it is not required.
Oh, whatever.
This is the distraction from the point. When you have a GPS, a piece of equipment, it doesn't transmit information anywhere. It receives information. That's all it does.
Yeah.
The GPS module has no capability of transmitting data to any other system.
How do we find these things then, though?
If you put a transmitter on things, it can then tell you where it is. But that requires this additional transmitter. Additional.
It's different technology. I can buy a GPS receiver and a GPS processor, and I can put them on a piece of circuit board, and I can fire them up. I'll have no internet connection, no Wi-Fi, no data connection. That GPS signal was able to tell a small IC the exact position because it calculates it. That's all it does. A GPS receiver does only that. If it's married up to a load of other stuff on a plane or in a car, that's different, or in your phone for that matter. But the GPS receiver processor is a reception-only mechanism for using a mechanism to locate a position.
Not the new ones, though. Not the new ones.
What do you propose?
Well, I can tell you, right? Right now, I'm using what is this called? My app is called Samsara, right? Like Samsara. It's how I keep my logbook, right? And all I have is a little square thing that is connected to the power. And that shit keeps track of exactly where I am.
So you're roboting.
Right. So it's sending, and the information goes back to my base.
Sorry, you're roboting.
My exactly spot where I am.
Sorry, you have to explain your technology again.
Yeah.
You're roboting.
Can you hear me?
No, you're roboting. You might want to cut out and come back in. I'm not being disingenuous. You're genuinely roboting. We lost him.
For a bit, I think, yeah.
Good.
You hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. You're nice and clear now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that system that I have right now on the truck, it's a
Yeah.
little square which sends the exact location of where the truck is to the base down in Texas where the base
Yeah.
is, and it keeps track of it, and it's sending the GPS location of it.
Yes, exactly. So there's two component technologies in that device. There's the GPS receiver processor, and which evaluates your position, and then there's another technology, probably mobile telecoms, probably with a SIM card or some package like that way, that goes back over mobile telecommunications to transport the information from the GPS receiver to a base infrastructure. There's two separate things in there.
All right. Okay, I understand what you're saying. All right. So you're telling me that they cannot do this on airplanes?
They could do exactly that on airplanes. They can have two things. One thing that takes signals coming in the GPS technology domain, which works at the position. And once you have the position and it's passed to other microcircuitry, other processors, other computers, they can do with it what they want. They can store it on a black box. They can transmit it over any frequency that's used for aeronautical communications. They can display it on the cockpit on instrumentation. But the key point is that the GPS part of it is a very, very clearly defined piece of technology which only takes signal from external sources one way, calculates its position locally in the real time, and passes that information on. That's what GPS is.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree. Actually, I agree with that. Yeah,
No,
but I mean,
no. The one confusion that people have, they think that something is broadcasting your position to you or calculating your position. That's not the case. It is merely the GPS signal merely tells you the timestamp, the time frame, and the exact position of the sources, and your GPS processor evaluates time phase shifts between the signals, the positions that it's supposed to have. It uses standard geometry models, triangulates the rough position between them, works out the best case fit, and that's what it tells you is the longitude, latitude, and height as in accordance with that. So, and the reason we know that is it's a military system. The military system does not broadcast if you have when the military develop GPS, they want to put it on a backpack of a soldier or on a tank or a missile for that matter. It's of no use to the military if something is broadcasting the position of something to the missile, and it's of no use to the military if the missile is broadcasting its position out to the real world. That's not its intent. Nothing.
Yeah, you might want to look up Blue Force Tracker.
So last week I was there in Georgia, and I went on a small road, right? And I lost signal, and on my GPS I have a Garmin, and I've been in a couple places where there's no antennas nearby, and I lose signal. How come am I losing satellite signal if that shit is in the sky? How come my GPS losing signal? And I have shared the pictures of the exact spot where I am, I don't have no cell phone signal or GPS signal on my GPS. My GPS doesn't have any phone like a telecom that like it has no way to use like a cell phone signal or anything. It's just a classic or old GPS system that it has, and I lose signal when I go to places where there's no antennas around. It tells me it shows here, of course, it shows poor satellite signal, right?
Yes,
but
that can happen.
how is that the case if I'm in a mountain up in the sky, like higher than down here? It makes no sense.
Okay, where there are certain weather conditions and there are certain mountainous terrain conditions around you. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. There are certain weather conditions and there are certain conditions of the electromagnetic interference in the sky caused by solar effects and so forth, and mountains that can affect it. But the counter question I have for you is this: hundreds of thousands of boats, containers, freights, oil tankers, shipping containers, all the world's trade and freight going all over all the oceans all over the world, across the entire Pacific, the South Atlantic, the North Atlantic, hundreds of thousands of miles. In some places, they are literally thousands of miles from land. They all have GPS. Sometimes they lose GPS, sometimes they gain GPS, but they can acquire GPS signals.
Oh, I tell you how they do it, and you can do it on your phone. So what you do, you download a map, right, on your phone, and then put your map on your phone on like airplane mode, so that you don't have any GPS, don't have any Bluetooth, don't have any antenna signal or anything. And then you open your pre-download map and you start moving, and you will see how it follows. It's just it uses the accelerometer of the phone. So now these GPS that you're using on ships, I don't know nothing about them. I don't know if they have accelerometers, and I don't know if you do know them. Hopefully you don't make assertions that they don't have these things, because I don't know. So yeah, that's the explanation that you can have for that.
Okay, so you're making a proposition. Okay, you're making a proposition as to how transoceanic GPS navigation works. Have you got any citation for that, or are you just postulating that yourself?
I told you can do it yourself.
No, I didn't. Listen, I didn't say that. You've elaborated on an experiment I could do. You proposed that's the model that you proposed. That's the likely model that they use, or a model that they use for transoceanic navigation by GPS. Okay.
I say that's an alternative that they could be using, right?
Okay. So fine. So you can postulate that. Have you got any citation that suggests that would be the case?
I'm not postulating it as that's the case, though.
Okay.
I'm telling you that could be the explanation, and they're telling everybody, including the driver of the boats, right? They don't need to tell the driver of the boat that that's what he's doing. So I don't know. What do you want me to do from here?
He thinks it's a conspiracy.
I think it's a conspiracy. What?
You think it's a conspiracy?
What is a conspiracy?
So you think there is no GPS signal from satellites, therefore at sea what you're saying is they're not using this because they're not using towers, they're just turning everything off and using accelerometers on the boat instead.
Well,
and they're going
sea,
to
I would say.
And everybody making the technology, everybody making the GPS technology is trying to deceive us all that they're getting it from satellites, and in fact they're getting it from towers, and when they can't get it, they're turning off any requirement to acquire a signal, and they're just using accelerometers instead. That's what you're proposing. You're proposing that there is an alternative mechanism in play when they're at sea.
Come on. Let's not do that. Let's not dilute the conversation into conspiracy theories. Let's not do that, bro.
At sea, at sea you can have balloons, though. So it's not impossible that they can receive.
Silent. I'm actually just trying to steel man your position, Silent.
I didn't say anything. That was somebody else. That wasn't me complaining about you.
When you say this standalone GPS that's hand built by you has accelerometers in it, you would have to write code to actually read those accelerometers and yield position from them. How does that work?
I don't know. Is it impossible?
Yes.
It's impossible to write a code to keep track of your. Hold on.
Yeah.
You're telling me, and then tell me how the phone is doing it. If it's impossible.
Well, actually, I think
phone is doing what? It's actually when you're in airplane mode, you're not. That only keeps you from transmitting. It doesn't keep you from receiving.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy moly, bro!
You still receive GPS signals, even if you're in airplane mode.
That is not true.
No, that is true.
That is not
exactly
true.
what it's doing. Receiving a GPS signal is unrelated to airplane mode.
But here's where you're wrong. The new cell phones, any cell phone run nowadays, they don't use a regular GPS. You don't know that, right?
What are you talking about?
Listen. From the Samsung Note 2 Note 3, the Note 3 still had the two signals, and you can actually activate it separately. You can have the GPS signal, the GPS sensor on, and the antennas off. Now the new cell phones, they don't use, and you can research this. The new cell phones, they don't use a regular GPS. They use the antenna. How you say? Oh my God! Like a Wi-Fi, like a telecommunication antenna.
That's not simply not true. The reason that some phones
my God!
Listen,
you need to research, buddy. I'll be quiet now because you don't know. You're talking shit.
Okay. Well, now listen. I work in the telephone and mobile telephone.
I know you're wrong for a fact, buddy.
Okay. The reason that on airplane mode on some phones they turn off the GPS and they turn off the mobile telecommunications, and on other phones they don't, is because the regulations are changing about what is allowed in airplane mode on a phone. And when you turn off GPS as part of turning off everything else on the phone in airplane mode, you turn off a powered antenna and you turn off electromagnetic interference from the phone. There are plenty of GPS equipment that has got nothing to do with mobile telecommunications. There are plenty of consumer electronics you can buy, like navigational equipment used for hikers, that have got nothing to do with mobile telecommunication. The fact that your phone has got a button that says airplane mode is entirely up to the manufacturer of the phone, what they switch on and off accordingly.
Yeah,
We had this conversation. A couple years ago. We did all the tests. A couple Glovers. What I said is right. What you're saying right now is wrong. I don't care about to argue with your assertion that you actually are wrong. I'm sorry, man, but you are wrong.
You know the GPS.
I know you're wrong. I know the new phones don't have a GPS signal receiver.
Yes, they do. That's true.
They don't.
They do.
They have the capability of doing augmented receiving. They can use multiple methods using Wi-Fi navigation as well. However, there are still systems like the one I posted, which is the Garmin Plus 45. There was no data over the internet back in 1994 of any note. This unit did not have a transmitter. It had no cell phone connection whatsoever. It's standalone.
Your mobile phone on a boat in the Pacific will receive a GPS signal, and if it's kept in isolation to the rest of the system, it can work out your position. It's as simple as that.
It won't have great maps if you didn't get an update ahead of time.
That's a completely different software. It's completely different technology and a completely different application of the information.
It'll give you latitude and longitude, and that will match where you are on the map.
And it will give, and what it will also give you is it will give you time as well, because all of those signals contain a synchronized atomic clock, so you get an accurate time stamp as well. That's what a GPS module does. It gives you real time, UTC real time, to an accuracy of an atomic clock infrastructure. It gives you longitude, latitude, and height, and there's a resolution that it gives those things on. And in the military domain, there's a higher resolution because part of the packet sequence is encrypted with a massive amount of security, and that part that you can't use for consumer electronics is utilized by military equipment like missiles to give it much more accuracy on the ground. Simple as that. You can all argue until you're blue in the face about what GPS might be doing and is doing, and the signals are going this way, the signals are going that way. You're just making blind assertions and musing about it to try and fit some narrative. That's how it works. There's nothing more to be said about it. It's a bit like
that Garmin Plus 45 that I owned. It took external batteries. When they went dead, your unit was dead as a doornail. You plug in new batteries 3 days later in another state, and
he left.
And it will suddenly find out where you are. No, the accelerometers couldn't have told me anything. It's now in another county from where it shut off. Where is it getting this information from?
He rage quit.
Stand alone.
He rage quit.
Good.
Because otherwise he might have to hear something he doesn't want to hear.
He's right. Mobile telecommunications can be used if there's a high enough density of the transceiver towers on the ground. The mobile telecommunication equipment, and in conjunction with its own aerial working in a different part of the electromagnetic spectrum, which on those signals can do a much cruder triangulation of your position, and that can be utilized to give the position. But it is not.
I will tell you this. I would tell you this. From a cell phone position, building networks for 30 years, there's still a lot of places out there that don't get enough signal from multiple towers to triangulate.
Exactly.
There's a lot of places with single sector coverage.
In some cases, it's only in cities where they usually have a high tower density because they have so many configurations of blind spots that chuck a load of them up. Obviously, in the middle of the Yellowstone National Park, there's fuck all. Obviously, in the middle of the Sahara or the Serengeti, there's fuck all. Obviously, on the Arctic tundra, there's fuck all. Obviously, in the middle of the South Pacific, when you're away from all the oceanic archipelagos, there's fuck all. Obviously, flying at 30,000 feet in an airplane, there's fuck all. All these, if you're going to come up with some narrative, you have to coherently make sure it fits all the criterion. Otherwise, it's just musing. It's just musing because you think, oh, there's something going on I don't understand, and you try and get it to fit your narrative as best you can. Anybody who starts in that position, really, you can exhaustively explain how things work, and if they want to believe that things work a certain way to fit a certain narrative, there's nothing much you can do about it. He said to me, wrong. I work in mobile telecommunications. I work in phone design. I work in capacitive touch technologies. I work in phone infrastructure. I've worked on all kinds of embedded systems. I know what a GPS module is. I know what a communications hub. I know about the Android hardware infrastructure. I know bits and pieces that mean that I wouldn't suggest to anybody else. I wouldn't allude to know anything about things I don't know about. But the point is that when they hear you say things like that, they say you're wrong, and that's the end of the matter. Well, if you think I'm wrong, go and get someone who understands. Go and get your independent person who thinks they know about GPS, and I'll come and have a chat with them. Let's talk terminology.
Well, he thinks he has done that, like with his. I don't know what particular source he's talking about right now, but talking about the other navigation systems on cell phones that work independently of GPS or in conjunction with GPS. I forget what they call it, but it's assisted or augmented GPS.
Yeah. It's a infrastructure. It's a well-defined protocol that augments it using the mobile telecommunications. I mean, for years, your phone knew which tower, the unique ident of the mobile telecommunications tower in the 3G, 4G, whatever network you're in, and that tower will tell the phone the GPS location of the tower. You could have done that 15 years ago with a phone before you even had a GPS on it, because it's a two-way communication, and that's the key thing.
I remember I had to fund there was an indigent circumstance where the police called up and asked if I could identify the location of somebody.
They do.
So I actually, we didn't have any tools in place to do that, so I ended up using Map Info and drawing circles with the chip delays. From the multiple towers, and I identified him down to about a quarter mile with my city setup. But I was able to get him into the swamp and actually find the old, the dodgy old coot who was lost.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, because, like you say, that what they tend to do now is like they can do forensic real-time triangulation these days and work out where your phone is as well. And also, technically speaking, there would be no reason at all why GPS couldn't be covertly sent in the signal space, but that's largely down to the phone, that's largely down to the platform, and it's largely down to your telecommunications provider. I mean, even if you say things to them like, if you say, do you know what GLONASS is? They got no idea. They got no idea what GLONASS is. They got no idea, what the equivalents across the world are. They got no idea that there are multiple infrastructures, which are competing based on effectively the boundaries of NATO and Cold War superpowers, because they don't know the origins of GPS, what its original purpose, what its original intent, how it's been commercially utilized, what its limitations are, yes, you do lose signal from GPS from time to time. You also sometimes your GPS shuts down because it goes into a re-referencing mode, and it does actually get some data packets from the signal. That can happen because there's a.
Hey, I got to duck out. I got my dinner on the table.
Okay, go for it, man.
Hey, what up, Pazza C? I
Oh,
just kind of hopped in, was listening for maybe a minute or two. We're on GPS stuff.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're like firmly situated on a, I don't know, like GPS works the way they tell you it works, with no question about it, sort of thing.
Well, I mean, like you say, it's one of those. If you're going to introduce conversations with people, all you have to do, if you're going to say that it's not satellites, if you're not going to concede it's a complicated mesh of orbiting satellites in non-geosynchronous positions and geosynchronous positions depending on the technology, then I got a problem with it making the assertion, but you have to come up with a realistic and coherent alternative that, as I say, that works in the middle of the ocean, works in the middle of the desert, works in the middle of the Antarctic tundra, doesn't work underground, but does somehow work 30,000 feet above ground, doesn't work in valley sometimes or in mountainous areas, or doesn't sometimes work between building infrastructure, certain types of building infrastructure. If you can characterize all those things into a proposition as to what the signal content is and how it would be propagated across the world in a meaningful way for that, then we'll have a conversation. Otherwise, you're just saying, oh, I think. Well, you can go online. This is the key. You can go online. You can get source code. You can get source code if you know where to look, which explains to you completely how the GPS system works, because it allows you to actually get a GPS receiver, collect information, and utilize it. When the information arrives from the GPS processor, you can even, if you know what you're doing, work out what's called the satellite block array, which is the information that tells you which cluster of information you're using, and you can if you want to. Some applications they use GPS merely to get a highly accurate time synchronization. Some application of GPS isn't really interested in position; it's really interested in time.
Yeah, that's true. And then they some of them offer the raw data as well. So if you want to just look at the raw data,
you can buy for example, I think it's on Farnell or whatever. You can buy an absolutely bog standard, cheapest chips little GPS receiver, which comes on a little board with an adequate enough antenna, which isn't particularly good in dynamic constraints, but you can effectively put it into an embedded piece of circuitry, which you can put, for example, in a bus stop. And the bus stop means it will always keep its time on the LCD display on the bus stop accurate. And guess what? When your local BST or whatever happens, the bus stop can change its time. Because it's so ridiculously cheap, it's much more sensible to do that than have some sort of like sophisticated other way of doing it, or have someone go around and have to put a SIM card in to change things over. It doesn't supply any other information, doesn't tell the bus stop when the bus is coming. That's a different type of thing. It's probably got another little bit kit with a SIM card doing mobile comms for that, whatever. But the key thing is that you can buy a GPS transponder for next to nothing, and you can connect it into at home on a breadboard into a little bit of kit with a little bit of power supply. Introduce no Wi-Fi, introduce no Ethernet of any context, introduce no mobile telecommunications. You can even, if you want to, construct a Faraday cage, and you can evaluate it against that. You can even, if you get a piece of equipment, bombard it with conflicting signals and watch it fail in certain electromagnetic spectrum range. All these things are doable, and you can do them at home. And that's a sort of, if you were really interested in evaluating what's going on, working out how utilizing its equipment to work out how it works, when it doesn't work, and surmising the context in which it's collecting data, you could do all that, and you get a decent evaluation. Or what you could do instead is just come onto Discord and say that's not how it works.
Yeah, well, Passa, do you think that there's like
you're absolutely fired up about this GPS thing. You obviously done your research on this, but this one. It's not that it hits a nerve, but you're coming with the passion on this one. But I won't interrupt. Sorry, but I'll go after you. That was Kosho, right? I'll go after you, man.
Yeah, that was me. That was me, Hoymar.
Oh,
So,
okay, sorry.
question to Passa. Do you think that it's at all possible to come up with an alternative explanation for how GPS works? Because as I see it, there really is no way to, even if we assume we had, towers and stuff that still would always only work. You could fake that for one single receiver, and it wouldn't work for all the others, basically.
But you can. I mean, there are plenty of laboratories around the world who spend an inordinate amount of money buying commercially available equipment to do GPS unit testing. In other words, there's a field of technology and research and development in the consumer electronics market that's trying to come up with more power efficient, more signal efficient GPS antenna. If you can make if tomorrow's GPS antenna uses slightly less power, the one that goes into a phone, and is more effective, then it's a win. And that's what's going on in things like mobile phones all the time. Smaller, less power, more efficient. The three mantras that drive every one of our smartphones effectively in the consumer electronics marketplace. Now, in developing those GPS antenna and the GPS equipment and their robustness, these companies that develop these things, they go to a third party that develop GPS test equipment, which contains effectively environs equivalent to Faraday environs, where you can effectively put this equipment in, and the equipment is constructed to do two things. Firstly, completely shield it from any external genuine GPS signals, and some of them have got the equipment to actually pump simulated GPS signals into the environment, so you can actually do an evaluation of the triangulation and the aerial efficiency that way. Now, if you were going to do that,
that's interesting right there. Simulated GPS signals that tell them, oh, I'm a satellite, but it's really just like something inside of the same room as them.
Like spoofing.
That's pretty much basically what it is. Yeah.
Wow.
And when the military,
so the idea that the manipulation is possible, then it'd just be a matter of who's in on it.
Well, you'd have to that. And here's the key: in the real world, okay, when you have when your GPS is listening out into the real world, if it picks up multiple signals and there's a clock sync failure, the system stops working. This is why the military developed it, and because everything's using a highly synchronized timestamp clock sequence in its transmission, if one of the transmissions contains a desynchronized clock signal or an attempt to desynchronize a clock signal, there's an arbitration system inside the algorithm for most equipment that just basically, for commercial stuff, says, oh, alpha signal or limited signal, or does it's entirely up to the developer. In the military domain, the strategy is undisclosed.
Yeah, but if you're clever, you get past that. Because, here at University of Texas, they were showcasing that they could spoof like drones, like spoof like the GPS, transmitter, so they would tell the drone it was in the right place and it was in the wrong place, obviously.
Yeah. But that's. I mean, this is why, it's not within to be perfectly honest, the level of sophistication you've got to go to spoof GPS is quite significant, because, like I said, its primary remit is in the field of the military, which is why the Russians have got their own system, the Americans have got their own system. There's a European system, and there's systems being developed, additional systems being developed for the southern regions as well, that have got their own limited system.
So yeah, there are three things I wanted to say after Hoyman went, right? So the first thing is I'll start like the least serious to the most serious point. Let's see. I forgot the first point. It's not coming back to me. But like you said, like my phone's GPS won't work in China, or like any American bought GPS, like just at Walmart, right? Isn't gonna work when you take it to China. That's interesting. But you addressed that they're on different standards, and that I can't take it I have no comment further than that, just to acknowledge it. And
that's not true though.
It's not. I mean, that's what Google told me, but I mean,
because GNSS like if you have a GNSS device, like if you look at any cell phone, it'll show you the ones that are enabled, and a lot of new ones they have all of them enabled.
Yeah.
And so you can use all, like usually that's when you use GNSS, you're using all the systems at the same time.
You are, yeah.
Oh, well, you're not talking about GPS, right?
Well, GPS is our
it's
American
similar.
system.
Well, it's a GPS system, right? But it's I mean, there's complexities to this, and Paz could probably explain it to me, but I did want to touch on the other comment. So I just want to ask you, Paz, to see, there's like thousands of satelloons up there, right?
You don't know how to.
Those are.
No, there's
Hey, man, you left that on. Yeah, like you just do right now.
open
Am I
mic.
muted?
Matrix, you got to open mic.
Anyways,
Yeah,
Paz,
I
about
know.
the satelloons,
I know.
right? They're there, right? Satellites attached to balloons.
There are satellites with. There is an array of satellites with telecommunications equipment with inside them. Yeah.
Right, all just floating up in the sky, just floating there for years upon years, just attached to balloons,
They are, yes. They're at the mercy of the climate and the mercy of like thermal perturbation and wind and so forth to some degree. Yeah, but some of them actually travel almost migratory distances in like the stratosphere. Some of them are actually more lower down in the atmosphere, and when they travel a certain distance, they mechanically bring themselves back down to Earth again, so they can be collected. There's a whole range of different ways they work. Yeah.
Right. I just find those really interesting because, like, one of the key components or key like attributes or whatever properties or whatever of like a satellite for GPS is that it's going to need to be geostationary, right?
Well, the ones for GPS aren't. This is the whole
really?
point. Yeah. Because if a satellite is geostationary, okay, it has to be in a equatorial orbit at 24,400 odd kilometers. There's only one symmetry that works properly in that respect. Okay, and it's down to the centripetal component of an orbit of something around something like if this is the narrative you want to believe, yeah, and in a planetoid, you can only do a geostationary over the equator. Where you can,
right.
Sorry. Yeah, but however, satellite, a lot of military satellites orbit in different non-geostationary mechanisms. They might be equatorial. For example, another equatorial system that's, if we believe the narrative, that's not geostationary, something like, if it's low enough, it'll be like the International Space Station, and it moves faster than the night sky. If it's higher, it'll move slower. But on top of all of that, and technically speaking, and any range of motion are military satellites, and they effectively are in typically what they do is they put them in an orbit. They're non-geosynchronous by definition because they're tipped out of the equatorial plane, and the reason they do that is because depending upon their orbital speed ratio with the surface, they can effectively be within a certain time frame, be over any position on within their travel. That was that kind of, if you've ever seen GoldenEye, you've ever seen the bit where they try and get the satellite synced up to a certain position so it can use as weapon. I mean, it's far-fetched to have the weaponization, but the principles of motion behind that, and the fact that that beautifully describes what happens. So if the US military have got some information that there's a movement of some insurgent movement somewhere in the Middle East when they were having the Gulf War, they would typically have to wait an arbitrary amount of time for one of their military satellites in their mesh of communications to get itself in a position where it could actually photograph, and it's literally just waiting for the thing to become a coincident. They've got tons of them up there. There's absolutely tons of them. If you and GPS, some GPS, I think they do have a handful of GPS technologies that are geostationary. I think that's not a prerequisite of the technology, but it is to do with the fact that they need well, initially when I think they were doing original evaluation and experiments with it, they wanted to have something which they could do continuous transponder upload to. So, for instance, if you, like digital television or digital telecommunications, commercial TV and stuff, they use geostationary satellites, which is why all your satellite dishes point south equatorially in the northern hemisphere and north in the to the equatorial domain if you're in the southern hemisphere. And why, if you've got digital TV and you're on the equator, your dish points straight up. So there's a different technology. There's a different satellite array used for these kind of things.
I've seen videos addressing like the angles satellites point towards and stuff, and seen some fishy stuff there, but I can't. I just don't have it on hand, unfortunately. But the arrangement you described is very interesting, especially the equator stuff. But there was just two small comments I wanted to make. I remembered the least serious of my comments that I wanted to bring up that I forgot, but I remember now. Not that this is any sort of large point, it's just noteworthy, worth mentioning in my opinion, that it's just kind of interesting, and it just aids to like the conspiracy approach towards it all, that it, like, GPS became like available to the public in an affordable way at the same time cell phones were released to the public in an affordable way. They kind of came hand in hand, which, I mean, that can just be just a way of things lining up in the way technology, is made accessible and stuff. But the whole idea of like the same like if there were a hoax, I mean, I don't need to explain. You understand where I'm coming from with that point, Yeah.
Well, I think the first satellite constellation was put up under, I think it was I think it's called Transit. I think it was the first group of satellites they put up, and America was testing that in the 1960s. So there's every chance that they were utilizing that in their military applications. Certainly by the 1970s. Within the early 1970s, they had DARPA established, which superseded the first. I think I think it was Transit. I'm not sure. And you could buy GPS. Even you could buy, as someone said earlier on, you could buy under companies like Garmin and a few other companies. There, you could buy a handheld GPS receiver before the smartphone, long before the smartphone.
Something just like a pager style thing, just a little digital screen on it or something.
Do you think documental? Do you think that there are satellites?
Well,
there's no.
I don't have any. I thought the question's for me. Did I mishear? I'm sorry.
No, sorry. You go ahead. Yeah.
So Brenda asked me if I think there are satellites, and my answer to that is just that I have no doubt that there's the machinery we call like a satellite, but its location and its way of suspension. I mean, I don't have to like believe too hard in order to like think that there's satelloons, because those are just like, there's like videos of them being launched, like they're pretty like understood to be a real thing. Now I can't, and there could be satellites up there hovering. I don't think they're in orbit, because that's just not like the worldview I have. It's on the I mean, the globe is on the table for me, but I have serious reservations about satellites in free fall around the globe. But I also keep on the table though that there is a way in a text, like an understanding of like the ability to suspend things in the sky. Yeah, and that's some like that's some advanced shit right there. But how they always say the government or whoever is 50 years ahead of us, and at this point it could be 200 years ahead of it or something. So you always just gotta be open-minded about what the governments have access to. So satellites, yes, I think they're real, but if they're attached to balloons or suspended in some other way, I just don't think that they're in orbit and free fall around the globe.
No, I mean, if I'm being strictly speaking, right, then even if you consider the world looks like the the flat azimuth projection kind of, the model with, and on
Sure.
that you can actually map, the trace you've got the equator as a circle, you've got the tropical Capricorn as a circle, tropical Cancer as a circle, and sometimes it's, for demonstration purposes they show the sun in its noon global position, where it would be if it was noon, high noon for the sun simultaneously, and show it going around and slowly orbiting to the one tropic then the other. That's fine, that's a demonstration of how the sun appears meant to manifest itself from a point of view of where it, is GP at any given time. Doesn't make any assertion about the altitude of the sun or the shape or the size of the sun. It's literally just a demonstration of something, a metric we can measure. In that sense, you can do it at the moon as well, simultaneously. And in that sense, all that the evaluation of like satellite technology and commercial telecommunications tells you about dispositions is that all the dishes in a city utilizing the same telecommunications company, for example, for TV, all the dishes in a particular latitudinal area of your continent will all have a similar elevation. They might have a slightly different bearing, but they'll all have a similar elevation. The elevation is roughly proportional to your line of latitude. There is a tiny geometric correction. What it means is that all the dishes, for example, if you're in the UK and everyone's using Sky, it doesn't matter whether you're in Aberdeen or you're in London or you're in Cardiff or you're in Cornwall, you're the extremes of a country that size, or even in France for that matter, all of the dishes in that country will all have the same elevation. And furthermore, satellite dishes and satellite technology use line of sight broadcast technologies. If you kick a satellite dish slightly out of alignment, it doesn't work. What they would suggest is that, and if you look at the geometry of that, it suggests that they're all pointing at something in the equatorial regions at a height of 24,000 kilometers. Now, that in of itself is not a problem, because you can still presuppose that there are these satellites, whatever they are, balloons, whatever they are, floating around in a flat domain, but on the equatorial circle, that doesn't actually preclude it. But what people make of that is their own judgment.
Why do they have to be balloons?
Pardon?
Why do they have to be balloons?
We were talking earlier about satellites. The notion that there is some technology.
I brought that up.
Yes, no, I'm not being disingenuous. I'm saying it's a term used to suggest to allude that there's technology above our heads. Technically, where it is, what its nature is. That's not the purpose of this hypothesis. If you're gonna go down this avenue of evaluation, of critical thinking.
Yeah, don't you agree that they could be not what we're told, and also they don't have to be balloons?
No, they don't have to be balloons. Well,
there's commercially available solar-powered drones that travel at 120,000 feet for years. So why couldn't that just be extended?
Yeah. Well, the drones that are solar powered, that go up and they like I say, they're like balloon technology. They're like your meteorological equipment, some basic radio communications testing equipment that's balloon based. A balloon by definition is.
They're not balloons. It's just like a drone.
Oh, no. I just said like them. Okay, right? They are to some extent at the mercies of the atmosphere. They're the mercies of the wind, prevailing thermal currents, and so forth. Okay, so they have to, if they're going to have a utility, for instance, they're going to have a utility to have some sort of geostationary element to them, then they're going to have some sort of like corrective mechanism.
Yeah, that's already discovered. So the way you can keep a balloon in a relatively stationary, not perfect, of course, because of course, like you said, the winds and such. So there is a constant study and observation and like live record at the government's disposal of wind currents that actually like go opposite directions in layers. So when a balloon would travel, start going east, they can expand the balloon with just a little bit of energy that produces heat, expand it, raise it to an altitude where the wind currents push it the other way. And this is technology that's in use for balloons to keep them like sort of geostationary, if you want to put it that way. Just utilizing the different wind currents in different directions at different altitudes.
I know what you're saying. I've seen some dissertations about it. I mean, it's not actually keeping it geostationary. It's what it's doing is it's doing relocatory. It's a relocatory mechanism. The balloon drifts off into a certain domain distance, and then you bring it back by changing its altitude and trying to advantage the winds. That's basically it. Now, the problem I have with that is that I wouldn't. Presupposing it as an alternative for like satellite TV on the ground, I wouldn't say, because arguably that might work. But for GPS, particularly in the military domain, they can, with the GPS, we're told, and they've got no reason to suggest it's not the case, because anybody I know that works in the military hasn't told me differently, that the accuracy of GPS in the military domain is anything between 2 centimeters and 10 centimeters on the ground.
That's not what my phone has. You know, all I can go off is the GPS I have, and these things are very inaccurate. I put them to the test in my own experience, and there's lots of like recalculations and adjustments that my GPS has to use. There's lots of assumptions and algorithms where it kind of guesses where I'm at to an accurate degree. But you can catch it sort of like making adjustments when it kind of assumes you're going to do one thing, and then it realizes you're not doing one thing. And so there's a lot of guesswork going on with like a typical smartphone's GPS.
What you're seeing there is two things. There is the actual GPS module itself is producing a latitude, longitude, and height, and it does contain an element of jitter. If it reevaluates triangulation based upon something going in and out of the constellation of things it's looking at, it will have jitter. It will suddenly jitter position. When you're utilizing GPS on a map in Google Maps or your own commercial GPS thing, because the commercial GPS signal you have utilizes a signal component in the digital domain which is to a certain accuracy, and that's what everyone uses in the commercial domain. Alongside that information, there is a highly encrypted, packetized bit of information that gives military applications much higher accuracy. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you're going along on the road,
it always comes down to the military having technology we don't have, right?
they fund the funding and the rationale and the logistics of putting this all in place was so that the Americans and the Russians could steer intercontinental ballistic missiles, and they could effectively do military any military tactical military evaluation could be done on tanks, and ultimately nowadays GPS is in the soldier's helmet, it potentially is in guns, rifles, artillery. It's even put in stocks and supplies, but it's certainly in anything that moves, anything that costs a lot.
I have a question about GPS. Can it track things underground, in building, or underwater?
No, it's shit at all of that. The signal strength is just not there.
Hey, Paz, I don't know if you're going to be around in like 40 minutes, but I'm going to go for a little bit. And in case you're not around, have a good night, and I'll catch you later. Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I might be on work at the moment, but it's getting late here. So if I don't catch you, I'll come back and have a chat another time.
All right, see you, man.
When it comes to things like this, like GPS, all I'm saying is that if you're going to presuppose it's not satellites in orbits, you have to at least evaluate the geometry that suggests it is very high, and then you have to then work out, a robust, coherent. It's all about looking at what the proposition of how it works is, and rather than just, like I said, not you guys, but some people just say no, that's not true. It doesn't work like that.
Isn't it presupposing that they are satellites in space? You worded that as if like, to presuppose that they're not, but I mean, it's a presupposition that is what it is.
Yeah, we're just
like I said. I mean, if you ask me what I think it is, I'll tell you it's satellites in space. Or I tell you it's things that are so high, that they don't necessarily work as balloons. I don't know. The heights we're talking about are quite large. If I talk about 24,000 kilometers, clearly a group of people object to that because they have a preconceived idea of the limitations of the atmosphere or a firmament or whatever model they want to presuppose about the way the world works. Yeah, because it's quite high.
Okay, well, see, let's go on that. You're saying they're quite high. That's based upon the timing data that signal gives you. So again, you actually don't have any way to verify its height whatsoever. All you're doing is receiving signals. And I understand that those signals are claimed to be, this timing is, the timings that they claim, which then correlate with the system they've created. But that doesn't actually mean that that's how far they are, because you're just on the receiving end of it.
Exactly. What you do have is something somewhere that is giving you its position in a mathematical model, its timing in a mathematical model. Your little receiver and processor collects all of that. It presupposes and it engineers a spatial formula that works in the geocentric domain, as effectively in the geodesic domain, and works out eastings and northings. That in itself does not categorically prove a globe Earth. It alludes that technology is modeled on a flat Earth, but like you said, where that comes from and the nature of where it comes from is irrelevant to information that's sent.
No, you're not understanding.
The fact
that
anybody
is
says
based on
anything
the
else is
duration. The distance is based on the duration of the signal. So you have to know the medium to be able to understand the duration to get a distance. And you're presupposing a vacuum. Okay. In addition, GPS is wrong all the time, and distances can be consistently disproven based on GPS. And again, it doesn't have to be a balloon. There's something called electrogravitic propulsion, and 100 volt per meter increase from the ground can be measured. So if you're like thousands and thousands of feet in the air, you would have an incredible amount of electricity that you could utilize. It wouldn't be geostationary, it'd actually be a movement because the Earth doesn't move. So it's a ton of presuppositions on your end, a straw man with the confinement of balloons, and you'd have to verify the medium to verify the duration to equate to distance.
Of course, but one thing I agree with you. I agree with you. There is an evaluation of the signal across the medium. If they are at 24,000 feet, then if in the current prescribed model of the height of the atmosphere, the density of the atmosphere, it would be traveling well over 90% of the transmission space within the vacuum, and it wouldn't be perturbed in that sense. But granted, there is a mitigation because of atmospheric conditions and how that would affect electromagnetic transmissions.
Yeah. What if it's a much more dense medium?
Of course.
Radio doesn't need a medium.
Sorry?
Okay, non sequitur.
Radio doesn't need a medium.
Most electromagnetic spectrum doesn't need a medium. You're correct.
Non sequitur.
I got 2 points though, because one is what he was saying about where it is, and it could be. It doesn't have to be giving you the right signal or something like that. But doesn't it only work by virtue of the information it's giving you, and specifically the fact that it's correct information?
No. There's a correlation between the information it gives you and any desynchronization between you receiving the signal and the signal within the time stamping within the signal itself. In other words, it's a bit like if you're in a field and there's 3 people at different distances and they all somehow were able to simultaneously shout, you would hear their voices from the point of reference. Let's say you had a beep in your ear and they had a beep in their ears, which were all simultaneous, and when you heard the beep, they were all shouting, and you heard 3 voices delayed differently in the dark. You would be able to tell if you could recognize their voices. Tom is slightly nearer. I heard his voice first. David is the next one I heard, and that's a very simple analogy. What's going on? It's triangulation by knowing spatial distances between sources.
Assuming medium. So if I scream through a tunnel and then I scream through a pole and they have the same amount of time, they're going to be drastically different distances, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That you would have a difficulty there. But what I'm saying is that in the case of GPS, it uses the information to give you the correct location. So that kind of implies that the information is correct.
It does not use duration to give you location. You don't know what you're talking about.
The fact is that GPS works.
No, cite it. You just say things. You guys just say things. Cite it.
GPS works.
I've already looked into this. I know you're wrong. Cite it.
Not.
Cite
I
it.
know that. GPS works.
Cite it.
You can.
That's a non sequitur.
You can use GPS to navigate.
Non sequitur.
No, that goes to the point. If it didn't, if it didn't work, you couldn't use it to navigate.
I'm well familiar with the raw data, the NMEA files, the Rhinix files, and all this type of stuff. So I mean, I know the information that my phone gets when it gets raw data, and I know how it formats it, and the information you can glean from that. So I mean, I don't understand what other tools it would be using if that's the only thing it's giving you is that raw data.
Site where it uses duration to determine location. Cite it.
The point is this, okay, right? Is that you cannot evaluate GPS if you're going to do an isolatory and clinical evaluation of GPS. Then you have to go and get a GPS antenna and a GPS receiver, and you have to build your own electronic framework, because then you'll understand that there's a utility to it and a function with it, and it will give you information. And it won't have, and you can build a piece of kit which categorically hasn't got mobile comms, Ethernet, or Wi-Fi.
That's not the issue, though. That's not really what any concern would be. I mean, you could do that if you wanted to.
And many people do.
The receivers are not in contention, at least not in this discussion. Like in terms of the data you're receiving.
What's in contention then?
The model and the simulated system that they're mapping out. Yeah, they can map an oblate spheroid within a coordinate system and then create a spoofed system that they can call GPS with various spoofed signals to fit that oblate spheroid. However, there will be gaps and parts where you won't get signal. Because the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid, where you won't get let me just finish. Where you won't get accurate data. But if you're in downtown New York City, or really anywhere in the modern world that we're driving cars around, those are going to be accurate. But when you get out to the other areas like the Southern Pacific and so on, that's a whole nother story.
So
they're still accurate. They're still accurate. The military still use them in that domain.
No, they're not.
You're making an assertion. You're making an assertion.
Listen, buddy, you can take. No, I know. Yeah, I'll prove it. I'll prove it in just a second when I'm not driving. So you can take a bike and you can ride the bike, right? And you can actually measure how far you ride the bike, and then you can compare it to the GPS location. I know someone that went on a 25-mile ride on a bike, and it was off by 1.4 miles on the GPS. What's up?
It could have been their phone though, dude. Like if you use a GPS like correctly, it's gonna be off by maybe a few meters, maybe like 20 meters at the most, or something like that. But you can also get more accurate readings, very accurate readings.
No, they used GPS. They mapped out the trajectory beforehand. They said that there was a certain amount of miles, and then it was off by 1.4 miles in less than 30 miles. They actually measured it independent of the phone, and this was in North America. Again, also, you are assuming the medium. You're assuming the medium whenever you get a duration. A duration as in how.
No, you're not.
You're then applying that to a medium assumption.
There's no medium with it. There's no.
Again, that's the point, Brenda. Keep up or stop jumping in.
Medium.
Yeah, you assume there's no medium. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
An assumption. That's not an assumption.
Okay, how did you verify it?
Well, there absolutely is a medium. You guys may have different viewpoints of what it is, but of course there's a medium. You have air, you have temperature, particulates. That's the definition. I mean, that involves the definition of a medium.
It depends on the air to transmit.
Non sequitur.
There is. I mean, if you actually look into it in more detail, there is an element in the way it's architected that means that it is very difficult in technical terms, it's actually very difficult to subvert GPS, which is why the Russians have their own system, the Americans have theirs. If it was a case that you could very simply, right, make equipment think it's somewhere it's not, then it wouldn't have any meaningful military application to either sides of the Cold War. It wouldn't have any meaningful application in that respect.
No one's contending the functionality.
No, you're
no one's contending the functionality, dude.
So it would have been really convenient during the attack on Ukraine to disable Russia's drones. That would have been great if we could do that, but we can't.
is, along with an accurate timestamp, an accurate geospatial.
In like 2014 to like 2017, you know, and like you have a true about that. So
Non sequitur.
Yeah, there was another point.
Yeah, I know. You're
Oh my God, there was another point.
Geometry is.
That's fine, dude. The mods are here with me for a second now, but yeah, right. The other point you said though, what's it about the thing being in the sky? It doesn't have to be a balloon because it could be in the sky using the ionosphere because of the potential. But the only way that you can utilize that potential is if you have a cord. Like you have to kind of be connected.
No, the cord.
I never said anything about the ionosphere.
Well, no, but I'm saying anywhere in the atmosphere, you have to have one that's like on the ground and then one that's then it has to like go all the way up there. So it's not very easy to utilize that potential unless you have some sort of.
Well, that's what you said. That's what you said.
Yeah,
there's an incredible amount of pulsable electricity. There's an incredible. Oh, I guess the straw man didn't know what me said. There you go. I don't want to make that the ball.
If you have an atmosphere, you know, if on my opinion here, if you have an atmosphere, talking around Earth here, if you have an atmosphere, yes, if you have an atmosphere, but the water's round, but like the water's like falling off the round Earth, well, what's the point? Like the flat Earth explains all, like about this like world, this world to be seen by the Jesuits. So.
Okay, dude, calm down. Okay, so this is a
I'm experienced.
That's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur. Scared of what?
What do you do at your high school years? What do you do at your high school years?
Can I respond to Kosho, or are we just gonna just talk about Jesuits?
No, I ask you a question. What do you do in your high school years? After your high school years?
What did I do after my high school years?
With all due respect, Reese Puff, it's a little bit off topic. I think, we were actually, there was a topic that was.
Sorry for that.
That's all right.
Yeah, he's a troll.
Listen, guys.
I'm not a troll, dude.
Well, he said his piece. Go ahead, what's it?
All right, Coach, so just to respond to you, right? My point is that there is 100 volts per meter increase from the ground. So if you're extremely high in the air, there is an incredible amount of voltage. It's an incredible amount of electricity. For you to say that it's difficult to harness it, whatever. We're talking about the military spending billions of dollars. Okay, you could easily harness tons of electricity, and you would have no air resistance or impedance up there, practically none, according to the story. Now, if there's a more fluid-like dense medium, you could actually move even more efficiently with the electricity. So there's tons of harnessable potential energy that high. That's the point. So we don't have to make claims. We're not confined to balloons. That's ridiculous.
What does that have to do with GPS?
Well, maybe if you would pay attention and then you could use your cognitive ability to put the dots together, you'd understand.
So I wanted to address something that Gio said, which is that he complained about the model that is being applied, the model could be spoofed, right? But that's just not true, because then it wouldn't work.
Very profound.
I'm going to respond to what Witzy said, if that's okay. Just a second.
But the model has to correspond to your position on Earth, right? And
very profound.
GPS is highly accurate, and if it was a false model, it wouldn't give you your true location.
Wow, you're just oozing with specificity today, Brenda. Coach, do you have a response?
Yeah, I was going to say that I agree that the potential is there, Witzy, but I don't think that you can harness it without. I mean, the only reason there's a potential there is because there's a ground and there's some distance above it. And if you had some way to connect these two, like with a cord, then yeah, there would be some attainable energy there. However, just being up in the sky, that 100 volts per meter doesn't really mean anything, especially because the natural the natural medium between the ground and the sky is supposedly like one of the most resistant. It's one of the highest resistances there is. I think that can only be attained if you have a cord.
Okay, you think, but so have you know magnetic levitation, right? Obviously, there's no physical contact between whatever's levitating, so it depends on what's up above that object. depends on how close there is any type of solidity or even like any viscosity to a fluid medium would serve the same purpose of magnetic levitation. You would effectively be magnetically levitating relative to what's above you. You don't need a string going down to the ground. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's actually not ridiculous. So, the way superconductors work, actually, that was actually my idea. When I was thinking about the what do you call it? The potential electrostatic potential in the atmosphere. And one way to actually harness it would be to create a superconducting wire, because there's no resistance in that. There's no electrical resistance. However, there is a lot of electrical resistance in the air, and there's no way that this potential means anything unless you have some way to complete the circuit. But the potential's not doing anything. There's no way to harness that unless you're completing that circuit, and the circuit only exists. It only adds 100 meters or volt per meter if you're talking about connecting it to the ground.
Well, what's above you? No, that's not true. You have two Gaussian surfaces, something above you could be utilized to use magnetic levitation. Also, the resistance is irrelevant. How do bumblebees go through 60-mile-per-hour crosswinds unaffected? So you can definitely do this. If you think they can't do it, then feel free to explain why we see things going 4 times the speed of sound, and they're UAPs. Okay, the technology already exists. It's very simple. I'm not saying that it's so simple that I can just go make one in my garage. I'm saying to pretend that you can claim that to claim impossibility is ridiculously unfounded. You would have two Gaussian surfaces. So why can you not utilize what's above you? Why do you have to go all the way to the ground? That would be super inefficient.
I'm not claiming impossibility. I have an understanding. I study electrical engineering and stuff, and I could be wrong, but when I understand electrostatic potential, just like gravitational potential or any kind of potential energy, electrostatic potential is the potential that exists there between these two, these 2 points, but it means nothing if you can't connect those 2 points. Like if you don't have some, the medium that's there is resistant, so you'd have to have some sort of wire, some cord. Otherwise, there's no point in talking about the potential there, because there's no way to connect it.
So you can't transfer energy without a wire?
No, you could, but not in the atmosphere, for the reason I said. It was very resistant. It's very resistant to that sort of that sort of charge.
What exactly is causing the resistance?
I think the air molecules themselves. I don't remember the exact value, but I do remember seeing when I was looking at the electrostatic potential, the resistance in the atmosphere is something really crazily high.
Okay, so how many air molecules are at 50 miles?
Not very many, I don't think.
Okay, so if there's a Gaussian surface above you, you can easily attain electrogravitic propulsion.
Oh, okay, maybe. I mean, like I said, I'm not an expert. I just that's just the way I understand it. Definitely, though.
I'm not claiming to be an expert either. I'm just saying it's just objective.
Yeah, definitely, though, with the superconducting magnet, it kind of has to be in a magnetic field for that to behave the way, for it to be like, gravitate, or what do you say, magnetic levitation, that kind of thing.
Right. Does the Earth have a magnetic field, Crypto?
Oh, yeah, a very weak one.
That's what you say. Now, in addition to this, do you agree that we can't, current science cannot attain superconductivity at room temperature?
I've heard claims. I've seen the highest temperature I've seen. I can't remember what it was. It was something like 100 and something above absolute zero or something. But
I would love to see that. I've never heard that. But anyway, so we know that superconductivity is proportionate to colder temperatures, right?
Say it one more time.
Superconductivity is proportionate to temperature, right?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, each material has its has a temperature that it becomes superconductor, or it can become a superconductor. Right? Yeah.
Right. So if we have a very cold, viscous medium up above and a Gaussian surface, it would be like child's play to attain electrogravitic propulsion.
Maybe. Like I said, I remember seeing, like, when you look at some of the material, I was looking at a list of them just to see if, like, you can make one, because I made one at school, but if you can make one at home, but the temperatures are really, really, really low. I don't know if those exist anywhere in our atmosphere.
Well, the key word is that you don't know. So like, if you go to the top of a mountain, it's cold, right? So hyperlogically, the higher you go, the colder it gets, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right, because there's like a lack of air molecules even within your paradigm. Like the thermosphere is incredibly hot, but not really, because there's nothing to transfer the energy.
Yeah.
So it's cold. It's effectively cold. Now imagine if there's a superfluid and a Gaussian surface. You don't even need the superfluid though. That's my point. I think there is a superfluid, but you don't need it. So if you can utilize the motion within the superfluid, within the natural magnetic field, just like your model claims that there are Van Allen radiation belts. So you would reach the max permittivity at the top of the magnetic field.
Right.
So permittivity and permeability is relative to medium, you know.
Well, I'm looking. Okay, I know I had a list somewhere. Yeah, so I have a list of these. What is it called? Oh, it's called the T. I think it's called. I don't know. I don't know what the value is for T. It's like the point at which they become superconductors. Yeah, there's some fairly there's cold ones.
Most of them.
No, yeah, but there's some. I saw one that was like 100 and something above absolute zero. But it was like some weird chemical.
If you could drop it, that'd be pretty interesting. Pretty intriguing. I think that dude should win a Nobel Prize because it baffles the current scientific consensus as to how to attain superconductivity at room temperature alone.
Okay, hold on.
That's roughly 70 degrees. But anyway.
Yeah, this is negative 23 Celsius. That's pretty high.
So I think you're pretty honest overall, right? So is it possible that the government has attained different methodologies for flight that we don't know about?
Perhaps. I mean, there's definitely evidence that there's UFO type shit.
Right. So you're being honest. There's actually evidence for it. Not only is it hypothetically possible, we have evidence for it. So we have evidence for that, and they're going like insane speed. Like the director of that little, UAP section of the Pentagon forces, whatever you want to call it. That guy came out and he explained that we have observation sightings of things going 4 to 5 times the speed of sound. In fact, Michio Kaku was just on Fox. Michio Kaku was just like one of your priesthood theoretical physicists. Not you necessarily, just your paradigm. But anyway, he was on Tucker Carlson like 5 days ago talking about how we have observations of things going multiple times the speed of sound.
He was talking about UFOs?
Yeah, like the actual interview was about radio bursts from space, and how they're random and dissipate very quickly, but how China claims to have found some that are periodic, and then his psychopathic self tries to equate that to intelligent life and blah, 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 aliens coming out party or whatever. But then we go into UAPs, and they travel like multiple times the speed of sound. This could be attained if you could overcome the hurdle of impedance, like a bumblebee through crosswinds. Obviously, something has attained it.
Yeah, I've thought about that, but the one with the Navy there's several explanations, but there's also unexplained. It's obviously unexplained at this point. I mean, there's explanations if you wanted to try to write it off as something that was normal, but definitely
they're very grasping straws though. Like they're like, oh, it's a bird, and all this stuff. Like Brenda believes that they're birds, but I'm just saying, like, let's be logical here. Like in the 30s, the Germans had electrokinetic propulsion that was successful. In the 30s. Now you can say they're lying. I mean, of course they did lie about a lot, but they also crushed a lot. They had amazing technological advancement. That's why we did Operation Paperclip, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, dude, that's like a decade. I mean, that's like a century ago.
Yeah, and whenever you do see something that's bizarre like that, like there's two, like it could be an error with his sensors. That would be like a simple way to write it off, but it's still worth investigating, and it could very possibly be a technology from another country that we don't have any awareness of what that technology is, or it could be our own military's technology. Who knows?
Well, I mean, the military doesn't release technology until many decades later. They'd actually be very incompetent if they didn't do that. Like, even if we wanted to believe the fairy tale, like people like Brendan believe that the government's benevolent and all this stuff. Like, even if they were just benevolent looking out for us, like, they would hide technology from the public for national security purposes. So, I mean, it's honestly, like, very illogical to think that they don't have very advanced flights. I mean, that would assume incompetence.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do think they're incompetent, though. I do think that most technology comes from outside, from the private vector, private sector. Yeah.
Sure. The contractorships with NDAs serve a pretty mighty purpose, right? I mean, private contracts with NDAs.
You talk about them too much, they're gonna come talk to you.
Well, tell them to come holler at me. Yahoo has got my back, and I'm not afraid of them.
They know better. The one time, this is a true story. One time I was in the desert looking at the stars. I was in the Middle East, and I was like, I went out on the highway because there's no lights out there. So I took this girl. We were going on the highway, and I pulled over. We were in the sand on the side of the highway, just look at the stars. And then I swear to God, right in front of my face, there's a base out there somewhere, like a base that's like in the desert that, it's like supposed to be secret shit. And there was a helicopter. It flew like literally, I didn't even see it or hear it coming. And it flew right in front of me, like 20 feet in front of me.
Is
it was
free
pitch black.
base?
So what?
Is it free? This base?
Yeah, it's a free base. That's right.
Is that are you like just telling us a certain characteristic to keep it safe?
No. I was telling you that this was like some fucking strange tech that I had no idea how that was even possible. Like, it literally flew right in front of my face. Like, it had to be 20 feet in front of me. Flew right across both me and her. We didn't see it coming, and like we couldn't see it soon after it was gone either.
Kosho, all love, buddy, but I'm gonna voice my suspicion of casual airport date in the Middle East.
Airport date?
Or akin to, it's a liking to such a thing. You're by the
Wait,
base.
did you say 20 feet?
Yeah, it's like 20. Okay, realistically, like this is from my memory and from a very like strange experience. So I'd say at most 100 feet, but like right in front of my face. 20 feet is probably too close.
I don't discount what you're saying. I've literally seen things like 5 different times. My friend, they've actually declassified this one. It's called the TR-38B or TR-3B or something like that. It's like a triangle. But my friend saw that at a very, very low altitude. But I've seen like crazy lights, bro. Like that move super fast.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know many people under the age of 30 who haven't seen something.
Yeah.
So
there was in my buddy's backyard. This was probably 10, 12 years ago. There was one summer we could go to his backyard. We'd always have parties there. And if we looked in one part of the sky for 5 minutes, like you just sat there for 5 minutes, you were going to see this thing. And it always did the same thing where it was like this super fast, like weird green, like zip, like it was like a weird design in the sky, like this weird line, and then it's like zipped away. I was like, what the fuck? That was never explained, but sometimes there's shit like that happens.
I saw like 2 things in Nevada, which they love to test things in Nevada. Yeah, I mean, she filmed them.
You always hear about shit over there because they actually do test shit over there.
Yep.
Yo, did you ever find out what chain Upland's on?
Dude, you're such a fiend, dude. First of all, I saw that you could use Bitcoin or Ethereum, like supposedly. I think you can trade with either of them. Listen, man, I don't know, dude. You just do your own research, man. I don't know how to do the research. I don't know where to look for that.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, they fucked. Yeah, no, G. I was gonna ask you, man.
It came up today. It didn't go in. It didn't go below 20. It just barely didn't go. Like it got like didn't go into the teens, is what I'm saying. And then it's already up trending.
Yeah, 19 is its support for anyone that cares. 19 is pretty clearly its support. So
it essentially just bounced off the same support line that was the peak back in, what was that, 2017? Like that peak.
Yeah, but didn't it go down to 3,000 since then?
Like, remember when it ran up in like the end of 2017? It went up to 20K, and then it came down after that. So yeah, basically, like right now, it just kind of bounced off that same support line from that point.
If it were like a regular stock, like if the investors, that's the problem with cryptocurrencies. The investors aren't as predictable as the regular market because a lot of them are new investors and stuff. But if the investors in Bitcoin were, if it was like a regular stock, basically, you would see it basically shoot up right now, right? Because a lot of people would be fucking investing in it. Now it's like super low.
Well, it does function that way. Yeah, people do now that it kind of settled down to 20 like that, and it didn't go into the teens. Everyone's going to quickly realize this is the low. This is the low. So if you want to get in now, after it starts.
Have you guys ever heard of monatomic gold?
Yeah. Silver.
Well, yeah, the monatomic gold is the real great. So it's a powder form, since it's like, I normally need a matrix of atoms to attain stability, but monatomic gold is a singular atom that has stability. And that's why it's in powder form, for a singular atom. But anyway, so they found like 50 tons of this white powder in the pyramids. And so if you've ever heard of this guy named Hudson, and look up monatomic gold and then like a scientist named Hudson. Anyway, he would like weigh this monatomic gold, and it would even go into negative weight. And if you put it in a dish, the dish would actually go to negative weight. It would effectively attain levitation. And so the idea is that you can use this to move these giant stones in the pyramid. They sent it over to a very high-level lab in Germany, and then the results were never released. But anyway, I'm saying, so what if you utilize monatomic gold in the production of something that you put at a high elevation or a high altitude, more so? Right? Like we don't know a lot of stuff, man. Like monatomic gold, it seems like is what people call mana, which actually means what is it? And the Egyptians call the same thing. What then is it? And all these conical shaped bread formations were actually just, they were monatomic gold structures. So and they say it's like it's a modality that we don't understand. So I mean that just goes to show you that all these people that think they know everything, they don't. I mean there's a literal structure, an atomic structure that like boggles the mind. It was unknown just a handful of years ago, and most people still don't know that.
Yeah, there were some Indian dudes a few years ago. I don't remember whatever happened to them, but they claimed to have room temperature superconductivity with gold. And I was like, what the hell? Because I had seen it right when the paper came out, but I was almost certain that it was not legit. And I mean that's
what kind of Indians, Kosho? From India?
It was both. It was they teamed up with the Native Americans and the
no way. That's fucking bullshit. There's no fucking way Indians from India teamed up from Native Americans from over here. Have an Indian on Indian fucking thing.
It was Indians from India, yeah.
Yeah, those fuckers fake a lot of shit.
Yeah,
they faked like some sort of monument, and then this town got all famous, and people were visiting the town, and then people were like, "Wait, this isn't an ancient monument." And some guy made it like a couple years ago.
I heard about that. But it's actually really bad to like like if you're gonna write a paper or something like that and publish a paper and that's got fraudulent material in it, then you kind of are like shunned. I think you can lose like licenses and shit like that. I don't know, Jason might know, but I think you can actually lose like your credibility, like actual like degrees and shit. Not your degree, but like your licenses.
Yeah, well, in some cases they just give you a Nobel Prize, right?
I like how you said Jace might know, like he's done it before.
No, I don't mean like that.
No, I know of the we're gonna publish in that field again. I have heard of people having their degrees renounced by that gave it to them, but that's very rare. You have to do some pretty horrible scientific things for that to happen. But
you get shut out of
Yeah, you'll never publish a paper in that field again in a peer-reviewed journal.
Yeah, they love
doing
the blackballing that they do in that fake science.
Yeah, when you lie,
Pretty
we don't
thorough.
want you in science, right? We don't
What about the
want
guy who
people
made a
who are
hydrogen
lying.
car and then died?
If that was the case, then we'd have to uproot a lot of liars if that was actually being done.
Or the guy that made the hydrogen car and died. Let me guess, he didn't make the hydrogen car. You think something like monatomic gold would be blast on the internet or something?
No, if it was true, it'd be replicatable, and people would be able to repeat the experiment.
Can you cite someone attempting to do so and failing, please?
What?
Can you cite someone attempting to do so but failing?
Imagine if you actually did.
What about
create an
attempting to do
alternative to
so and
gasoline
failing?
and oil? Imagine if you actually did create an alternative. You basically just made enemies with all the world's governments and every corporation on planet Earth. You don't think that group could somehow get you whacked?
Dude, he got brutally murdered within the same year that the news covered his hydrogen car.
I haven't met any other scientist who's afraid of being whacked by the sun.
Okay, because they all fit within consensus. So the guy that made the hydrogen car died. He was
No,
murdered.
we're constantly challenging the consensus.
Okay, who's trying to make a free renewable energy?
There's a
None
lot
of
of
them.
people. There's entire companies and institutions designated to develop energy.
There's
So you're just
entire
making- you're just making stuff-
controlled ops.
Dude, my dad works for a company. Okay, they specialize in energy, and they started to go towards hydrogen, and the government clamped down on them and told them that they couldn't legally do it. I literally have firsthand knowledge. The government would not let them pursue hydrogen energy. Firsthand knowledge.
Did they
The
have
government would not let them pursue
evidence of that? Do we have it in writing or anything? Any kind of evidence?
Oh yeah, let me get my dad to lose his job. Let me get my dad to lose his job so this guy anonymously on the internet can hand wave dismiss it.
No, if
I
you
saw
had
the
it in writing.
It was literally illegal for him to tell me.
If you had it in writing, how can you hand wave dismiss it?
It was illegal for him to even tell me. Do you understand?
This is fucking hilarious.
What's he like, a secret squirrel? CIA type stuff?
No, it's called
just an NDA, you fucking idiot.
intellectual property, dude. Are you
No,
kidding me?
don't do name calling.
Well, I know, but it's
Dude, are you
just
saying I made this
ridiculous,
up?
dude. Like my dad,
are you
who's
saying
my dad, who's a psychiatrist, has signed NDAs before. It's not some top secret fucking thing. It's very normal.
Yeah, I work
Normal
as a
to sign an NDA.
biochemist. I work as a biochemist. I sign NDAs all the time. It's not. No one's gonna whack me. That's not how it works.
No, but you get sued for a lot of money. It's called an NDA.
If the government was trying to shut down a project, they would have to put it in writing. That's how those things are done.
All right, so
The
Jay,
government isn't signed an NDA.
They don't
Yeah.
just like a CIA agent shows up at your building. It's like, hey, stop making that energy. That's not how it works, man.
So Jay, so
No,
you're
they
saying
were
that no one's ever been
hydrogen technology, and the government stepped in. Dude,
But hydrogen technology is known about, man. Like, people are working on hydrogen technology.
do you have like an NPC shirt you wear around or something? Because I don't understand why it is that you're so adamant about like the status quo and everything that is to be known is known.
I didn't say anything about the status quo.
So what about the guy? Have you ever researched the guy that made the hydrogen car and it literally drove in the United States and was covered by mainstream news and he died within a year? Was savagely murdered and shot to death. Have you ever heard of him, researched him, or looked into it?
Sure, you're telling me about him now. Why don't we have hydrogen cars then if this was such a great invention?
Because the government
He
makes
was
a ton of
murdered.
money off of oil, and our entire economy
So
is built on the petrodollar.
Oh
You're
my
telling me
God,
this
the guy was brutally murdered.
You're telling me that this guy built a hydrogen-fueled car all by himself. He was the only one who knew about this technology. He was the only one who worked on it. Like, none of that makes any sense.
He's the only one that discovered it. The news covered it. He had a meeting with the government, and a week after the CIA met with him, he was murdered. You can go verify what I'm saying. So
Other people would have had to have been working with him. You don't work in a vacuum. This guy wasn't in his garage building a car.
So if you know a guy, you're like, you work for him, and then he comes up with this, he meets with the CIA, and then he gets murdered. What exactly are you going to do? Are you going to go out and say, I kind of know what he was talking about. I was just his helping hands. He was saying this after he got murdered.
You publish your results so that everyone else can replicate it. The government isn't going to kill everybody.
Oh, that's what you would do, huh? You would have the balls to go publish it after your friend got murdered.
Yes. We've published many things against the recommendation of parent pharmaceutical companies.
They murdered.
It's done all the time.
And in 2020, I have firsthand personable knowledge that the government still doesn't want you looking into hydrogen energy. You can Google it.
Into hydrogen energy, man.
Only within the confinement of the legality allowed. You can Google it. Google.
Is this legality in writing?
Google governmental restrictions on hydrogen energy. Or just keep making stuff up.
I think you're the one making stuff up, bro.
So I made up that my dad told me that. Is that your claim?
Sure, you don't have it in writing. You have no way for anyone else to verify it but you. So how do we know if it's true or not?
My dad was playing basketball with me and my uncle, his brother, and then just decided to lie to us. That's a great claim you got there.
Just real quick.
And it could just be you're just making up a thing that your dad did. Why it doesn't have to involve him lying.
Wow, so I just made this up. You think I'm like?
Yeah, there's no way to verify what you're saying. That's why anecdotes aren't evidence.
That's okay. Yeah, it's anecdotal. It's covered under NDA. He wasn't supposed to tell me. He wasn't supposed to tell me. In fact, me telling you, I would just deny till death that anything ever came of this. So whatever.
Dude,
forget
no
it.
one's looking.
The guy that admittedly had to meet with the CIA and was murdered a week later. You can find the news stations covering his hydrogen car. In fact, the news anchor got in the car and drove it on the news.
Oh, good. We should all be having hydrogen cars then.
I give up. I really give up. Like this is fucking
this isn't
irritating
how
just
reality
to listen to, Jace.
works, guys.
You're just fucking denying everything he says. Just so
Because
you
there's
can make
no
the argument.
evidence.
Just so you can evidence. Like this is painful to listen to.
There's no reason for Jace. There's no reason to Jace to accept it or not accept it because, like he's saying, he doesn't have verification of it. However, the question I would have for you: how come you're denying it if you don't have verification? Why wouldn't you just say, "Huh, that's interesting. That might be true." That's it. Why would you not just be neutral? Because that's what you're saying, but you're not being neutral. You're actually denying it in various ways.
I'm neutral. If you can come up with evidence, I would love to look at it and make a judgment off of that. But I do have experience with pharmaceutical companies and them telling us not to do certain things, and no one's going to whack you if you do it. That's just not how it works.
Hey, so if you could come up with hydrogen-powered vehicles, would any powerful people lose money? Yes or no?
Sure, I could care less about them.
So you don't think that happens in other industries? Like you might be in an industry that is not the same as others. So
yeah, aren't they making like a hydrogen fuel cell thing?
I was gonna say, I thought they had hydrogen fuel cells.
Yeah, actually,
that's why I said hydrogen fuel has been being developed. It's not some secret squirrel thing.
Well, I think Austin's talking about a particular. I think he's talking about a particular situation.
But no, I get what you're saying, Gio. Of course, there could be industries where shady things happen. But I just, from my experience being in, like I said, the pharmaceutical industry, and having friends that do other things in different scientific industries and engineering, I haven't come across anecdotes or evidence of those kind of situations.
Yeah,
If they reserve judgment, then
what do you think about
honest position. The hydrogen fuel cells that are being made right now, they're incredibly unaffordable based on legal restrictions of the resources and the processes to make it. They claim it's an environmental threat. So they've made that. Go look at how much a hydrogen fuel cell costs to produce right now. It's impossible.
I don't doubt it's expensive.
Because the government.
There's hydrogen engines as well, not just hydrogen fuel cell.
Okay, so go look at how much it costs to produce them.
I'm just saying, like, when you Wikipedia it and Google it, it's just there's been hydrogen engines and modified engines from 1970 onward.
Yeah, that's my point. The guy came out and said you can go across the entire United States with just a handful of hydrogen, and then he died a week after meeting with the government.
Well, I don't know about the death and all that, and like, you know, obviously that crap happens, but yeah, they're like, it's a fact that there's hydrogen cars and hydrogen engines and modified gas engines that work on hydrogen.
I think it's like Toyota or somebody's coming out with one real soon.
Toyota, Mazda.
Yeah.
A Wankel engine I'm reading here burns hydrogen.
It's purely hydrogen? No.
Yeah. Well, apparently, yeah.
Tried it.
I mean, it's hydrogen internal combustion engine vehicle. Like it's
purely hydrogen. It's purely hydrogen. No fuel inside it.
HCEV.
Yeah, you know, that guy Scotty Kilmer did a video on it, and I just watched it like the other day or whatever it was. But yeah, it's an interesting tech, and like Elon Musk was like against it, and like, you know, said it was stupid, whatever. But yeah, who knows? I mean, shit. I was gonna say the Jace though, like in the concept of, just to get back to skeptic, or like the idea that, let's say, like some industry would take care of its own. It's like, do you know about like Seth Rich and like, you know, Hillary Clinton and shit? You know what I mean? Like,
well, right. So this
I don't know.
I don't deny that it's happened and it does happen.
But I agree with you, though. I agree with you, though. I do. It doesn't happen often. I hear you, brother.
Yeah.
The death. It's the death.
And more often, when you invent something, you know, that goes against the status quo, that's useful, there's a million other rich guys lining up who want to make money with you and your invention. That's what I observe most of the time.
Yeah, but not when there's like trillionaires against it.
Yeah, the patents are fishy.
For every trillionaire, there's, you know, thousands of billionaires who want to make money with you.
How many billionaires don't make money on fuel?
There's guys that like invent that shit and then they get X'd out and then they wait 70 years and bring out his technology. You know what I mean? Like, there's that. You know, who knows?
A lot of these patents are up there. It's just a matter of being the manufacturer and having the infrastructure to build these engines and stuff. So until, like, say, Tesla came along, it wasn't possible for us to make an electric vehicle. You know, although we could, you know, had remote control cars and things.
No, they had them prior. Electric.
They had them way before Tesla.
Yeah.
Electric cars in the 80s and 90s.
It's up to these mass production. Yeah. It's up to one guy, one billionaire, you know, some friggin' miracle from South Africa.
No, he's not
a miracle.
Whatever. I'm saying a miracle statistically, you know? I'm not saying he's a godsend or anything.
I know, it's just a funny way to put it.
He was allowed in because his dad was a technocracy, like into technocracy. He was allowed to do it. That's the only reason he did it. He stole PayPal and Tesla.
Yeah, and it's happening now. The first like Ford car was electric, and I don't know. This technology is allowed to come forward, and a hydrogen fuel cell, like, it's so simple to think about. You know, splitting water into oxygen and hydrogen.
Exactly, and you can actually do it on a small scale yourself. It's a volatile reaction unless you do it correctly. But that's what they say. They try to say it's too dangerous. And I would just like to point out again, my dad worked for a company that tried to do that very thing. Like, it takes the one company to come take the patent and try to produce it. My dad literally worked for a company that tried to do that. And the government said, "Nuh-uh, not today." So, I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not going to say they're never going to come out with it, but only when they manipulate it.
Well, you'd be surprised at the patents out there. You could probably find patents, and I'm sure other people like, you know, Art Bell and whoever have done it. They've you know, gotten people to do the research. The patents are out there. It's just a matter of building it mass scale.
Yeah, we find people who we find people who patented stuff, chemicals and biological products that they haven't even actually physically made. Like, they theoretically think of it and, you know, do out the chemistry or the biology, and then they'll throw a patent on that, like it's their product, and so you get into legal disputes.
Patents, sorry, bro, but how many Nikola Tesla patents are just sitting there that have never been manufactured? Hundreds.
Well, yeah, but there's definitely a difference between like the approved patents and then ones that are just kind of are not approved, you know?
Yeah, and anyone that claims that the approval is not dependent upon monolithic power structures of incredible wealth is the real conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, but I'm saying even under the ones that are approved, there's some insane patents out there that are approved and everything and ready to go. It's just a matter of building it. It's not just going to be one guy in his garage. One guy.
Yeah, you just need a lawyer. You get a good lawyer, and you can patent basically anything.
What about when the fuel industry has all the best lawyers and they have like 4,000 of them?
It's a matter of it being provable too, and it can't duplicate someone else's patent. There's a lot of checking and background investigation that goes on.
Well, yeah, what they'll do is they'll try to find it not work one time and then sue you under consumer fraud.
Well, what most scientists would do is just get involved with another group, you know, have them do it with you, publish that, let others do it, and then it's undeniable when you have hundreds of thousands of people who have done this thing that they can't deny you anymore.
Like going to Mars.
In a way, I admire your like naive innocence. You know, but
this is how it works. This is
no,
what
you're just naive. You think that there's no benevolent powers that be that don't want their power structure to be eliminated. When the petrodollar is the most profitable Ponzi scheme in the modern history of mankind.
There's no doubt that these people die at an alarming rate. And by these people, I mean anyone working in like the White House or anything, you know, Washington. It just depends on who you want to put blame to. But, you know, it's a fact that, you know, Hillary Clinton has worked with 130 people that have died, you know, in recent history. So I'm not,
at least, yeah.
And it's like, yeah.
More than that, probably. I mean, think about how many we don't know. 4 of the Clinton bodyguards were killed in Waco.
And then when you look at Hollywood and the suicide rate or the death rate or the whatever, you know, the overdose rate, it's just a different level compared to the general public as well.
Yeah. And the aneurysm rate, like the amount of aneurysms from celebrities that speak out. Like once you speak out, you have an aneurysm. What a coincidence.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I admire your
I admire that you think you understand industries you have no idea about. It's just kind of funny to me.
The fact you think,
and then you call me
no, like,
naive.
Benevolent
It's like the most arrogant, ridiculous thing.
No, you're the one being arrogant. All I'm doing is saying that we don't actually know what goes on behind the scenes all the time. And there are people that stand to lose a lot by allowing certain beneficial technologies out, right? It's like if you could create free energy and the only cost was maintenance of the actual equipment, that would never be allowed because the utility of electrical grids are out of this world. And of course, they improved the electric car once they've utilized it for control. That's why they subsidize them now. They actually pay you to get electric cars because you can only go 250 miles. With a hydrogen car, you go across the United States with like just a handful of hydrogen. See, that's a renewable resource in abundance that can be utilized with water, which is the most abundant resource in the world. So they don't want that. They can't make their money off of that. They can't hold you down and keep you dependent on that.
Hey, I saw have y'all seen this TikTok magic video where the ball is a little steel pinball and it falls down the little hourglass tower and it hits the steel rail ramp and it loops back up the ramp and back into the starting plate up top. It like slides down the slide and then loops up and back.
And it never ends. Yeah, I've seen that. It looks so fake.
It's got to be fake, right?
It's never ending. Yeah, it can't be real unless there's. Yeah, it's photoshopped. It's looped. Something.
What do you mean it's looped?
Like there's something photoshopped, or it's like a loop. You know.
No. I would give it like magnet accelerator or something, dude, or like he's tilting it, holding it in his hand. I can't remember, but it can't. I don't think it's chemical.
If it is doing what it's doing, then it's gonna slow down eventually and miss. You know, like.
What happened?
No, it can't slow down. I don't think it can slow down.
It's basically a short slide that you put a marble on, and then at the end of the slide, it gets flung back up onto the beginning.
Which is a plate with a funnel in the middle. A drain.
So it never ends, yeah.
Yeah, perpetual motion device. Yeah, of course it loses energy on the path.
Yeah, so I'm saying if it does keep going, then it's like overshooting it on the first, and then the second it's perfect, and then the third it'll like miss, you know?
You guys know that we should be able to charge our phones just by holding them, right? But you guys do realize that there's obviously benevolent forces that keep you outside of self-sustainability. We should be able to charge our phones by holding them. I'm just kidding. Jace, is there any conspiracy you believe in?
Some people, yeah. Some people hate that. Jace,
they
go ahead.
have that. That's an invention. There's girl won a Nobel Prize for that, for making it on a flashlight.
Yeah, you should be able to hold your phone and charge it. Just electrostatic charger. But, hey, Jace, do you believe in any conspiracy? Can you name a conspiracy you believe in?
He ain't gonna sell out.
If you can present one with good evidence, then I would evaluate it to see its validity.
That wasn't really the question. Hold on, that wasn't really a question. I think he was more asking: Are there any conspiratorial human behaviors or specific either events or essentially times when humans have conspired to create some criminal act through deception? Do you think that has existed?
Oh, sure. There's been tons of different
Can you name one?
Yeah, there's been spies in the government. The CIA has had spies. There's been, corrupt police officers all over the place, corrupt FBI agents.
Very vague. Can you name one that's not been declassified or very vague? Like, can you name 9/11 official story, like MK Ultra, which has been declassified, so doesn't count? Or can you name any conspiracy that you believe in?
Right. What about fluoride?
What about something simple like Benghazi? Yeah.
What about product-based? Commercial.
How about this question? Have you looked up anything on your own and not just been told by one of us?
How about the Oliver North Central America thing that happened, whatever that was?
Have you Googled anything?
The truth of the matter is that there are humans conspiring everywhere. So if you don't already have a lead on some of them, then I guess they're all tricking you.
There's some people that I come on Discord to talk to and that have common subjects, common conspiracy theories, and then there's some people that just don't at all, and they're sitting here.
Yeah, but think about this. There are people that deny stuff the government's admitted, like MK Ultra, where they literally brainwash people. They research how to brainwash people, and they did it on the unsuspecting public. They literally utilized these brainwash and mind control techniques on unsuspecting college students. And there are people that will deny that the government brainwashes people. You can literally, subliminal
Yeah, they
Subliminal
dose
messaging was one of them.
sound, right?
And you can look at one of the it's like I forgot, it's not the national anthem, but it's the other American like zealot song. And you can watch the video from back in the day, and if you put it at 0.25, you can see it says like rebellion will not be tolerated. Government is God. It's subliminal messaging. So it's like,
Oh yeah,
Jason, you agree that the government tries to brainwash the public?
in the morning national anthem, I remember that.
Yeah, maybe it is a national anthem. I can't remember. Or it's like the song. It's like from Stina Sign. I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, I remember seeing that as well.
And it's still on YouTube. You can watch it. You can go to 0.25 and literally see it. It's the most eerie thing ever. It says rebellion will not be tolerated.
Yeah, I mean every sentence has a different. Every sentence had a different phrase behind it. Yeah, it wasn't just rebellion will not be tolerated. It was a bunch of other ones, right?
Yeah, it said government is God.
Yeah.
It said
Obey. Yeah.
obey.
And
That's creepy as hell,
that's
bro.
classified, right? That's official.
Yeah, but it's still on YouTube, man. You can just go watch it.
No, this Witsit. Can you really show? Because I really hear the Globers get cogged on this a lot. This is one thing they do not want to just jump right to. It's official. They want to be like, nah, this is some internet hoax or something like that.
Okay, Ultra.
I agree.
No, the one where with the y'all talking about the catchphrases and the sentences, that thing.
I'll find it. It's on
Yeah,
YouTube.
no, he's right. What he's saying, the average Glober you're used to, wouldn't say that that's like an official thing, without proof, right?
They don't like this. They'll be like, okay, that's the YouTube video of a TV, and maybe it could be edited, but they'll be like, can you get somebody to own that? Yes, we broadcasted this, or yes, we produced this, and
Somebody who practiced hypnosis and studied mentalism and subliminal messages. I don't see a purpose to putting a subliminal message in someone's TV that says rebellion will not be tolerated. That sort of seems like something that you want to tell people directly, and that subliminal message that wouldn't even really. I don't know what kind of result you'll get from that.
It would make. What are you talking about? It would make you not rebel. It would make. What are you talking about? Anyway, the government came out and admitted that they used to do that, and then supposedly made it illegal.
Yeah, no, subliminal messages are real.
Admitted that they used to do it, and they said you can read it yourself. Have you ever seen it, Coach?
Subliminal messages are real. I mean, it's definitely a useful and real effect. But I'm just saying, to that effect, I don't think that would have any effect, because it's to say that rebellion will not be tolerated, to tell that to somebody subconsciously, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like. It seems like if you wanted to give them a subliminal message, you would just say like, I will not rebel, or something like that.
Right? No, you actually are supposed to tell them, Witsit. Obey and be docile is cool. Like rebellion will not. Like that doesn't.
Yeah, it seems like that's like a warning. It's not really.
Yeah, exactly.
Who cares about our?
Listen, here's the answer. It puts you in a subconscious state of fear, dude. What are you talking about?
Possibly no, but it makes you think rebellion. Actually,
no, it
but
doesn't.
anyway,
It does not.
Did it happen or not?
Kershaw, have you ever seen it?
I've never seen this video, but I've seen real subliminal messages.
No, you'd be.
And then go to 0.25 and watch it. It's ridiculously eerie, bro.
The subconscious omits the negative. So if you omit the not part of that, you have rebellion and tolerated.
You know what you're talking about. Yes,
but I'd like to say something in that the father of rebellion is supposed to be Satan himself. Wouldn't Satan want a rebellious society?
No, not when he rebels against the will of the Father, but the system wants you to obey. Obviously.
But anyway, how official is this shit, man? What's it? And
where is it?
You're confident, and I appreciate it.
It was broadcast across the national news. It was broadcast nationally on every morning.
Okay, is that just hearsay, or can you substantiate that?
Well, no, you remember after 9/11, there was it was very clear. Like they played that one song, "I'm Proud to Be an American." They played that song, but that was like kind of like overt, you know, conditioning and stuff like that. They do a lot of that conditioning stuff, and they've even used. I don't know. I'm not sure about the government themselves, but plenty of entities, business entities, they use subliminal messages all the time.
It was National Anthem sign off in 1960s. And it was like every morning at the end of the news, they would sign off with like this anthem. And at the bottom, there'd be subtitles. So you can Google 1960 national anthem or something, subliminal messages. You'll find it. If it's real or not, we have to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
Also, we got off topic because Jace is just chilling there, you know, unawares of any conspiracy theories, lacking all, you know, answers.
I think there's a greater overall conspiracy to have, you know, the 85% docile and believe it's all be good and weak. And then you got like the 10% that heard them. And then you got like mixed in there, they hurting themselves. You got the 10% that like over them, you know. Well, just these corrupt ass motherfuckers, bro. Just sitting there, they know damn well, oh, they powerful, they'll kill anybody and take whatever they want. And they got the other 90% trick.
90%, 85%, it doesn't seem right.
Well, 90-10, 90-10, whatever.
There it is. Go watch it at 0.25.
I'm watching right now. I found it. So now that I know it's from the 60s, it makes a lot more sense actually, because you know, like Project Paperclip, like when we got a lot of the engineers and stuff from the Germans, the Russians. Yeah, the reason why we did that was because we didn't want the Russians to get a lot of their scientists too. But the Nazis were doing a lot of different sort of tests. They weren't just doing physics type of science. They were doing studying on humans and that kind of stuff. And the Russians actually got their hands on like a lot of the propaganda techniques and kind of hidden psychological warfare. So I think that at this time in our country, when we were doing MK Ultra, we were also experimenting with psychological warfare. But
you can go read Joseph Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels was the head of the propaganda department of the Nazi regime. One of the things that they still use is, he said it's like the best way to brainwash the public, the masses, is to use very short, rudimentary, emotion-filled sentiments. And they still do that, right? Like, build the wall, make America great again. Like, very short, easy to remember, emotional sentiments. So like, Joseph Goebbels is a very good thing to read. If people are in denial that the government will brainwash you, just go read Joseph Goebbels and then realize that we brought all the Nazis over here. And then right after that, we did MK Ultra.
Well, like I said, we probably got some of their psychologists as well, but the Russians got a whole bunch of their psychological warfare dudes. And I think that during us spying with them, because somehow the Russians got the nuclear got the nuclear bomb from us, so their spies were deep in our midst, and I think we had spies and we gained some of the psychological warfare techniques. But yeah, we're definitely trying to use them back in this time. Even the war on drugs, which was around the same time, it was for the same reason that looks like, if this is real, is for this, it was to subdue or have a reason to subdue not Nazis, hippies and minorities.
Yeah, like Jim Morrison's dad was obviously in charge of Gulf of Tonkin. And so if you look into Tavistock and like really popular bands from the 60s to the 80s, the CIA was putting out different bands to subconsciously brainwash people.
Yeah, I always wondered about Jim Morrison just because I never thought about him like that until I heard his dad was an admiral. But
hey, you know what's crazy? The guy who came out with that book, McGowan, he published that book and died a month after.
Oh, just a coincidence. You're a conspiracy theory, so.
But you said who died?
This guy McGowan. He was, and I guess he died from like an aggressive cancer or something.
Yeah. He died from freedom.
What was his book? Who is this guy?
It was
He exposes tab stuff.
it's about Laurel Canyon. He wrote about
Wait, what's it about?
It's something I forget the name of it, but it's about Laurel Canyon and the CIA, and it was actually like he writes about how the whole movement of the whole hippie thing was essentially a CIA op, and it was created actually in this building that actually at one point housed where they had all the moon landing footage. And like it was in like Hollywood, and like and interestingly enough, like Charles Manson had connections to it, like
Charles Manson, he was in MK Ultra.
Right, and that was like, and like that's why allegedly like Jimi Hendrix was trying to break away from it, and I guess Janis Joplin, you know what I mean, like any of these people that wanted out were like killed, or who knows about killed, I don't know, but died of weird circumstances.
They're both in the 27 Club.
Well, my uncle Phil says that Janis Joplin was killed. Hey, what's up, man?
I mean, dude. I mean, hey, you want to know a cool story, man?
He was going back out to see her.
I almost got jumped at the fucking Joplin tree in San Francisco, and I stood next to the Janis Joplin tree, and it like saved me. like 10 dudes are gonna fucking fight me, dude. Oh god.
About your Uncle Phil though, or Jeffrey, your butler Jeffrey? What you're saying?
Yeah. She came out and picked him up on a like a Dunsey or something in Miami, but he was going out to California to go see her again. They had broke up or whatever. They had dated for a minute, and then he went out there to go see her, and she was all excited, called him to come out there. So it wasn't supposed to be like and she had quit. She wasn't on that shit anymore, right? And then she just turned up dead on that shit somehow. So
what you guys know in MK Ultra, the government made LSD. The government made LSD and they released the formula to the public. They did the same thing with MDMA. And then they were behind the whole hippie movement. They wanted everyone tripping balls. And literally they formulated LSD in MK Ultra and then intentionally released the formula to the public at the same time that they were putting these bands out.
That's not quite true. LSD was discovered in Sandoz Pharmaceutical Laboratories, separate from MK Ultra, that whole thing. It was actually discovered by Albert Hoffman. He was trying to develop pharmaceuticals, and he developed. That's why it's called.
Yeah, but that's like Mark Zuckerberg created Facebook. You know what I mean?
But wait, there's got to be some truth. There's got to be some truth to what I'm saying, right? I didn't just make that up. Is there any truth to what I'm saying, Gio? Like the government releasing the formula?
Well, LSD was discovered in Sandoz Laboratories by Albert Hoffman, and then after it was essentially discovered and the effects were starting to be known what they were, at some point after that, yes, the MK Ultra, the CIA, they all got a hold of it and then began doing all kinds of testing on it, and that has a whole history in and of itself as well. But the way that it's made, that would have been known originally because the way that it's synthesized when Albert Hoffman originally synthesized it.
I did hear that. I mean, I heard at one point that it was attempted to be used as truth serum.
Well, LSD is essentially there's lysergic acid is a compound that's found in certain plants, like certain seeds, like morning glory seeds, for example. So that's lysergic acid, and then LSD is an alteration on lysergic acid. So there's a slight alteration to it that makes it unique. But
well, if you've ever taken LSD, it's definitely truth serum. Good luck trying to lie to somebody on LSD, bro.
I think it literally was used or tested as that or something like that. Oh, it's Chronic's here, man. I got a question for that fucking doofus, but I'll ask him in a second. By the way, what's up, Chronic?
But yeah, I mean, once the government, once CIA, and once they all, I mean, they basically test every drug and chemical that's ever discovered. I mean, they take it to the max in terms of trying to utilize it for their purposes. So yeah, they definitely did kind of utilize LSD in various testing, and they may even still use it now, even in some of the stuff they're doing actually, but that's a whole other story. But
There's
You know,
videos
like
of
in
that.
the MK Ultra documentation, they admit that they literally facilitated drugs and frequency manipulation and stuff like that on the unsuspecting public, so they could get pure data. So it's like they used people in the government, and they just told them they were testing new weaponry. So people were like, I'll take one for the team, you know, and I'll test the new weaponry. But they actually tested on like construction workers and college students that were unsuspecting.
Canada, they were testing on fucking all sorts of people, dude. They were fucked up in Canada, but in the United States, I know they're testing. They went to like San Francisco. They did something in New York City and San Francisco where they were testing it on. They gave it to like hookers, and they were giving it to Johns, and they were like recording them from the other side of the glass.
Yeah, dude, they did college students too. I mean, that's like so evil. So I'm just like, you know, they were so obsessed with the idea of being able to literally brainwash people that they started giving it to the American public without them knowing. And there were reporters covering it as early as the 70s. So it's like, it's really crazy. I mean, there were whistleblowers coming out as early as the 70s about it.
Well, that's why I got him covered, is because that one guy died, and so this family fucking basically, you know, wouldn't shut up about it, and so they released whatever information they decided to release. But yeah, no, in Canada they were fucking with normal people, like people who were just coming in to like about a headache, and then they like erase their whole fucking brain basically. But people, I know in the United States, like I know there was the hookers that were doing that, but I know that people like Whitey Bulger and a couple other people they volunteered to be a part of MK Ultra in jail. So I wonder if the college students and prisoners, they at least volunteered. I'm sure that they did test it on a lot of like people, like just unknown people, but.
Yeah, the college students didn't know. I don't know. People in jail and the people in the army, they agreed to it. But the people in college, they had no idea. But I'm just saying, like, think about it. What could be more evil than wanting to, like, Men in Black pin someone? Like, Men in Black pin them, you know? Like wipe their memory and then control their ability to independently think. I really can't imagine
I don't
something
know.
much more malevolent than that.
I can imagine a thing that's a little bit more evil than that. You know, the past 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, essentially, that what you're referring to is like not necessarily what Grim said, but what Witsit was saying. Like, and it actually is connected to what Grim said too. But essentially, it's the entire field of trauma-based mind control, where once this human psyche and the body and the etc. is in a state of trauma, there's a lot that happens there, and there's various like weaknesses within the defense systems within the human body and within like the connection to the unconscious and the subconscious that can get kind of broken and fractured, and especially like with MK Ultra where they're mixing drugs and various different, you know, electrical stimuli and all kinds of things to the body. You know, they're essentially trying to traumatize the person and then control their mind essentially through various ways, or to like wipe certain memories, and it's that whole field that they that is extremely bad.
And there's not only MK Ultra, but there's also MK Naomi, Project Artichoke, Project
tons of offshoots.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Project Chatter, MK Delta, there's an MK Delta. There's a bunch of different ones.
Trauma-based mind control, and you have split personality that compartmentalizes trauma. Have you guys ever heard of Nathan Reynolds? Nathan Reynolds, he's a flat earther, so he's obviously pretty smart. But anyway, he came out and explained that he was born into one of these really wealthy families, and he was like victim to SRA, satanic ritual abuse, from a young age. And he developed split personality compartmentalization, and he was utilized as like an assassin because no one would suspect like the 8-year-old in the party to go up and assassinate someone. And he started to have memory recovery at age 30, which a lot of these people say that. Like I forgot the other girl that said it, but Kathy, whatever. But anyway, so you should go read. He has a book called like Snatched from the Flames, Nathan Reynolds, a flat earther. He just works for free for everyone on their yard and their land and stuff like that. But he explains that one of the primary things that they do is they utilize these like brainwashed children as assassins, and then they one of the most sought after films that they use on the black market. It's called snuff films, where they have children like literally fight to the death. So it's really crazy. I mean, what you can do to manipulate the brain is really crazy.
Well, no, of course, that's what I'm saying. I study hypnosis, and actually, the trauma-based mind control, it does allows for susceptibility, for suggestion and that kind of stuff. But at the same time, it's actually a sloppy way of doing it. That's why people, I think the guy who killed Kennedy's brother, Bobby Kennedy, he didn't even know what was going on. Like, he was like, what the fuck? Like, he even said that he was hypnotized, because he had no idea what he was even doing there, after he pulled the trigger a bunch of times. But yeah, you can give people suggestions. The best way to do it is if you trust the person. But if somebody is actually in a state of fear or a state of like fight or flight, then yeah, you can feed them suggestions, and they usually work out pretty well. But
well, Coach,
you do under age of 7. I love you guys.
All right, bro. Later.
India.
Someone's up.
Is that dude the troll again?
50. You had a background.
Oh, it's 50 school. Yeah.
No, but, well, Coach, what you were referring to is kind of sounds like a lighter version of that, like trying to just do little suggestions. I mean, it's pretty dark. It's pretty dark to even talk about, but I mean, the real stuff that they do within the real trauma-based mind control stuff that they do is very severe. I mean, they usually use multiple different drugs, along with all kinds of different like medical interventions and biochemical alterations in order to do what they do, which like in the same way that when somebody is traumatized, like let's say from childhood or whatever it may be, I mean, that trauma can change you. That trauma can change you for your whole life. Like it can cause depression, anxiety, phobias, various different mind states. And so if a trauma like that can cause that, then it shows how much it can change you. And that's why they try to, control.
Yeah, it can be utilized, but it's just sloppy in comparison to having it from a position of trust, because it's the message that you're trying to suggest to somebody. It actually gets immediate, it gets accepted, and there's no confusion or rejection or anything like that. So, but whenever there's that trauma-based mind control, it could work. Like it's not that it doesn't work, but it just I don't know how you could control it, as best as possible. Like I don't think you could actually get people to do, pretty serious tasks. You know what I mean?
Well, you don't think they can train killers and shit? Because they definitely.
Oh no, I just not with like a success rate. Like not like if for instance, like if I was working at the CIA or something, I wouldn't trust it, and then to trust this person, like pull out, successfully, do this.
Yeah, I mean, this goes pretty dark in terms of like this discussion, but I mean, what ultimately what they're doing, in my understanding of it, is by doing the traumatic impact to people, essentially the human soul energy is fractured, and it tends to split off, and it can split off into different parts in order to kind of protect itself. I'm not saying the soul actually splits in half necessarily, but it's like it becomes, there's like a certain form of fracturing that occurs, and there's like repression of the pain. And so when that happens, essentially on the spiritual level, my understanding of it, the demonic entities can then get access, as it were, to that person. So doing the trauma-based mind control is often sort of getting those entities access into the person's psyche so that they then can have some influence on that person.
Right, and all of those things that you listed before, as part of the, the mechanisms in which they'll use to control the mind or erase memories and all that kind of stuff. Well, it seems to be, if I just look at the average life of kids today, they are already going through all of that stuff on their little electronic experiences. It so I mean, you know, from the news, the media, the stories that they're told, the things that, you know what I mean. There's the fear. So then the that state of mind is in achieved when they have that fear, and then the suggestive, um, information that comes along their feeds. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that it really seems legitimately like it used to be a thing that, somebody would get selected and then, yanked up and then used. Now it's everybody's subjected to it.
Well, I think they do these quote unquote treatments to, like, certain like pop star people like Britney Spears or whatever. Some of these people actually did grow up in a normal family or whatever, meaning they're not part of that bloodline. But once they kind of are in it, they then are put through these like treatments, essentially, like Lady Gaga and some, where essentially they're trying to get their influence basically through that person. And then once they're,
No, I'm not. Yeah, not to negate what you're saying. There's a much deeper level of that, as well. But there's that superficial level where on screening it changes and manipulates the way all of us think.
Well, the entire field of marketing, the entire field of marketing, like almost completely, is based off of the works of Bandler and Mesmer and the first early hypnosis and stuff like that. Like they studied the psychologists, like a lot of the psychology early 1900s was looking at a lot of that stuff and how, how suggestion was, affecting people's behavior. And then, like I said, the entire field of marketing basically picked up all those techniques and used them regularly in everything they do.
Absolutely. Yeah, this stuff all trickles down. Have you even heard that they've done use certain movies like Wizard of Oz and stuff during the MK? I mean, MK Ultra is just a name for the thing that they were doing back then. I mean, there's so many other underground projects and many we haven't even heard about, and they're still doing it today. People think that was just a thing they did then, but anyways, did you hear even back then when they were essentially taping people's eyelids open and then having them on who knows what drugs and things, and then basically showing them certain images and sounds, and that includes some of the modern day the commercials and music and a lot of these things. And because when they do that to one person, they're basically trying to kind of tap into the human DNA and do certain programming.
Yeah. Sorry.
By traumatizing that one person, they're hoping to get it's like black magic, essentially. They're hoping to get a ripple effect throughout the entire human race by doing something horrible to that one person. It's actually a huge crisis in my viewpoint. It's a major, we need to help these people that are captured and being, because I think it's still happening today. They're doing it on massive levels, let alone all the children and all the ritual abuse and all the stuff they are doing and the ceremonies and stuff. It's we have several, so many of our fellow humans that are being subjected to this.
Well, it's if you watch a skilled hypnotist or a skilled mentalist. I used to really hate mentalism, as a magician, but it's actually really cool techniques they can do. But they're much more skilled than that's what I'm saying. It's when if the government's doing these, as you said, trauma-based mind control. It's a lot like when you're training an animal. There's what's it called? Reinforcement, positive reinforcement, and then negative punishment. Two different techniques, and positive reinforcement over time as you get a better trained animal. But negative punishment is a faster way to train the animal. But it's a lot, you get worse results though, in the long run, lower quality results. And that trauma-based mind control is just lower quality susceptibility and I honestly think that Bobby Kennedy, that assassination, was probably a hypnotist that they had tried that with, but I honestly don't know if they continue with that, because it seemed like that was sloppy. Can you think of any other fucking thing where you think the person was hypnotized?
Well, I mean, I think they use some of those techniques. Are we still talking about trauma-based mind control or something else?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. But yeah.
They're trying to force. They're forcing fractures and then trying to build a new personality out of the fracture.
But I'm saying like to actually execute a mission or something.
Yeah. So like, what about the idea that weren't we like at war when we went to the moon?
Yeah.
Cold War, I guess they say.
Oh, we were at war with Vietnam.
And then, well, Nixon, right? And then, like, so, like, Nixon said, like, we were bringing a message of peace to the world while simultaneously, like, bombing, Vietnam. And, like, so it was, like, this, like, idea that, like, you would have, like, all this turmoil and people are losing all their friends and family and war, all these horrible stories and drug addiction and all this shit going on, segregation, all this shit like that. And then, boom, give them, like, the reprieve of like humanity's shot at unifying and getting over it all, right? It's kind of like some trauma-based mind control shit,
Kind of. I used to have doubts about the moon landing. It wasn't until I got into this community that actually, it's been confirmed that this is legit. So yeah, I used to have that idea that because I dated a Russian girl and she told me in Russia they like make fun of us for believing it, and then I thought about it. I was like, yeah, Nixon's like the only dude who's ever sent. I think not Johnson. Ford. I think he sent one, but then I don't think he did. Didn't one go up in 73?
99.
Did one go up in
the
73 or
question is about
72 the last
mind
one?
control. The idea is the question's about the mind control side of it.
Well, so what you said, Issa, there's so many layers to that I'm thinking of. Like,
I give you
because I mean, one of the the concept of like the same people bringing you war are the same people accomplishing this great mission to the moon, because it's all part of that sort of military industrial complex. Yeah, that really is a.
Oh yeah.
Okay, look.
I mean, he also created the EPA, and cross the aisle to, go to China and shit like that. So it wasn't all war during Nixon's administration. So it does seem far fetched that he was the only guy that went up there, him being like a criminal.
Well, the whole thing is the Cold War in Russia. Like the whole moon landing was to beat Russia and to dominate within the Cold War situation and to kind of get that stronghold position. Even though they didn't claim that they like built bases there or whatever, but that was the whole part of it.
If I was Russia and that was true, I would have just gone up there and proved that they didn't go up there. But none of the shit they said they left here is here.
Well, Issa, in which way, like, you want to say more about that? Like, what your perspective on it? How that had a mind control effect?
Well, like my theory or something I talked about for a while is like the idea that like MK Ultra isn't so much about like like pinning one person down and like getting them to become the Manchurian candidate, in the sense that more so it's about and that's why I thought like I used to talk about like the television was a tool of MK Ultra because it put everybody on a national mindset as opposed to a, let's say, township kind of mindset. So like when people go to the water cooler, they're not talking about local politics. They're talking about China and Nixon, or, you know what I mean? They're talking about everything but anything they could actually affect in their life. So like, like that to me was always like just something that is part of like MK Ultra, if you will, to get people on a national footing in one frame of mind. And therefore, once you got them to one frame of mind, then you can control it.
I think that's what MK Ultra was. I don't think for one second that they were like brainwashing people like to murder, fucking assassinate.
No,
I think that was just the conspiracy. I think that the MK Ultra is television and radio.
Well, I mean, they were admittedly doing like lobotomies and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they
these
were literally
people-
brainwashing people.
Right. They were doing that too, but I think they realized the more effective approach
You're
was
brainwashed. You're
the mass.
brainwashed to help people. You're
Wasn't like
brainwashed,
they
man.
wasn't telling us. They was
What
telling us that you're now going back to your scheduled programming. They was telling us what they was doing the whole time.
whole time, bro? Going to the moon in '99 when robots become people, it's like a particle in time. Like before, we was talking about how something in the future is going to alter something in the past, right? Exactly. When they start qualifying something differently, it's going to make you look back and change your standards.
Yo, do you watch Trailer Park Boys?
No, I actually, that's one
You
show
sound like
I don't.
J-Rock. I just realized that's what it
That's
is.
a lot of. I've seen it.
Dude, have any of you guys watch Trailer Park Boys?
Actually, one show I've never binged.
Hey, yeah.
Wait, hold on.
I attempted to watch the first season, and the show was too retarded for me, bro. I couldn't take it.
That's the whole point. That's the point.
I've watched more Letterkenny than Trailer Park Boys.
Hey, not Jace. Chronic. Before you go, if you can hear me, dude, I have to ask you a question. So just get my attention. If you hear me. For some reason, Trailer Park Boys, I thought that was called something else.
I actually prefer It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I find it much funnier.
Show.
Pro show. Can you tell me about the lateral movement of the photon, please?
What about it?
Can you tell me about it?
Anytime a photon. Okay, so there's two things you have to remember. That light it's very frame specific. Okay, it's like one of the main things that is very frame specific. And in any frame that you're in.
Hold up. I need to ask you a question about frame. What you mean? So does that mean that the one light photon is going to just stretch out like a sheet forever, going to go from a point to a sheet as big as a big infinite plane, and that's the same photon, and so it's everywhere?
What are we talking about?
I don't know what kind of question that is, but I was going to ask Chronic a question similar to that about redshift. There is actually one of the only reasons why light is redshifted with the cosmological expansion and shit like that is because it's literally stretching with space. It's very strange. But it's only in certain reference frames too.
You want to make sure his guess is right.
No, it's not a guess.
Oh.
That's just actually what I talked to Chronic about. I've been checking out this redshift bullshit, but also with light, the one thing that it will do is when it's, let's say you have a pulsing light or something, whatever frame you're viewing it from, regardless of how the light is moving, the way the light will behave is, and let's say it's not accelerating, okay? The way the light, it's just going laterally.
Okay.
Hold on. Because the way
I
it'll behave
cannot follow you. Why do you want to keep going if I can't follow you so far?
How did you follow me? I'm at the beginning.
Bro, I apologize. I seriously, but I'm lost already. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you said lateral light.
Okay,
right?
So give me this. I'm on the sun. Like, pretend there is no other fucking movement. The sun is fucking still in the middle of the fish tank. Period. And you're fucking on the earth rotating around the sun, or
All
something
right.
like that. All right.
Well, regardless, if the sun's still and there's no lateral movement, then what are we talking about? Because I thought you asked about lateral movement.
Well, then it could be the other way around. Then fine, the other way around. The Earth and the sun. From here on the Earth and looking up to the sun. Fine, do it then.
That's just regular light. What I don't know what you're asking.
The Earth and the sun. The Earth is like in like a biblical cosmology.
Don't give me reference frame.
Yeah, the only point I was making down was that
Hold on, you guys were interrupting this guy. He was trying to say something.
He wasn't trying to say anything.
Yeah, I was trying to say something, dude. Like really, I forgot what was. Okay. Biblical cosmology. Okay, like the sun and the moon is I would say God says everything is fixed. So I wouldn't necessarily say everything was false. So
Good point, man.
Everything, yes. It's fucking weird too, right? And how can there has to be
It has to be this time.
if there's a membrane, right?
Then you're
Why
insane.
do you think that greater membrane is moving in some outside thing too?
No, well, forget about the membrane, Don. Forget about the goddamn membrane.
Yeah, that's a cool term, the greater membrane.
Now you got Geo saying it, dude. Listen, dude. The light, when it's emitted from whatever frame you're doing it from.
That would be a good name for like something.
A server. The greater.
It sounds like a secret society. Okay, listen though. The light, when it's emitted, if it's not accelerating, it's moving laterally, right? What's going to happen? The way it's going to behave, from whichever frame you're viewing it from, it's going to behave as if the pulse started right there. So let's say you're not moving and the light is moving laterally, and it's shooting forward. It's not going to have some. It's not going to have some sideways velocity from your perspective because you're not moving. You're going to see the light is going to behave as if it was just started from that point and it's going straight from there. For you, if you're on that moving thing with the light, then
you're talking instant. You're talking about instantaneous photon.
No.
Yes.
Not instantaneous.
Yes, you did. You just said that.
I did not just say it was instantaneous.
Guys, tell him how he.
my wallet. Oh, I'm stopping it now.
You get magic photons now.
Not magic, dude. That's the way they work. They're they're reference frame specific, man.
The photon will miss you. You only get early photons because photons have mass and mass conserves momentum. It's simple as that. Period.
What?
It's like you have the. So I was going to U-turn back to the membrane thing for a second. I know you guys are doing this light thing, but
No, go into the
I was gonna
membrane.
say it's like you have like the lesser membrane, which is like your skin and like your body. Then you have the greater membrane, which is the beyond.
Jesus Christ, the greater membrane. That's crazy, dude. They got geos on the greater membrane. That should be a secret. We should make a secret society. We'll start it.
Why would it have to be secret, and why would it have to be a society?
Well, society. Nothing wrong with societies, is there?
I'm not really a fan of them. I don't think they're needed.
What? You're not a fan of society?
I mean, that term I guess could be used in different ways, but the vibe I get from the term society is like more of a controlled system with people denoting certain qualities that you then have to be a citizen within.
I see.
Versus just actually being an organic human community.
Well, just what don't want to get on society for a long time, but there's no negative connotation. It's just you could naturally be in a society, but that's besides the point.
Fuck social. It'd be an army or a unit, a skin unit. It stands together and bands together.
Jesus Christ.
Keeps the truth in and the lies out.
No, but the point is that I talked to this Greek
semi-permeable.
Coach, would you really call anything that you were involved in a society? Would you think you would ever do that? Like, you would
Yes.
say, hey, this is the whatever society, the Kosho
I
society.
wouldn't name it that, but I mean, if I was in a society, I wouldn't deny it. I mean, I am in a society.
He's the
I'm in a
leader.
society, dude. We're in a flat Earth society, whether you guys like it or not.
He's the leader of the Flat Earth Society.
I mean, you could call this a society, Geo.
Yeah.
It's a collection of people that are kind of interested in the same thing. So
We're in the flat Earth society, dude.
Well,
why does the name Flat Earth need to be involved in it though?
Because that's the main topic of all our discussions.
Glove
What
denial
I'll say
would
is
be
that, like,
better.
well, the word society, that's what I was saying about it, though, is because it does have different meanings. Like, there is a more general sense of it, of just like an organization or sort of a group of people in that sense that have certain commonalities. But there's another, the one I was more referring to is like where there's essentially like a structured system that people have to abide by, in which there's also like tyranny and hierarchy involved.
Like social hierarchy, I suppose.
In a way that's like not an organic structure. It's like a unharmonious structure that doesn't have harmony within it.
Well, so a lot of societies, I mean, not a lot, but societies are not mutually exclusive to harmony. So Regardless, though, yeah, I talked to this Greek kid one time about Pythagoreans and their secret society, and he was actually arguing. He had a good argument for why he had a secret society. He was saying something about the knowledge, like that sort of that it was. He thought it was dangerous. Pythagoras thought it was dangerous for normal people to have certain sorts of knowledge because it could get out to like. How does that?
Yeah, that's why they're called secret societies. That's why the term society is used for that. It's exactly in that context. Yeah, like these.
Yeah.
It's like a hierarchy using deception and lies and secrecy and then going darker, like even corruption, criminality, all this other stuff.
Medicine and magic.
You don't have to be telling lies to be secret, though. You could just have a secret agenda or something, and you guys aren't telling people about it. You know what I mean? Like I think Freemasons. I've talked to Freemasons about this. I think that they actually are kind of like a continuation of the Pythagoreans sort of secret societies. Like at first, that's what they were. It kind of makes sense. Like they have the same sort of geometry. Like for some reason, they kept geometry a secret. You know what I mean? Is that kind of weird? I thought that was important.
I think they kind of keep anything that will lead the people to greater understanding secret.
I don't think it was to lead people to a greater understanding. I think it was to come to a greater understanding. But I think they thought it was dangerous for all the people to have that same information.
Yeah, because that way they'll be able to discern better, and able to figure shit out for themselves. And they definitely don't want that.
Perhaps it just would make them useless. Like I think like the original Masons, like the guilds they were in, the reason why they were in guilds was because they were the only ones you'd have to go to get that shit done. So yeah, they kept their information secret.
As they should. I don't shit on the Masons, bro. They seems to be the motherfuckers that come along and help build society. So I don't have much complaint about them. I don't really know what's the whole thing about them, but it seems like they do a lot of good.
Yeah, I got invited before, but I was like in a conspiracy theorist. Like I was like almost like you guys, basically. And it was like he was actually 33, whatever member. He was my teacher in A school, and he invited me to go to Virginia to the lodge or whatever. And looking back, I should have done it because in the military you get ranked up so quickly if you're a Freemason. But I was definitely like a conspiracy theorist back then.
You would shill for that, Kosho?
I don't think it's shilling. It's actually a very rewarding. It's a very rewarding fraternity because they help each other out, and then when you go there, all they talk about doing is like they read a lot of books. They talk about like high level stuff, like like kind of. I mean, I wouldn't say the stuff we talk about, but that's why I like being in this community because we talk about shit that you don't talk about in everyday conversations. You know what I mean? And so it seems kind of like a fun time.
All right, well, I don't know what level of Freemasonry you're talking about. You're talking about just like the introductory levels. I mean, yeah, on the lower levels, they seem to be kind of like a community-oriented type organization, but that's not the same what's going on at the kind of more clandestine levels of it.
I've heard you can literally just
say that about any organization.
I've heard you can literally just buy your way up the ranks. Like once you get in, you just buy your way up real quick, and then you're at whatever degree.
I'm sure that's not hard to do. But in the military, if you're a Mason, like there's a Filipino group, and I'm sure there's a white group of Masons. I was familiar with the black Masons as I got invited by my teacher, and so a lot of Masons I knew they were either Filipino or black. I'm sure there was also like a white like group of Masons or whatever. But either way, if you were in either the Filipino or the black groups that were Masons, they are like guaranteed to get ranked up immediately. You get ranked up so quickly.
Well, at the end of the day, though, you're you're basically shilling yourself for whatever that is. That's what I was referring to. So I'm just saying you would do that. I mean, I guess I'm not like surprised. You already were in the military and you also defend the globe. So I guess it kind of goes with that. But like, you're really saying that you're down for that? You would just totally be at the whim and control of whatever your uppers tell you have to do, the people above you?
Well, that was never expressed by me, but yeah,
That's what it is.
I don't defend the globe. I do argue because I believe it's the truth, but I think that's okay to do. And I was in the military because I got money and went to school and stuff. I was against a lot of stuff our government does, but being in the Masons, I don't. If it's one thing to become a member of Freemasons, it's another thing to start following nefarious orders or something like that. And yeah, if I got asked to do something like that, then it'd be a totally different story. But I don't think, just like Matrix was saying, I don't think it's what people fear it is. I think it's just a fraternity where, they just help each other like any other fraternity. They just help each other out.
Yeah, I you know what I think it is, bro? I think like they put out these lies and these things, and it's probably them, like the same Masons, that they put out these lies to get like people that are like stuck in the lower paranoid kind of state to be like, oh, these people are bad and everybody's bad and everybody's bad. But just think about it. You could consider any group of people with information to be bad. It's all about how you perceive things.
It's not because they have information. I mean, I guess it depends on who we're talking about exactly, but if we get down to who we're actually talking about. But I would say that Freemasonry at the very higher levels is at the core of some of the darkest, most evil, corrupt states of consciousness on this earth right now.
Hey, I'll say this, dude. Whether it's Freemasons or Skull and Bones or any other fraternity, the truth is people join fraternities because it's a great networking tool, and it's almost a definite Kickstarter for just others career-wise in your life in a positive way. But however, I think the reason why people also have this this bad connotation with it is because I think that same sort of thing, like with Skull and Bones, for example, they are breeding grounds for like these think tank type of because I mean, like I said, it's a networking place, so you're networking, and if they can kind of scope out the people that they want to work with, for the rest of their careers and shit like that, whether it's in the government or whatever else.
Yeah, no, I feel like we're talking about somewhat different things because they are different things. I mean, the lower levels of Freemasonry, all of the kind of I'll call them the civilian level, that you see centers all over towns and all that, these shrinery centers and all that. Yeah, those are all doing they're almost like a church basically, but they're kind of doing like certain what seems like sort of humanitarian things. Like they have like children's hospitals trying to help children that have illnesses and whatnot. I mean, some of that could be questioned if it's really helping or what it's doing, but nonetheless, on the outer side, they have that. And then, yeah, you can join that. Like you said, it's like a fraternity, and you can, earn your little badges and you can go through it. And then, yeah, there is networking with various companies and corporations, like you said, and they have little support groups and things like that. But that's all at the civilian level. What I was more referring to when I was talking about all the evil stuff, that is at what I would call the, a whole nother octave of sort of more clandestine, behind the scenes part of it, where they have their a different religious viewpoint and working all the way up to the actual families and bloodlines and things that are involved in all this. But yeah, at that level, they're basically breeding psychopaths to carry out all kinds of, at the higher levels of the companies. So things like Monsanto, and so they're breeding people that will. And then even at the higher, beyond there, you get into your astronauts and NASA and all that stuff.
Well, there's not that many Masons that were astronauts, but that's not important. What is important is Skull and Bones, though. I think I would put them in a category of more nefarious type of group, or whatever, just because I think you can only join if you're a senior, and that community is used almost exclusively for the type of power, networking, like that sort of networking that, like I said, politicians and power brokers are, interested in and involved in, and they definitely do. It's definitely more of that type of thing. So, I see what you're saying, but I don't know about this evil. I just don't have any evidence that the Freemasons have like an evil side or something like that, like the opposite side that they have like evil entity or something.
Hey, is it Kosho? Is it true that they're not allowed to talk about flat Earth or say that they're flat, that they know the Earth is flat?
And the Masons?
That's what I heard. Yeah, they're not allowed to tell people that the Earth is flat. They have to
I don't think
defend
that's true. No.
the other side. Oh,
I think they
heard it
probably
from
wouldn't say that because maybe they don't believe it, but I don't know. If
No. A Freemason that knows the Earth is flat, but he said they're not allowed to say it's flat to anybody.
Oh, probably. That's probably like because they're Masons. I mean, if you're like their tools is like a compass and what's
No. He's totally a flat earther, but he won't. He can't say he is. He's not allowed to say he is.
Yeah, they probably would kick him out or something. They probably wouldn't.
No. They're all flat earthers according to him.
They're all flat earthers. I don't know about
the people that know, not all, but like the people that are in the know it's flat, and they're not supposed to reveal that. That according to him,
of course, yeah, they can't reveal it other than another Mason that's either at an equal level to theirs or higher.
Right.
You think there's Masons that believe the Earth is flat?
No. They know it's not a spinning ball. They totally know it's not a spinning ball.
Yeah, no, they know there's a certain level at which it's known because there's people like working, obviously doing the CGI for NASA and astronauts.
Yeah.
I mean, to various levels. It's not
I've heard that
they
from a
all know
couple of different
everything.
ones.
They don't all know everything, but
No. It's like at a certain level you're told.
Yeah, they keep the shape of the Earth one at a pretty high level. Yeah, they're not going to give that away to too many.
How high up did you get, Kosho?
What?
How high up did you get?
I'm
not
not
very
the
far, I
Masons,
guess.
man.
I thought you were.
So I got
You said they
invited, but I was a conspiracy theorist back then, so
I thought you were saying you were.
No, I didn't even
Talking
think.
about going to meetings.
I didn't even consider the idea.
Well, you said you went there, right, or something like that.
No, I said my teacher in A school.
Oh.
He had invited me. He was 33 degree. He's actually the reason I got ranked up. He actually.
So he knew it was flat.
No, I don't think so, man. But
well, he couldn't tell you. But
I mean, ultimately, I think that these like civilian level Freemasonic groups, on one hand, they're trying to look good in the public, like, oh, they like funded this hospital or whatever it may be. But ultimately, they're basically just trying to groom people. It's like grooming psychopaths. So they're trying to get regular civilians that'll join it and obey and go along with it all. And then as they kind of work their way up to those levels, there's certain levels at which, if they've groomed you to that level, then that's how they kind of are like grooming people to basically carry out tasks for them, like in the CIA and all these different organizations. That's how they're doing it through, and I think through trauma-based mind control can be involved as well, but at those levels.
a lot of dudes who created the CIA, they were all in Skull and Bones and shit.
Yeah, they're all in that shit. And like, who are they obeying and why? And what are the threats if they don't keep obeying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what I was saying about this. The fraternity type thing is, in politics at least, I think there's sort of like in groups, the groups like these think tank type of agendas and these groups, and so I think that they find, like you kind of said, like I think you're right about the grooming thing. I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's exclusively used for that, but I do think that fraternities are. They're good breeding grounds for that type of stuff in general, regardless of what fraternity it is, because it's just an easy way to, vet people and gain, partners and allies and that type of stuff. So I do definitely think that grooming thing happens. I just don't. Some of the other stuff is a little bit out there, though. That's what I'm saying. Like the evil stuff, I don't know if there's any evil, worshiping.
I think there's another group that's like above them, or there's tons of them obviously that are above it. The Odd Fellows is one of them. There's like a lot of different other like sects of it, but like I think the Freemasons now are just put on a platform, and even the Freemasons can talk about the Freemasons as the evil ones because they know that that's not really the case. It's the people that are above them that or like a top they're not even called Freemasons probably. There's like a new group, that then they can just like point at the Freemasons and blame them for everything because most you're going to find is pretty much the civilian stuff.
I don't think people are like. I think people are living in the past a little bit, because I don't know, people are real worried about that type of stuff, And I think what people are looking out for is that there's probably going to be very soon. There's probably going to be a lot of jobs that are going to be disappearing, like in probably in a huge, very quick way.
That's a whole other topic, but I mean, their symbols is everywhere. They use the Freemasonic symbols in these corporations. They use it in the media. They use them even on the back of our money. They use them for like government logos, like within the courts, and the whole judge system, and like the whole the fact that a judge like wears a robe, and all of that is connected to Freemasonry on multiple levels. Like the entire law system is rooted in certain ways in it. Not all of it, but in certain ways. At least in like the ceremonial parts of it. Even the education system, like the cap and gown and the robe, that's all from Freemasonry as well.
But that symbolism, though, is I mean, I don't know if there's anything inherently wrong with that. Like I said, when Pythagoras, that's why I said Freemasonry.
Sorry to interrupt. But you know how they move the tassel from one side to the other? Yeah. That's moving between the right-hand path and the left-hand path. That's a Freemasonic symbol for essentially going to the dark side, as it were, and that's what you get when you graduate.
Well, everybody does that, like in the military, we did that, and with our baseball caps, and they switch your baseball caps it's all.
That's probably where it comes from. It probably goes from the top down. Not that you're evil if you're in the
Right. I'm not saying if you graduate a college or a high school that you're evil because you're moving your tassel. But I'm just saying that. But that is that's like the deeper roots of it. Yeah, right. The deeper roots of it are about moving essentially between the left-hand path and the right-hand path, like within sort of magic, essentially from positive to negative, from angelic to demonic. That transfer point.
Yeah, do you think they actually think of it as demonic, or do you think they just kind of justify their bad deeds for like the justification of the good of the whole?
The baseball field itself is kind of the square and compass.
Hey, it scared me, bro. That was scary.
I think Jeremy's hot micing.
Jeremy's playing peekaboo with his boyfriend.
My bad.
But the baseball field layout is kind of the square and compass. You could at least outline it in that way from an aerial photograph.
Yeah, that's a great point. Definitely.
Gio, do you think they actually call it demonic, though? Do you think they actually are like that overt about it, or do you think that they've got people even at the top kind of convinced that this may seem bad, but it's for the good of the whole?
Well, that's definitely happening on lower levels. Right. As for the top, I mean, who even knows what the tip-top level is? Maybe something we're not even privy to at all. They got the council in Washington, D.C., with their 33 pillars and their 33 steps to the building with 33 council members. I mean, there's that. I mean, you could call that the top of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. That's their headquarters, but did they have an allegiance to a higher organization? I don't know,
Yeah, I mean, I think, like what you said, I agree with, I hear what you're saying, and a new perspective as well from what you said. I was just going to say that I think it's probably a mixture. I think it's actually kind of a fusion of those two. I think that they do know what they're doing is wrong, and that they are expressing dark, immoral type acts, but they also are convinced that it is for some greater good, usually for their authority that they are essentially giving themselves to.
Like playing God, like they giveth and taketh away. And they're having to do this for the order to be what it is, and because their order is what it is, that all of these bad and good things are part of it, and you just accept that from the start.
For the greater
I
good.
imagine they have justification, some kind of justification. Otherwise, these people would go insane. Not that I don't think there's evil people necessarily, but I just don't think. I think that even some of the most evil people probably think that they're justified in what they're doing for the greater good. Otherwise,
not necessarily though. I mean, within psychopathy, like psychopathic behavior and mindsets, like it's not always the case. I mean, I hear what you're saying though, but you're assuming that they're that they have that kind of human soul deliberation in that way, because at that highest level, like it's like out of like evil, like in certain movies, like when it's like whatever movie you can think of, where it's like the evil villain, and even though there is some part of them that actually might be like an open-hearted type person that actually would want to kind of help others, like, and sometimes that's revealed in the movie as part of the plot. It's like, oh, like, that they actually are innocent or something, but on the outside, I mean, they know exactly what they're doing in terms of carrying out, like, yeah, we're going to lie to these people. We're going to control their minds. We're going to, kill them in wars, and, what they're doing, the medical stuff. I mean, they know what they're doing, and they know it's evil, but they want to accomplish whatever they want to accomplish. And if they're really psychopathic, they basically get like almost like a high. I mean, they get like some kind of a strange, I guess like a high, even though it's not the best term for it, but kind of like a delight out of being that evil.
Hey man,
Yeah,
don't
and
knock it till you try it, man.
You should know, right, Kosho?
Huh? No.
I'm kidding. I just, but I think that it's like they probably have it really very compartmentalized, so that you're not doing something so overt that you don't that you directly are doing it. It's like a team of people, and you don't know what the other team is necessarily doing, but this event happens, and a lot of times people don't really die anyway. So there's some of these other things that are fake anyway, so they're like justified in that. Okay, it was lying to the people. That's better than actually killing people, maybe. Or even like you can think about it like we all know what like Macintosh and some of these big corporations are doing to third world countries, or Coca-Cola, or some of the people that might die from some of these pharmaceuticals, and they're all attached to this bigger conglomerate that we might actually buy products from, but we're not evil for buying their products, even though some people could even call it that. But it's like that, it's like as long as it's like spread out and compartmentalized enough, then no one person has to feel like it's just them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're talking big scale stuff. I want to tell you guys about some small scale stuff going around where I'm at. So, in front of like half of the schools and half of the churches and half of the banks around me, there's statues of a Freemason Shriner in the whole getup, right, with the hat and the vest and the pants and the belt and the emblems and stuff, right?
Wow.
There's the same statue just in front of all of these institutions, and of the Shriner, and he's holding a kid. He's holding a small child in like one arm, and holding the sick child's crutch in the other arm, and he's just in front of all these things. And this real interesting thing, how like the Vatican or Washington D.C. or the city of London is a city within a city. Well, my city actually has that same situation where it's mostly like a retirement community, right? But there's a Freemason city in my city in the center of it, and it has its own zip code. It has its own like mail system. Maybe even has its own laws, perhaps, and it's for Freemasons who are retired to live in. And there's maybe like 20 buildings, and they're pretty much apartments, right? Community living. And they have their own like kitchen where they all eat every day and stuff. And the only other business inside of it is that there's a daycare. So it's like a retirement home facility for like hundreds, maybe thousands of Freemasons that all live within their own little isolated city inside of my city with their own thing going on. And they also run a daycare. And I guess I don't know. I guess you could argue that's like normal or whatever, but still, like they're the only organization that could ever pull something off like that. Like there's no one else around me, no fraternities or anything. Like it's a big deal even on these small levels, and they do these weird things like cities within cities, even on a small level. And
and they have like weird things with children too, like weird like children groups, and they get like children's hospitals, and so there could be some other thing going on there in terms of like some of the darker trafficking stuff that's going on. Yeah.
There's like 50 lodges within just like a couple 100 square miles. And that's just a dense, that's just a very large amount of lodges for such a small area. it must mean that, I mean, I've never looked into it, but you got to imagine, right, that they kind of run this city from behind the shadows or behind the curtain and kind of have put their people in positions of power, which is how it works on a small scale, right? The church leaders, the mayor, the police chief, the governor,
the judges,
the doctors, the judges, the doctors, and I feel like that's the game that they play on the small level, which is even more like able to like convince everyone, oh, we're good people. We've all decided to grow up as good people, and we're just making sure we get the right people in the right places to make this town as good as possible. Because we're all in this for the force of goodness and happiness in the world, But I heard once.
It's like NASA telling us they're going to space to like make the world a better place.
I heard once that like Freemasons and other fraternities were like originally like actually a good thing that helped like men like get like be trained in skills like a trade school or whatever and like look out for each other, and then it was hijacked. But I'm not sure I buy that wasn't just part of an overall larger scheme. I don't know if Freemasonry was hijacked or what. I don't understand at the end of the day. It's true history. But
that's true. I mean, the term comes from because the Masons were the builders. So the builders were essentially able to travel freely between the different like state lines and country lines. Probably the word country rather than state, but whatever they were called back then. But essentially, the Freemasons were able to go between them without having to be like inspected, and then also without having to have like the documentation that regular civilians would have to. So because they were the builders, we need the builders in this city, that city, we got to build all these things. And then they kind of like monopolized that whole industry and the resources, the bricks and the things that were used. So these Freemasons were able to freely travel very quickly and take whatever they wanted. So, who knows what they had in their actual, trucks, or because they weren't being inspected. So gold, God knows what. So they were able to just transfer all this stuff between the lines of the sort of country lines, and they were doing the building. So they had kind of a stronghold with that as well. So they were able to kind of have this position of essentially having more access to things, and then having like a brotherhood or fraternity part of it means that now people in this city, that city, this city, and that city, and then they can start to kind of formulate in a way that they have to where now they kind of have like almost like a backdoor access. To the point where now, even our money has Freemasonic symbols right on it. So clearly they are the ones that are in that kind of role right now.
It's crazy how big it is. It's infiltrated every town. I don't think I've ever driven through a town where literally the first like small sign on the side of the road when you get off the highway ramp, it says like lodge number 371 on this street. Like if you pay attention when you get off highway ramps and you enter a new town, usually the first sign you see is like the directions to the Freemason Lodge or something like that, or the Rotary Club or something.
Right. I saw a billboard one time advertising for them, like join the Freemasons or something in like Pennsylvania.
I just don't get how they're so successful. Like, I just don't get how they pulled it off so successfully. They're everywhere. They're in every town I've ever been to.
Oh, there's 3 lodges within 10 miles of me.
Yeah.
Because, they pay, it's like it's mostly just a club, like a business club. Like, they probably got, I don't know, I'm not sure, but they probably have something like their own yellow pages to where, like, I need a roof done for my house. Well, the Freemasons have, your lodge might have a couple roofers, or another lodge next to you might have a couple roofers or something. So you use like your own Freemason people to get shit done. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's what it mostly is. Most of them guys are just clueless when it comes to the real big picture shit. They pay dues, and that's it. That's that.
There's also a lot of money in building, especially back, in whatever time that they were kind of establishing, to where they made a lot of money doing it because it's like if you need something built and they have kind of a monopoly on it, they just charge what they charge. So yeah, they would become very wealthy as well.
And then if you have government officials inside the Freemasons thing, they can let you know, hey, the lowest bid right now is $3.5 million. Come in with 3.2 and you'll get the contract or whatever. You know what I mean? To one of their other Freemason guys that has a construction company or something.
Yeah. Yeah, like we were saying, the mayor, the governor, the police chief, the judges, the principals at all the public schools, the private schools, the pastors, the priests, I mean, it's what they do. And you can hardly blame them because it sounds like something you and I would do, right? It sounds like something anyone would do. They just were the ones who got organized enough to actually pull it off. Now we just hope the people that were pulling it off, that actually succeeded, have good intentions, but you know how the world is. You can't really rely on that too much with strangers.
I would like to add 3 more librarians, and coroners. Damn, I forgot the third one. These people also, because think about it, librarians, they read every book in the library, bro. So they have to be in whatever fuckery is going on. And the coroners, because coroners, they see most people. Like most coroners from every city, they know most people better than they knew themselves, because that's the motherfucker that cuts everybody.
I hear you. There's one other thing throughout my city that's kind of like, you see this a lot. And I'm not making any strong point about it, or just saying that there are a ton of like Jewish hospitals and like Jewish only, like you must be Jewish in order to enter this building or live in this like apartment complex sort of thing. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just strange to me that these things exist. I don't live in a big enough city there's like a Chinatown or anything, but I guess those things exist too, and but it just gives off a weird vibe when you see like a Jewish gym, you know. You don't want anyone like lifting weights there besides Jews. Like, is your religion really that important to you that you don't want to, like, I don't know, be around, like, I don't know, it's your own special place?
They've got kosher dumbbells, you know.
I mean, the hospital accepts anyone, of course, but it's just like tons of apartment complexes and gyms and schools and clubs and.
So you can still go to those places though, because I mean, I used to. I'm not Jewish. I used to go to the Jewish Community Center, to the gym there, back years ago. But it was kind of
you do know what you mean. Yeah, I know.
It's kind of overpriced though, but yeah, and it was, well, people were somewhere nice, somewhere.
I think at the end of the day, like clubs that have like institutions all around your city are just kind of weird. Like clubs are a weird thing in general. They make sense like when you really think about like how you would run things yourself in their position. You might do the same thing, but I personally don't belong to any sort of like title or label or group that I would do that personally. You know, like I'm just a dude. Like I have a skin color, I have a hair color, I have an eye color. I don't necessarily have like any sort of like religious faith or anything, but I don't know. I wouldn't be able to start any sort of group, or I'm sorry, I wouldn't like be able to pick one aspect about myself that I want to like, similar to that, right?
Let it out. Let it out. You're holding yourself back too much. Let it out.
Well, I don't really know what to say. It's just like grouping yourself. Like, I don't know.
Let it out. Don't be afraid.
I really am just. It's not that I'm like afraid to say anything. I just don't really know how to express myself. There's just some red flags that kind of pop up when I see like large groups that kind of want to keep to themselves. You
You
know,
think it'd be cultural? Like certain cultures just like to, in a sense, like stick together more than others, perhaps.
I get that. I just don't have anything about myself that like I could group others into. Like I'm just a
Yeah.
dude in America, right? I mean, I live in a town, but I wouldn't be able to divide that town like from like and create some sort of minority around like some aspect of who I am, right?
Every high
Like,
school,
Yeah, I would
every
do
high
like
school across
it's like
across America does.
segregation. It's like segregation, left versus right. It's kind of like segregation, you know.
Every high school across America does this, right? You got your little cliques, you got your cheerleaders, your jocks, the nerds, tough guys. Like you got all these little groups.
Cities too. You'll have like Chinatown, Koreatown, Little Haiti Town.
Yeah, you got the jocks, you got the activists, you got the capitalists, all that thing. So
Am I the only one that sees a little bit of irony in what Funny just said? Or
tell me about it.
yeah, I mean just think about where you are in this exact moment, right? You said you're not a member of anything. You're not you're your own individual, as we all are. But do you understand what platform we're discussing things on?
I never use the word. I never use the word member. Obviously, I'm a member of Sam's Club. I'm a member of my place of work. I'm a member of lots of things.
A social group of things. You were implying a social, group. No.
Where's the irony? Come on, lay it on me, man. Tell me how ironic I was. Give me some examples. Give me.
You're in a flat Earth Discord.
Jeremy
surrounded
gets
by
it.
people-
Jeremy
surrounded-
gets it. Ding, ding, ding. Jeremy got it.
Yeah.
surrounded by people that have the same
And
beliefs.
am I saying flat earthers only allowed here?
No, of course not. No. The ironic part though is what Jeremy just explained is that you were saying it's a little weird, it's sus, it's I forget some other adjectives you used. To be part of a social style type of group of people, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying it's good or bad or anything. It's just it's dripping with irony. That's all.
From what I understood from what he said, there's a difference in what he was talking about. He was talking about specific groups, where you have to kind of like join, and then you label yourself by that group. I mean, maybe I'm reading in somewhat, but I mean, because we were talking about clubs, like these different religious clubs or things like that.
Yeah, churches too.
Yeah, that's not what this is. This is an open platform. Yeah, he has a Discord account. He joined this server by clicking on it, but I mean, this is more of like a social media platform. It's not necessarily, I wouldn't see it in the same way in terms of like a group where you're like signing up and then labeling yourself as that.
I mean,
other
I
than the blood oath you had to take to get in here, but besides that,
I go to the skate park and I skateboard and I talk to the people who have common interests there too. But neither of being on Discord or going to the skate park and hang out with the BMX bikers or the rollerbladers or the scooter people or the skateboard. I mean, I talk to all of them, and at no point am I going to open up a skateboarder hospital, skateboarder gym only, skateboarder city within a city, skateboarder gym or apartment complex for us only, because it's so important that we're all grouped together in this one way,
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. Yes, there was no confusion there.
Right. I just think it's weird when people take it that far. It's like, what one part of yourself that you want to put a label on, do you want to like build some sort of like apartment complex around it? Only skateboarders here. That I've decided this is the most important aspect of my personality, that I want to surround myself with others that share this personality with only.
Yeah. I mean, you see something wrong with that. I don't necessarily see anything wrong with that. But that's like subjective, it's like what you think is
Yeah, it's all I'm here to do, man. Express how I feel.
But I mean, in this in this circumstance, however similar or different you may personally think it is, like, you know, you're not allowed in here to have discussions if you're not a Discord user. Right? I could say the same thing. If you're not a skateboarder, you can't join the skateboarding club. Okay. If you don't have Discord, you cannot come here. You know, essentially. I know it's not exactly the same, but it's, you know what I'm trying to get at is it's a social gathering of people that are doing the same thing. That's all.
Well, there's a lot of subtleties. I mean, I would even agree with you that some Discord servers do have, like maybe to use the word cult, you know, cult-like qualities where you do have to do certain things and you have to, like, they're you know, there's certain like hierarchies, and so I mean, I guess yeah, it just depends on what we're talking about. Like if we're talking about, in my mind, it's almost like the separation between more of a cult thing where there's more like a set of beliefs that you have to believe. There's more exclusion, like, you know, we are different than you, and oh, this is only for people of this religion or this, you know, whatever it may be, you know, this race or whatever. This is only for them, you know, versus something like this, which is actually an open platform.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 24/7 is a lot like that, though.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you, Gio, that some communities are like that, but I'm trying to keep it as basic as possible. That sure, you claim. I mean, you can say this is an open platform, but again, my point is that, you know, you can't join this platform unless you have a Discord account. You need to be a member of Discord. Like, I'm keeping it as basic as possible.
But that's more like a chat. This is more like a chat room, though, because you could say, "Oh, you can't join unless you have a computer, or unless you have internet, or you know what I'm saying." Like,
yeah,
we could just keep going down that path.
And it's open as far as, you know, then you know, you're censored on certain topics as well, like, you know.
Sure.
Hey, Chronic, but just
Yeah, since we're using their platform. But what about this, Grim? Let's say you created your own platform, right? You do it, boom, you know, whatever the name of it would be. Would you let people, like, I understand that, of course you would let people talk about, you know,
Of course I would.
a lot of however, well, let me ask this though. How about if people wanted to talk about killing other people? What if they were trying to get a militia together?
Absolutely. Talk about whatever you want.
Okay, so you would support that.
I would support talking about whatever they want, not supporting them doing those things. I don't have to support that. But supporting free speech and not being
But what if they're planning on doing something?
Grim is analogous to the guy who owns and operates like 4chan or something, or some of these other places where that you know that Texas the Bang Bang, you know, in that school in Texas, they interviewed the owner of 4chan where there was some stuff that originated from there, and he again, like, he makes the claim time and time again about you know, open and free speech and stuff. Even though, of course, he doesn't condone the bad things that happen.
Of course not. But it should be beneficial to law enforcement anyway that you see these assholes talking before they do their actions.
Well, I mean, there's just some things like there's some pretty, like, you know, like snuff films or like child porn. I mean, there's some stuff that's pretty bad, to where, like, yeah, that, I mean, if you're a part of a platform, if you have a platform where that type of stuff's happening, at some point you are allowing, condoning, supporting whatever it is that they're doing. So I mean, there are complexities to all that.
Yeah, people will start selling drugs, selling anything, right, through the platform.
Nothing wrong with selling drugs.
Yeah, you know.
But anyways, no, but
yeah, we have cops for all of that stuff. I don't have to be the police on the internet. That's like a police officer in between phone calls. No thanks, right?
Yeah, but the problem is, if when you start a company like that, aren't you liable to a certain point? Like, let's say you're allowing all this, and then something happens, like a terrorist attack.
No.
The government is they always try to find somebody to blame.
Southern Bell, the phone company, fucking, you know, when somebody conspires to do a crime over the telephone, is Southern Bell responsible since they allowed them to communicate across their fucking telephone? No. So why all of a sudden is it my problem?
No,
Well,
I agree. It shouldn't. But what I'm saying is, there's
It's a good
always
point,
like
though,
that
right?
type of.
It's a good point, though, right? Did they go after Southern
Grim,
Belle?
it's
Like,
obviously it's a good point, Grim. Yeah, it's a good point. How about the other topic that was brought up on your website that you're owning, operating, you're maintaining the servers, all that stuff. The sharing and dissemination of CP on your website, is that do
No, that's
you
no illegal
so you don't
activities like
allow that?
We're talking about free speech, not illegal activities.
Okay,
Those are
gotcha.
already
Okay.
fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
I
was
just
trying
wanted to
to-
hear you make that distinction. Yeah.
That,
You know what,
absolutely.
Chronic?
Fuck no, dude. I mean, let them be stupid enough to even try it, and they're also going to get arrested.
Well, that's what I was saying, though. I mean, if people will use CP, if people were on your platform that wanted to do that, or they're creating a room, I mean, at some point, like, are you not going to moderate that? Are you not going to say, "Hey, guys, you can't do that"? You know.
What's CP?
So,
No, absolutely.
Yeah, no thanks. Hey, Chronic, I wanted to tell you that your comment actually did make me reflect. Been thinking about what you said, and it did make me realize something. People with similar interests, especially if it's not like a popular interest, like a niche interest in a sense, and especially the more it means to you, as well as other people, like if it's a serious part of your guys' lives, there's definitely reasons you'd like want to keep those people like around you and like shape the world in your image to like make sure it's as easy as possible to be around each other. But I only ran into one issue like going along those ways, because like, yeah, I do that because like I made a Discord and like the only people who get in is who I invite. It's like I'm the only one with a privilege, except for Illegal and Bread have the ability to invite too, because we like share the server and like admin privileges. But just imagining it was mine alone, yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. Like only people I invite get into it, so it's very similar to like these groups I was discussing earlier. But here's the issue when taking it to the level they do, and it's like I'm much more than a member of just one group, right? So I'd have to pick one. So I skateboard, I Discord, I Flat Earth, I play a particular game, or I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Very fun card game.
I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh.
I play online video games. I don't play any MMORPGs or anything, but if I did, that could be a whole nother sort of thing, potentially a lot of people do.
Yeah, I mean,
And then-
Chronic, would you not agree that there's a difference between let's an example, let's say like joining a fraternity. I don't know if you went to like a mainstream college or whether you were on like a campus, but it's one thing to like be part of a chess club or something you enjoy, or just, places that you hang out with people or whatever it may be. And there's a whole nother thing to like joining a fraternity, at one of these big colleges, where there's all these, there's like hazing that goes on. There's hierarchy. There's various control mechanisms. They can kick you out if you don't abide by certain things. There's financial, it's like, and when you're in one of those, like you're in, and then there's somewhat secrecy. They can't really talk about certain things. They have, et cetera. So that's a very different thing than just being part of some, other type of platform or community where it's more of just an open thing where you're joining on your own free will. Nobody's really like, lording over you. You're just, part of it because of people of common interests or whatever the, purpose of it may be.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think it's this is obviously a spectrum of, much like a lot of things are on, spectrums of a very loose group of people that have no rules, or basically no rules or anything, and then I can go as extreme on the other end of the spectrum that, whatever, like fraternities have strict rules, got to keep stuff secret, yada yada yada, etc. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. And I think Fundy, you said I think Fundy, you mentioned in your statement that you have to pick between all those different groups.
I never finished that point. Yeah. That's what I wanted to finish up real quick. Thank you. So, I'd have to end up picking one of these things to like base my, retirement home complex off of, right? like is done around
Why
me.
though? Can I ask why? Why do you feel like you need to pick one out of those? Why can't
Because
you?
because the more I can, if I choose multiple, then the people who like qualify for being Flat Earth Yu-Gi-Oh players becomes like less and less people, you know.
Oh. Well, wait. Why does that constraint have to be imposed? Like, why? If you choose multiple groups to stick with, why do they need to fully overlap with each other?
Because the obvious choice for a person like me is just to be free and other people to be free, and we interact as we choose, and like we'll just naturally, you know, like be near each other, and then it comes to a point where you're making some sort of like the Jewish library full of only Jewish books. This is my whole career and lifestyle and the people I surround myself with. It's like, oh man, I got so many interests other than just one that I want to define myself on, and just seems like I don't know, kind of a big deal. Like, what kind of retirement complex do I want to set up? They say only Freemasons are allowed to retire and live here. That it kind of sounds like religion is the thing that comes closest to that, right? You can imagine like a Christian retirement home or something, or like a Catholic school, right? You know, I don't know any other things besides religion and Freemasonry that are like these humongous, like, yes, like there's 500 places around the town that just have their logo all around it and encourage mostly just each other to come in and hang out there, and not like, you know, allow strangers in. You're not allowed in a Freemason lot. It's just a building, right? It's just a building for people to hang out. You're not allowed to hang out there.
No, it's
You
a
know?
temple.
Oh, sure. You know, I've gone in. They told me it's time for all of us to go. You're not allowed in. Please leave. I came while they were having lunch, just walked in the door, and then someone's like, you know, it is 4:20 p.m. It is time to meet in the
Time
chamber.
to blaze up 420.
The chamber of ceremonies, right? Whatever, right? And they're like, this is the time where we got to go. Nice meeting you. See you later. You know, we're going to lock the doors.
I have very little knowledge about Freemasonry, but what little I do know is sure, you can call it, if you want, a secret society or whatever, but I don't know. I think
you know, religious places get away with that too, right? It's time for the council to retreat to the chamber, and it's like, oh, I thought we all just came here because we have things in common. Now there's this whole thing where like people got to go meet in secret. What's up with that?
Yeah, if you asked me to,
yeah,
if you asked me to put on like a conspiracy hat, my personal opinion is you know that saying, like, by the time you like discover whatever, it's like it's not that thing anymore, like they've moved on to something bigger or more secretive or whatever. So like, since the Freemason Society has been widely known now for whatever 100 plus, whatever years, like Conspiracy Chronic says that there's the real nefarious secret societies that are doing evil global cabal, Illuminati type stuff, are the ones that none of us know about. It's not the Freemason Society, but that's just my personal opinion. Right. By the time you find out about it, it's the gig is what's that? Their cover has been blown. So like,
all right. Well, what about the fact that their symbols and their concepts and symbols are all over the money, the government, the NASA, literally over the actual Federal Reserve itself, corporate logos. Like, why is that?
Yeah, what about it though? But what's the question though?
Can I take this?
Well, I don't know if Gio was talking to the room or me. I was just curious about.
Well, you were just asking like that. You don't. I was just saying that they put the symbols all over everything in the mainstream. That
maybe when these things were like I said, I don't have much knowledge at all. I'm just speculating. Maybe a long time ago when these things were being developed, by the very first time, like what type of prints to put on money and dollars and buildings were being built, government buildings or whatever, back when the Freemason Society was way more secretive and their cover wasn't blown yet. They had such influence that they got their their symbols and stuff on really important things. But nowadays, everyone in the world knows about them. So maybe they're not doing any more nefarious stuff, and they become normalized by the mainstream knowledge that they exist. Yeah, and it's moved on to other secret societies that none of us know about.
I think since Freemasonry is so veiled in allegories and symbolic language, there would always be an aspect openly transpiring from these teachings and symbols, like not hidden from the eye of the profane, so the symbol which everyone sees and everyone grasps, the
That's a good
profane
point.
meaning, but there's also the esoteric meaning hidden for the initiates. So by just placing symbols here and there, it's just referring to the chain of initiates, I think. So in a way, this is this kind of double language which is applied.
We can't forget that it's not like the Freemasons are some sort of all we know is that they're a secret society. Like, we know a lot about them, and it only gets worse when you look into it. Yeah, I mean, it's not just, ooh, secret societies, that's a bad concept, I don't like secrecy in the world, or whatever. No, it's the Freemasons, and we know what they've been up to. We know a lot about them, and it's not a good thing based on the things you learn about them.
If I might give my incompetent summary, it would be like studies of the Solomon's Temple from Judaism sources. A combination of that and Pythagoreanism would make up a big aspect of Freemasonry, in my opinion.
Well, they say Pythagoras was the first Freemason. A lot of people say that anyways. I don't know what that means, but that's his reputation.
Yeah, I thought Fundy, you said
it was a cult. And then that's also it's also linked back to heliocentrism too. The concept that not everybody. Let's just tape their narrative for a second. I'm saying I'm not even saying this is what I think. I'm just saying, even within that narrative, it's like, oh, Pythagoras had a cult of these kind of heliocentric sphere focused concept, while the rest they still had the ancient cosmology, geocentric. It was really only that Pythagorean cult that was even claimed to have that kind of concept of a spherical Earth.
Mm-hmm. Or heliocentric, at least.
I think Fundy said we know an extreme. We know quite a lot about the society, Freemason Society. I think my speculation on it. My subjective speculation on it, like I said, not to repeat myself, but like generally, if I could just explain it in one sentence, it would be the more we discover and find out about a secret society, the higher the potential for bad things to be disclosed to the public of what they're currently doing or what they used to do that's bad or nefarious. So then a new secret society, a different society props up that no one knows about, where they can continue doing their bad stuff without the eye of public opinion, whatever, seeing, or trying to discover what they're doing. Basically like that. And that just iterates, like it's just a cycle that does that over history. Again, I still have my conspiracy hat on. This is Conspiracy Chronic.
Oh, yeah, no.
Go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, that's an inevitability. However, that's a large-scale inevitability, while the small scale is in your face with the statues all around town, the symbols all over, and the people in the positions of power. So, I mean, like I said, we know a lot about Freemasons, and they're not necessarily a secret society. They're right there with their jewelry flashing their gang signs on their license plates, proud member, bumper sticker, secret in a sense about like what they're up to and how they organize themselves and do what and their accomplishments or whatever.
I wouldn't call them a secret society nowadays. No, definitely not.
They're like a semi-secret society.
No. Historically they were, but not now.
Oh, historically, the ones that announce themselves as Freemasons so they can travel
like a long time ago, like when the U.S. was like first being developed and they were figuring out printing stuff on money and the buildings and all that stuff. Like, yeah, the more influential a society, you know, in a very susceptible time when a country is in its infancy and, you know, can be influenced in many different ways by money and all that stuff, money and power and stuff, then it may start to take the shape or the signage or the symbolism of, you know, some really big backer, secret backing society or whatever. But like, I mean, if in my day to day, hopefully not in your like day to day life, you're not, you know, you don't come across a interesting symbol or you pay for something with cash and you get, you know, spooked or scared for your life because, you know, there's some cool looking symbol on a building somewhere. At least I don't, but that's just me.
Oh, sure. It's a what do you call it? It's a trademark. You ever seen Home Alone 1?
I mean,
Where,
I see cool symbols on everything. I have no idea what
calling card. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. I see the calling cards all over.
Sorry, can I just jump in?
Sure.
Yeah, you know, for Chronic it might be just a cool symbol, like the profane meaning, right? But to what does the symbol refer? Do we get devoured by symbols we don't know the origin from just by finding them cool, so that we apply them by not knowing their origins because we only know their profane meaning? Or do we know to what the symbols actually refer, right?
Sure, but I think either of those two is inconsequential to my day-to-day life. Like,
unless you decide to become a Freemason, which might affect your entire life.
Yeah, definitely. That's why it's a personal thing. It's like, yeah.
And like there's food in there. There's also something you'd like to do. Like have you ever been interested in just going and seeing what they're up to? And on any level?
No, not particularly.
You know, but
so there's
what
a
I mean,
giant Greek architecture, enormous building, geometrically lined up in the city plan, with the Washington Monument, the White House, and then right above that, in line, right, is the Scottish Free Right headquarters. You know, in your well, I don't know if you're American, but you know, in my country's capital, which is a city within a city that you're not even told about, which is kind of weird concept in general, but their headquarters gets this prominent king throne ship in the city layout. And
what is the building in DC?
The Scottish Free Right, Scottish Free Right Freemason headquarters.
Aren't you from DC, Chronic?
Yeah, I lived there for like 25 years.
So they got like the 33 steps leading up to the doors, which are probably like 33 inches in diameter piece, and then for sure they got the 33 columns that hold up the roof of the building that's around it.
Mm-hmm.
And 33 designing all the measurements of the room, while they have 33 council members that make up like the leadership of the headquarters, and of course they're all 33-degree Freemasons.
How come they're not all 33 years old?
I'm 33 years old.
Are
you a member of the Scottish Freemasons?
I would have loved to have said that, but you know how unrealistic that is.
Well, wait, that would be unrealistic, but not the long tangent of 33s over and over. That would be very realistic if they were. If
those are all
if your term was every member of the committee of the administrative committee
on a building with people inside.
There's a lot of ton of buildings like that in New York.
It's a fun idea. I would have loved for that to be part of it. That's just not how they roll, man. They're not all 33.
They missed a golden 33 opportunity there. Each committee member has 1 year. Their term is 1 year long, and it's exactly when they're 33 years old.
How often do you need to replace pillars of a building? You know, never, probably. Once every
fully replace
600 a year. Yes. Now, how often do you have to replace a 33-year-old? And not only that, but 33-year-olds. You're trying to get new leaders of a fucking like secret society once every year, an annual change of leadership. So if you're see, that's the unrealistic part because all the other aspects kind of paint a picture, and adding that is unreasonable to it.
Hmm.
You
I
can't
think they
replace
just
them.
missed a good.
You
They
can't
missed an
replace
opportunity.
33 people with 33-year-olds.
I don't know if their society's big enough, they might be able to.
Nah, drop it. It's just unrealistic.
Yeah, there are
See,
a bunch
but
of cool.
it's
there are a bunch
really
of cool
it's
buildings.
really
like
realistic
that
though to
in
have
DC.
like 33 council members. You can pull that off. Very easy to accomplish having 33 council members. One might die or something, but you can replace it, right? That's realistic. It's easy to find a replacement. You know. However, finding 33-year-olds every year, boy, that would be tough.
How long is their term that they serve, the council members?
I don't know. It might be till death. Who's to know though? I mean, you can probably Google it.
Okay.
You can get a museum tour of the building.
Would that
you
be
know, and
another
the history of it.
opportunity they missed if the terms were 33 months, 33 years long exactly? That'd be another
It could.
opportunity missed.
I mean, it's not necessarily a miss. That very well could be the case.
Oh,
I
maybe.
just don't know.
Okay, gotcha.
Hey, Chronic, I'm not trying to interrupt the conversation, but don't forget, I've been looking for you. I didn't want to ask you about something, so just before you leave, just don't forget.
Well, I don't have anything further about I mean, there's countless cool looking buildings in DC like that, so I don't know about that one in particular. But anyway, I didn't have anything else to add.
Check it out. It's a strange thing to exist, especially the way it's run. You know, very peculiar. A lot of worshiping of numbers going on there. Not a lot of other people, not a lot of institutions use some sort of repetition of numbers for some symbolic way more than twice. Yet they'll squeeze it in every single thing they can. Not to mention, like I said, all the other things we know about them. I have their handbooks, I know their rituals, their oaths that they swear. You know, lots of stuff I don't know for sure. I don't know. It's strange. It's strange to think it's like benign, right? I feel like you have this benign view of the capabilities of Freemasons at large. Well, there's plenty of people who compartmentalize, don't know what they're a part of, and maybe do nothing in the overall scheme besides just add filler. But as an institution at large, if what I said tonight and what I know you already know plenty about him. To say it's benign at the end of that, I just can't even believe you would say that. I mean, if hypothetically, you know, I'm putting words in your mouth.
Yeah. No, it's probably not, but I think their cover's been blown for a long time now. So the more important leaders have actually slithered their way to forming newer secret.
Do they really have to though? I mean, I'm sure they did, but I mean, no one cares, right? We all just let it slide. It's not. I mean, an evil group in every town. Imagine that, right? And or like the Federal Reserve or NASA or all sorts of things. And it's like, oh, we can't just like actually check up on these guys. Like, I mean, the justice system is kind of weird, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Some things are too big to nail in a sense.
I gotta run here in a minute, but Coach, is it gonna? If you want to.
Yeah. Well, before you run and before I get to this other thing, I was going to tell you. Did you ever hear the Freemason proof that 0.9 repeating is actually equal to 1?
Did not hear that.
Yeah, it's the truth that 0.9 repeating is equal to 1 or equivalent to it. And the Freemasons, he told me, he said, take 0.33 repeating. I was like, what? He's like, that's 1/3, right? I said, yes. Then you add that up 3 times. 0.3 repeating, 0.9 repeating. Add 3/3, you got 1. It's a Freemason proof that 0.9 repeating is equal to 1. But that's not the point. My point is about Redshift.
That's brilliant. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, they're smart guys. But about Redshift, how familiar? You're pretty familiar with Redshift, cosmological Redshift?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't know it's going to sound complicated or not. You're familiar with the Einstein de Sitter model and the lambda CMD model and this kind of stuff?
Vaguely, yeah, vaguely familiar. Like somewhere buried in my brain. I
was having this issue because there's a galaxy, and you probably know this one, GNZ11. It's like 11.
That Z11 is pretty important, huh?
Yeah, because it's like
Yeah.
and
The one moving over doubles the speed of light.
Well, no, exactly. So I've been getting into Redshift, like wrapping my head around all the different aspects of it, right? And in the Einstein de Sitter model, for example, there's two formulas, and one will give you the then speed and the now speed, right? Like the speed it was going when the light was emitted, and the speed that it's recessing away from you at this point in time now.
Mhm.
And the numbers that I get when I do that model is like it's like the then speed was 5 times the speed of light. And so my main question is, would that make sense that there was a time like in the early universe, a couple million years after the Big Bang, where things were receding that fast?
Or your models suck.
At a very, very initial answer is no. I would question your math, or at least want to take a look
Hey,
at your
fuck
math.
you.
But
Yeah, okay.
But with all due respect, but
Of course.
but no, as far as I know, the answer to that is no. But you understand the point of why there's the two separate
Yeah.
calculations that need to be made, right?
Yeah, right. I do, and I don't like that. Like, first of all, that model is not even expressed as a good model to use. So, honestly, I've learned since then that there's a much easier way to do that. Like with because you can just use if you add 1 to the z value, add 1 to the z value, and that will give you the ratio for the size of the universe then and now, right? So,
What's the z value referred to as?
Is the redshift.
Yeah, there you go.
And so you just add 1, and then that'll give you the ratio. So if that's a 12 times fucking difference universe, right?
Yep.
So it going twice the speed of light is pretty fair.
I mean, I think this has been studied pretty extensively, right? With
yeah,
I forget all the subtle details, but there's like excuse me, observational effects that you need to take into consideration and stuff like that. But I forget the like gory details of it all.
And we look at something and we can get the redshift and we can tell how fast it's going, right, Chronic?
Yeah, yes. I'll go with yes. Because
Okay,
I have 2 minutes before I have to go.
We get the light from this fucking galaxy, GNZ fucking whatever numbers. How fast is it going from the light that we get?
2.2.
Kosho, do you have it? Yeah, I don't have the value in my brain right now.
I think the correct answer, and this is the other part that I was actually asked a dude about this. He hasn't answered yet, but I think the correct answer is on average, since the light was emitted, on average, it's moving 2.2 times the speed of light away from us.
And that is a huge fucking problem for you guys.
How old is that light that we're seeing?
That is a big problem.
It's not a problem at all.
Big time, Kosho.
Wait, that light
huge problem.
How old is that light?
The light left 13.4 billion years ago. And the galaxy is 32 billion light years away, supposedly.
Looks like someone should try to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. Anyways, Chronic, the only other thing I was going to ask you, because this is...
let me last thing on that point. Why don't you do this? Is now I'm actually being a serious response. You should do a quick literature search and then read up on some of the literature on this object.
I did, dude. I did all that.
Yeah, read up on your fairy tale and figure out why we're getting light. Read up on your fairy tale and figure out why we're getting light from this thing when it.
Yeah, I got you, Jeremy. So okay, if you're still confused, just DM me like the literature stuff and ask me, and we can like discuss it more. But anyways, sorry.
I mean, I already answered the question that I couldn't find an answer to before, but it was just about the speed. If there was a speed like that, because there's not a fucking pub like for that somewhere. It just has like all the speeds throughout the time.
Sure. If I get some free time, send me the name of the target again in DMs.
Absolutely.
All right. Did you have one more point before I go?
Yeah, but it was that did kind of. It was about the expansion, like because it did slow down for some time. Like it was going really fast at the beginning, and then it started slowing down because of gravity. But it only started. The dark energy only started 6 billion years after the Big Bang. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a window where the acceleration of the expansion itself, like sort of began this runaway effect. Not really a runaway effect, but yeah. And it's
Yeah.
what was it like? I don't know, 6 billion. It's thought to be 6 billion plus or minus some whatever. Some
Yeah.
age. Yeah.
This stuff's interesting, man. It's a big investigation. You know, it's a murder scene. Yeah.
It's a mystery. Yeah.
Exactly. We're just looking at the clues, man.
Yep, I gotcha. All right, DM me that target. I'll read about it a little bit.
Okay.
Well, if we're getting light from this thing, and the light from the thing that we're getting is saying it's going double the speed of light, how the fuck are we getting the light from it?
Oh yeah, Jeremy, that we're talking about the conundrum right now. That's the mystery we're investigating. That you're asking all the perfect
You guys better
questions, Jeremy.
figure it out. Why you think Kosho's on this? I put him onto this.
Well,
to get his fairy fucking straight.
No, well, dude, whenever the light when the light left that galaxy, it was 2.6 billion light years away from us.
Damn.
So it's fairly close.
Well, that's fairly close. I mean, that's a huge number, Kosho, but that number is almost inconceivably large. But, anyways, DM me that target. I'll catch you later.
All right, yeah.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, but yeah, it was only 2 billion light years away back then. And
Chronix, don't worry. Chronix Mother Goose, he's gonna set you straight on this fucking fairy tale you got going on.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I already asked his expert. He just hasn't responded. No, the only thing I didn't tell you this, dude, because I knew you were gonna freak out. But when I did the calculation for your galaxy, it actually said that now it's going twice the speed of light, but back when it was emitted from the when it was first emitted from the galaxy, and it left the galaxy to head this way, the galaxy was moving away from us 5 times the speed of light.
Bro, there's no way we would get the light that it
Yeah, I
was
know.
going that fast. Oh,
Well, that's not
going
true.
on.
It's not entirely true.
How do we get light telling us something's moving at double the speed of light?
Okay.
How would we ever receive that light?
Are you gonna be able to look at the chat? Say yes. Okay.
No, I'm definitely not gonna be able to.
Okay. Well, there's an equation. Okay, and it's like I was telling Chronic, it's just z. Oh, writing's here. That's what's up. It's z plus 1, and z is the redshift value. So the redshift value is 11. So 11 plus 1, that equals the ratio between the size of the universe then and the size of the universe now. So what that says is the universe is 12 times bigger than it was then. Okay? So knowing that information and knowing how far away it was from us when it left, that tells you that if it was 2.6 times 2 billion light years away from us and it was 12 times bigger now, that's how much space is between us and that galaxy. That tells you that it's now 32 billion light years away. So,
and you're saying ridiculous things. I gotta go.
But here's the thing.
I gotta go, bro.
It's not ridiculous though, dude, because it's not moving that fast away from us. All it's saying is there was that much space created in between us. It's not really moving away from us.
Empty space filled with nothing, right?
That's right.
Completely empty space, void of everything.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that say that can't exist.
Well, space is not completely empty, but the space that that's being created, it's not there's something special about it. It's just space.
It's a dynamo.
Oh, is it?
That empty space is just a dynamo happening. That's
good news, right? I made you this gift, Jeremy. But yeah, Jeremy, that twice the speed of light thing is just kind of a technical truth. Like it's not. It's almost wrong to say that it's moving away from us at twice the speed of light. Because like I said, it's like in the GIF I just posted. All that's really happening is space is being created, and there was a lot of space in between us to begin with. And so the universe is, if it's 12 times bigger than it was then it's only getting farther away because there's space being created. Eggshells, if you can hear me, I'm writing the script right now for the hypnosis thing. I mean, I'm writing the prompt for the script. Oh yeah, sure, absolutely, man. It's just cool because she's got a lot of problems. She wants that help with patience, with anger, with drugs, with health. So hopefully I can I can ask the bot to include all this shit.
Hey.
Who's that? Are you done?
Mic check.
I heard you.
Okay, perfect. It's so silent.
I'm getting this AI to write this hypnosis script for me. It's actually pretty good.
What do you mean hypnosis script? A text which is read out, or?
Yeah, I haven't read it out yet, but yeah, I'm getting it to write the hypnosis script that you know.
Oh, but optical hypnosis then on screen or what? So that you have to
No.
watch it, or?
I know. I mean, yeah, somebody will have to read it, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I've asked Eggshells. He's willing to do it. He's got a good voice.
Yeah, but it actually produces text output with correct syntax and so on.
Yeah, dude, it's perfect. I'm gonna post it in a second because I'm sharing my screen. But yeah, it's perfect, dude. It's crazy.
Okay, so now, Kosho, you would kind of need some study objects to try it on, right?
Well, no, I'm writing this one for my friend. My friend has a lot of issues she needs to conquer, you know. So, yeah, and she knows my voice, so it's actually good for somebody. That's why Eggshells said he'd help me out. You know, which is cool. But if it's a stranger's voice, they're more likely to be, receptive to the suggestion.
You think with an unstable mind, hypnosis is a tool which brings risks, or do you think it's okay? You know?
I think that it can be used for great things, like it is, like with therapy and stuff. But just like with anything else, I was saying earlier that all the techniques in hypnosis have already been like the entire field of marketing is based around all the techniques that the early hypnotists were finding out. Like the psychology people were studying what the hypnosis people were doing, and they basically implemented all that in marketing and marketing and advertising.
Yeah, makes sense.
So it can be used, for profit or for gain or whatever, but it's also it's good for the therapy too.
You know, what is interesting though is that there is this spoken word kind of hypnosis, right? When you just get an audition in a kind of way. But there's also optical hypnosis, which kind of uses the visual field, right? And not the frequency sound spectrum field.
Oh, sure. It's the truth, television. So one thing that how it works with hypnosis is if you can isolate the senses. So if you are watching TV, you're really only using your ears and your eyes, and your other senses are almost just shut down. And so yeah, if you isolate any of the senses, it's much easier to put somebody in that state of suggestibility. Yeah, we were talking about fear-based. I think it's called fear-based, or fear-based something or other. It's basically the same thing. It's just like a fear-based induction. But I was saying earlier, real good hypnotist can put somebody in the state of induction, and they can put somebody under induction. They can induce somebody simply by shaking their hand. You know what I mean? And that's one of the simplest induction techniques.
Yeah, but are
Yes, you
this
can see,
persons to which is this done already trained?
Yeah, it takes practice.
Yeah, you can see actually really cool evidence of that handshake induction from what's it called? Darren Brown uses it to do like they call it the gypsy scam, but he walks up to people in the street, does a handshake induction, and just steals his wallet and what. It's amazing.
He
That
uses it
doesn't sound
regularly.
like riding on eggshells at all.
He's in an airport, I think. Yeah, he uses it. It's a tool. If you can use it the way he used it, I've seen him use it to when he did that hero at 30,000 feet. He had to induce somebody instantly on the airplane. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do a handshake induction. It's supposedly pretty easy. I mean, I've done it. I've fucked around with it, but I'm not like a street hypnosis. I've only done hypnotherapy with like a few people. You can do a handshake induction eggshells.
I actually once did a handshake induction on somebody. Like, I was having this discussion with my mates in India, and they were like, "Bullshit, this thing is real." And I was like, I've read about it, but yeah, same with you. I'd only ever done like progressive relaxation ones, like the script you've got is a progressive relaxation one. And then a friend turned up, and they were like, "Do it to Nick when he arrives." And he turns up, and I did it on him, and it was fascinating. It was just like his eyes like kind of like rolled back, and he was like super stressful. And he was like, like had to shake himself out. I was like, what just happened? I don't know actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
it's
it sounded
bizarre.
like
Well,
That's cool as hell. But it's somebody
pretty
else.
impressive. I've also had somebody do a rapid induction on me, like a up close magician mentalist at a like a event. He's going around doing like card tricks and stuff, and he did a rapid induction on me. It was so funny. He was like, to win this game, to win £20 off me, you just have to lie about what is on the face of the card. So I'm going to show you a card. I'm going to ask you what that card is, and you just have to say yes or no. Whatever you do, don't tell me the correct answer. And I just like 3 times in a row, he was like, "Is this the Queen of Hearts?" And it's the Queen of Hearts, and I'm like, "Yes." And I'm like, I kept thinking, like, I nailed it. And then my friend standing next to me, he's like, "What's wrong with you?" And I was like, "Oh, that's right. I meant to say the wrong one. Let's do it again. Do it again." And he does it again, and I say the wrong one again. It was amazing. I was like, I always thought I wasn't that suggestible, and then after that, I was like, okay, maybe very suggestible.
That kind of stuff's fun. It's because I've never. Now that I'm thinking about it, I never did like a handshake induction, but I used to try like there's different techniques like mentalist techniques like anchoring. I think it's an NLP technique. But I would try like this type of stuff, and it actually does work if you carefully construct, a strategy or whatever. Actually, all that kind of stuff works. But I think for like if I were to do a handshake induction, it'd have to be on a complete stranger because it's difficult when like people.
Yeah, I don't think it works. And well, not that it does straight up doesn't work, but I mean, the whole point of hypnosis is using different techniques. The inductions to get people to drop their critical hackles. And a lot of what they say about it is if you've got a friend there, you've also got the script running in the background of this whole like story of like who they are to you and what they really mean by that. So it's like, and particularly if you're framed in their life as somebody who isn't able to induce a hypnotic state in them, there's just all this other stuff going on where a lot of a lot of the professionals like it can be fascinating. Somebody can be like, my boyfriend's tried it 10 times and he's a qualified hypnotherapist, and then a total stranger will be able to get them under a knee.
It's funny. I told you this, but I used to do tarot readings. Like I did like honest tarot readings. I wouldn't take money or anything. And almost every single time I did it though, like with a stranger, it's like it was like a life, like a revelation for them or something like that. But really, all I was doing was telling them obvious things, and I realized that it's because I was a complete stranger. You know what I mean? Like it's probably like if you're a family member or a friend or somebody that tells you something that's obvious, you don't listen to them at all. It's like a complete stranger, especially if you think they're a tarot reader or whatever. You tell them something and they really receptive to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes them super suggestible. It can do. And then for other people, it's a whole interesting mixed bag, I think.
You said last part. Oh, this is your trip so far?
It's a whole mixed bag.
I didn't realize you're flying to London. I thought you were riding your bike all the way around.
I am, but we're going to visit. We're going to do a quick trip to London to visit Lissy's parents because we've got to wait for a month because shipping is stuck due to COVID. So the bikes are going to be waiting here a month before we can find a container ship to take them to East Timor.
I see.
She hasn't seen her family in like 4 years, so good to do a trip.
Happy riding. You were asking for a flat Earth test to do on your trip?
Yeah, I was hoping I could find some like a few different people suggested cool things. IV Hunter suggested a few. Some of the people in Nicktoon's like Sextant Challenge chat suggested some, but I was hoping for some from Flat Earthers, but I didn't get any, or even the ones that other people suggested I ran by Flat Earthers. They were like, oh, that wouldn't mean anything to me. And that's the only kind I'm interested in, like something where they go, oh, this would mean something one way or the other. I was like, yeah. And I also found that Dioptra, the phone app, isn't able to take photos of stars. So my plan of using my phone like a sextant for star sights seems like a bug.
Do you have the app Physics Toolbox Suite?
No, what's that?
You don't have that? What? You gotta download that immediately. But there's because it just lets you use all your tools on your phone, like accelerometer, the GPS, everything, all your tools. Anyways, it's got one function. I think it's called. Well, you can use the multi-tool function, or you could use a roller coaster, and it just records your speed. It records your position. It records your if you're tilting or doing something like that, and you could set it so that it just records in the background and sends you a file with all the information. So you do something like that, and they record your plane trip or whatever.
Yeah, that could be good. Let's just see. I might be able to download it before the flight.
No, that app's super handy, dude, because it's got a barometer, it's got a gyroscope, it's got everything. I mean, your phone has all that stuff, but it allows you to use that stuff pretty easy.
Okay, yeah, I think it's Toolbox Central Suite. Okay, downloading it now.
Said it's what?
Downloading
Oh.
Toolbox Sensor Suite now.
Yeah, there's a paid one and there's a free one. I don't even know the difference. I had the paid one, but I don't know what the difference is. Yeah, I'm trying to see. I think you can have it run in the background, but there's a record button, and it's running in the background. And then when you just press stop, it's going to ask you where do you want to send the file, and it'll just send you the huge ass file with all that data in it.
Okay, yeah, I've just opened it. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Take stuff this way and that. It's got little like seismograph looking thing.
Oh no shit. I don't think that mine doesn't come with that. Like if you have a shit phone, it doesn't even have a barometer. Might have a barometer on this one, but my old phone didn't. But yeah, there's the multi-record and then roller coaster. Both those ones are kind of just it'll just record several things at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. So it's got like X, Y, Z axis, and then it's also got G-force.
Yeah. Yeah, there's all sorts of tests you can do with this shit. And I used to tell people to download this all the time, but like, yeah, you could test. You don't believe that gravity's real? You could just record the G-force thing, and then throw your phone up in the air, and then look at the reading, and you'll see there's no G-force while it's in the air, but there's a constant one when you're holding it. Yeah, when I first got in this community, there was a flat earther named P-Link, and we were trying to use our cell phones to measure the rotation of the Earth, but it's impossible.
Well, they're just not sensitive enough.
Yeah, even if you like get even deeper into your cell phone's sensors and like look at the exact measurements and everything, it's not precise. There's too much the noise that's in the gyroscope is more than the it's greater than the reading that you'd be looking for.
Yeah, one thing I was looking at when I was having those chats with IB Hunter about gyros was he was pointing out the like cost of a laser gyro that can measure the curvature of the Earth,
Yeah.
like the sort of rotation of the Earth. And I was like, oh, that'd be funny to install that on my top box. So it's got all of this incredible noise and like going over bumps and going off roading and everything. But if you average it out across the course of the trip, like it's constantly tilting 15 degrees an hour, right?
Actually, I came across a paper. It was with that same dude actually, where that they were doing that test. Like it was a pretty cheap gyroscope, but yeah, it was attached to a laser, and the laser kind of measured it.
The problem is when I ask people if stuff would convince them, they're like, no, it's just a computer program. It could be programmed to say that. I'm like, "Yeah,
Exactly.
true."
It's the easiest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you believe in a global conspiracy, it's not beyond possibility that people are embedding the code there, or going, oh, it's not measuring a 15-degree an hour drift, so I'll make it do that so it seems more accurate or something. I don't know.
It's lazy and dishonest though, because it's impossible to have that programmed in, first of all, and yeah, it's just like it's an easy thing to say, but it's like you know, it's impossible to show that they can even happen. Like you can't program. Uh, you can't program someone like a G-force into someone's phone and then always know when they're throwing it around or something. Like, so there's no way to do that.
Yeah. And also, I thought the same with like if it can only measure one axis, you cannot know which way it's pointing. So if it doesn't know
Right.
which way it's pointing, how would it know to add it in?
Yeah, exactly. Because ultimately, because it's going to be in the box. It's going to, even if they programmed it in the fucking factory, it's like, how's it going to know where you are in your house or wherever? Like how the phone's oriented. Hey Don, are you even here still? It's times like this, I realize I got a lot of work I got to do. I'll be back. Hey, enjoy your trip, Charles. And yeah, just reach out to me. Reach out to me because I'm gonna put this together, and I appreciate you doing doing that whatever. But just reach out to me whenever you have free time. Okay.
Okay, sure thing.
I appreciate it.
Where's everybody? Right. I'm just driving, but you know, I'm doing my daily digest to this place, so it's strange to not strange, but yeah. Got a few people on the call, but everyone's busy. So it must be that time of day when everyone's like working hard or whatever.
Okay, let's play a quiz, okay?
Yeah, mate. I'm all ears.
So I give you a quotation and you guess who said that, okay?
Aye. Okay, I'll do my best.
Okay. So the quote is, "The falsity of the Copernican system must not be doubted in any way, especially by us Catholics, since we have the unrefragable authority of the Holy Scriptures, interpreted by the supreme masters of theology, whose concordant assent makes us certain of the stability of the earth, placed in the center, and of the mobility of the sun around it."
Fuck, mate. I have no idea, but you say Copernicus, and I'm like, oh, I have no idea.
Anyone else has a guess?
Take the Earth in the center. Einstein? I don't know.
I posted it in chat. I give you guys 2 more minutes. So the quote is in chat up right now.
Where are you from, mate? Anyway, Germany? I don't know.
Yeah. Horrible accent, right?
No. I love it, mate. I love it. The Germans. Apparently, the Francian people were Germanic. Is that true? Like the Francian, the
French?
It's not Frankish. Yeah, so in Google it says the Frankish people were a Germanic tribe. A few minutes gone by. Was this person like a mega famous person, like, you know, household name?
Yeah, so this person said that the falsity of the Copernican system must not be doubted in any way, okay? So this person who said that was Galileo Galilei.
Yeah, I was thinking it wasn't Copernican, it wouldn't be Kepler, and it would have to be something slightly different. Yeah, I guess I might have eventually got there, but no, it wasn't on my tongue. Wasn't it something to do with like slightly different, like Copernicus, Kepler, one of the two? They actually wrote 2 books. Anyway, I think like what a contradiction, maybe not a contradiction, but maybe one was I think Copernicus might have two models or something like that. One of them sided with one type of thing, and the other one is what we use today. I'm from Germany. You still there?
Yo, Gio, you still up? Hit me, Floric.
Hey.
No.
What up? What up?
So yeah, I'm interested. What's your view on Galileo? What proves him to be wrong? What falsifies his view?
Okay. If you got 1 minute, I'm going to roll one up and do that really slow and easy because I want to relax. I'm going to sleep in an hour or so. If that's okay for you, give me just 1-2 minutes. I pull up some resource material to support my points. And I would like to answer Floggerson in chat right now real quick, and then I'm there, okay?
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Okay, I'm here. Are you there?
Alright.
So, I don't even really know where to start because there's a lot of stuff we could talk about. But let's just start, I guess.
What's your premise? The fact that Galileo's position on heliocentricity has been misrepresented?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
This comes from maybe like inadequate examination of his documents. For
Cool.
example,
So,
yeah,
discourse concerning the nation of bodies, for instance.
yeah, sure. This text initially was planned by Galilei himself to be called On the Ebbs and Flow, so regarding the tides. But on intervention of the Pope, he changed this title. And he wanted to explain the tides in a cause and effect relationship by having the acceleration of the Earth and its movement around the Sun to cause the tides. That was his proposal for the cause of the tides, which is nowadays obviously dismissed and completely wrong in terms of what is elaborated, right? So this would be, for example, a small mistake. And
Well, it's a hypothesis, and it's a hypothesis, it's a thought experiment that you put out. This could be the cause, rather than this is the cause, I would have thought. Knowing Galileo a bit.
But still he tries to give a physical proof to the just hypothetical idea of the Earth's movement in applying this cause and effect relationship by trying to give a physical certainty to an acceleration of the imagined motion of the Earth around the Sun causing that tides, So in a way,
So he
might
was
be,
heliocentric then.
yeah. So it might even be kind of deceptive reasoning being applied here from him. Yeah, but surely he proposed heliocentric visions, and he definitely was in contact with circles who supported the heliocentric idea as well. Just going back shortly to the quote I gave.
Fleric, I
yeah.
thought. So, well, 1 second. So I just want to stop there. So you're saying that he produced a paper that was wrong about the tides because he thought the tides were due to the Earth's movement around the Sun, i.e., heliocentric model. But you're
Yeah.
also saying that he was a geocentrist. So I'm trying to understand why the contradiction there.
Yeah, you're talking about the quote I gave in chat.
No, I'm just going on what you said.
Sorry, when exactly did I say he was a geocentrist?
When I said, so you think that his works have been misinterpreted and he's actually a geocentrist, and you went, yes. That may have been a mistake by you.
Okay, so I might have been a bit unspecific then. Sorry if that led to some confusion. I'm saying that an inadequate examination of his documents, of his correspondence, of his life has been made, for example, because the letter I quoted, where he says that the falsity of the Copernican system, etc., just happened like a year before he died, right? When he got softer in his mind and in a way even came back to maybe the Catholic religion and the Catholic way and the Christian religion, which he in a way before questioned more, right? So just that this letter where he rejects the Copernican idea has not been represented so much by historians, in a way washes out the image which he had in the end of his life, right? So I don't think that his clearly cosmological vision was strictly and rigidly geocentric, but that there definitely was a deep doubt about the truthfulness of the system at the end of his life.
Yeah, when he was dying, he was a bit scared and he got religious again. I mean, again, which is why I brought up the point about you need to look at it in the context of what was going on. One of the reasons Galileo got such a lot of shit and was actually very lucky not to be killed. One, because he did have some powerful patrons. I think Medici's were one of his patrons.
Yeah.
For me, the Reformation, the Wars of Reformation were, well, you're from Germany, somewhere around there, I'm guessing by the accent, maybe Dutch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know the impact that set of wars had on your country if you've done local history. Killed more people as a percentage of population than the Black Death, I think, or something stupid. and it was a horrible period of time to be alive, especially in your part of the world. You know, over here we didn't give a shit. We were just sending mercenaries over to kill people.
Yeah.
So, and the other thing as well that gets me is, I mean, you know, I'm not read a huge amount of Galileo stuff, but he seems to put everything in axioms, doesn't he?
Sorry, what do you mean? Can you elaborate a bit?
So normally when he's laying out his ideas, he puts them in axioms to sort of say, hey, you know, this is my hypothesis. Effectively, it's a nice word, but it's another way of saying hypothesis. So he's not saying that this is cast iron. He's saying that if this is the case, therefore.
Yeah.
So what I want, I guess, from you, and I haven't got much longer, so I've got to go to work in a second. But we can pick this up at another time. But I mean, for me, what I would want to see is axioms that are saying, well, if this is the case, therefore geocentric. You know, he had some disagreements with Copernicus. In fact, Copernicus supported the geocentric model originally, and you can find much stronger comments from Copernicus on this topic than you can from Galileo. Don't know if you knew that.
In which direction do you mean?
The fact that Copernicus started off by trying to disprove the geocentric model to kind of prove it, to show that it was fit.
I don't exactly know if this is the case.
I can probably I'll find something for you next time. But I've read some stuff on Copernicus about where he started from. And sort of because he was sort of doing it not from direct observation to begin with, but from you know, trying to understand the sort of movement of the planets.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was much more on the geocentric side, the Ptolemaic Aristotelian model to begin with, before he actually shifted over, and it was the weight of evidence that shifted him over.
Yeah, I think this shift comes from, in a way, the translation of Eastern texts which came to Europe. For example, Hermetic texts like the Corpus Hermeticum, if you heard about that one.
I know Hermes Trismegister.
Yeah, and this work was translated into Greek and Latin by some guy, which Copernicus came to know. At least he came to know about this works he translated, and shortly after he visited Italy, after Copernicus visited Italy, he wrote a document which was called the Commentariolus, I think in 1519. Like shortly around the time where Luther nailed his thesis on the cathedral, I think. I don't know exactly. But in this Commentariolus, which kind of circulated in the hands of Protestant circles in a way, he axiomatically put aside the geocentric perspective of the universe and axiomatically put the Earth in motion in a way by 7 axioms: motion and inclination, motion around the sun, around its own axis, etc. And this in a way is, for some historians at least, the starting point in his like heliocentric work. And after that, in his hometown, he really worked for decades on the heliocentric model, I think, which he then like got forced to publish from different outside influences under the title De Revolutionibus, dedicated to the Pope, right?
If you say I'm not going to doubt you. I've not done a detailed study into Copernicus' life, but there's no awful few bits about it. I'm just fairly cognizant of the history period that it's set in.
Yeah, sure, we were with Galilei anyways.
But yeah, I think, you know, that's what I want to see from Galileo is really his axioms that are saying, hey, it's geocentric. And as you see, you know, this is a common parlance at the time, you know, a common way of speaking at the time when you're sort of putting sort of, you know, doctrine together. Didn't Copernicus go to university in Italy? That's why he was there.
Yeah, possibly. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, he studied mathematics and law, I think.
So I mean that's something. So yeah, I mean why he was there is always an interesting thing. But I mean, I think it's a big ask to try and say, aha. So you know, let's say that Galileo actually supported a geocentric model of the solar system. Cool. So what? What does that mean today?
Yeah, just from the perspective of the like implementation of the heliocentric model, historically it would have a kind of significance, because from how the official historical narrative like teaches about the idea of the heliocentric model, because it's always in a way the obscurantist repressive church, you know, and the bad Inquisition and everything.
Well,
while
the church supported the geocentric model. I mean, you know, the Catholic
Yeah.
Church was quite strong on that, and I think that's
Yes.
well recognised. And obviously, during the Reformation, they were shit scared about their political power in Europe. Hence, going against the Catholic Church in the 16th century was a particularly bad idea. Yeah, and to be fair, once the Protestants got enough power, going against them was a particularly bad idea. Generally, life ending on both sides. But you know, Christians killing Christians is nothing new.
The thing is that the Reformation and the heliocentric revolution are intrinsically connected with each other, because even the Protestants ridiculed Copernicus for his ideas. I think Luther even called him out for some of his stuff, but
Yeah, that's
soon
why he's a brave guy.
But soon the Protestant camp recognized that their attack on the Catholic Church even gets more power by attacking the Church on the cosmological level, which was why the heliocentric model acquired such a big power from the circles which pushed it against the Catholic Church, because they could undermine their authority not even from the political and scriptural interpretational level, but also from the cosmological standpoint, which gave this model such a big appeal. You know, this is really important to highlight and really important to understand, because in my opinion, anyone, you know, who thinks that the Reformation is only a political revolution and the Copernican revolution is just an astronomical revolution is greatly mistaken. I think this both influences play together.
But I think the problem that you have, you know, great. So we're talking about the sort of socio-political and sort of framework that those original thoughts are sort of set in. But as you go through, you know, when you get to people like sort of hooligans in the sort of early to mid 18th century, you know, you're now dealing with a much more secular world, especially in the Netherlands. Which for me, again, that's quite interesting, because now there's no pressure, there's no, you know, you cannot disagree with the church going on. It became less and less and less, especially in that part of Europe, and to a lesser degree in the UK, as you move towards the Industrial Revolution. So it would be the perfect time for people to disagree with the church narrative, let's call it that, to then be able to push back. And I think the other problem that you have with kind of like looking at sort of Protestant, you know, the Protestant religion, is there really is not the same level of central command and control that you had in Catholicism. Catholicism was a very rigid structure. Protestants, not so much.
Yes.
You know, yeah. Ecumenical council, yeah, but it's kind of like that's where old people go to drink and sort of shout at each other. Yeah, anyway, I've got to rock and roll because otherwise I'm going to be late for work. But lovely talking. But yeah, definitely like to see anything you got on there. Just definitely DM me, and I'll go and research the fuck out of it for it.
Sure. We see us here in the VC also. Let's see. Great chat. Anyways, always very
Good
nice.
so. Goedemorgen.
Peace out, man.
Oh, take care.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hello. Good morning. Hello.
You have any Bluetooth?
Oh, sorry.
Do you have any glow proof?
Yeah, I got loads, mate.
What's your best glow proof without pointing at the sky or NASA?
Nighttime. Nighttime proves that the sun went behind Earth. The only way to explain that is with ancient cosmology, with the sun going actually in the underworld on a flat Earth, or Earth's a globe and we're going around the sun, and it happens to be behind the sphere now, the other side.
It could be a million things, but what it is.
When most observations are only explained by the globe Earth, that's why I believe it. There isn't a million options. There's globe Earth or something else someone else made up.
Or there's the truth and a zillion different
Don't
things
worry about me, mate. I've got
made
my
up.
truth. I've got my own truth that I'm happy with. Don't worry about me. Let me ask.
Yeah, I know.
Let me ask you a serious.
We're not going to convince you.
Let me ask you a serious,
Yeah.
real question.
We're not going to convince.
Have you ever done DMT?
No, never.
Have you heard about when these people they do the 3 pipes and then they talk to the machine elves?
I've heard surprisingly a bunch of people talk about DMT, but it's never come around in my 4 decades.
Me and you both did DMT twice, and the DMT machine elves told me in one of the visions that I'm a deluded idiot and Earth's definitely flat. I've been lied to. And they told you the opposite. It's a globe. You've been gullible. You fell for a meme on the internet. It's actually a globe. And so we both had our minds wrecked and switched to the opposite Earth religion. And then we do another trip, and the machine elves tell us the opposite, the thing that we thought was true to start with. So now we've spoken to nature or God through the plant molecule, and it's told us both answers, and we're still not sure. That could happen. So my idea is, should we do it again? Try and find out what it tells us about Earth.
I would say we should stick with the observable, measurable, repeatable.
Well, let's stay as a globe then, for me, with that reasoning.
Hey, you pick your poison.
I'll still be there with you to fight for freedom and do the Guy Fawkes shit, even though I believe inside it's a globe.
And I'll ask you a serious question. Do you believe in forcing people to do things against their will?
I believe it happened. Do I believe it should happen?
I cut out.
Are you asking me if I believe that it happens, or if I believe that it's a good thing?
No, would you force somebody to do something against their will?
Do I ever do that to people? I try not to.
So you try not to force people to do anything against their will,
I try my best not to enslave anyone. I mean, sometimes I might accidentally enslave someone a tiny bit by accident, but I really try my best not to ever do it.
When have you
maybe like, maybe I'm not being a parent to my kid, but I'm being bossy in the music studio, and I'm forcing my mate to do something he doesn't want to do, and I'm using manipulation to force him. But in the end, we get something done, and it's good. But in that very moment, I was using coercion and manipulation to make him finish our artwork or something.
That's true. It is complicated. That's true, because if you're the head guitar or lead singer and you tell the other guy to do something, it's like, well, buddy, I'm the lead singer, so you gotta listen to me. Without the lead singer, you're nothing. but but yeah, I would ask for a yes or no answer to hold you to the point of, would you, yes or no, force somebody to do something against their will? Would Don force?
The answer is no. I would try my very best to never do that to anyone.
That is the correct answer.
I agree with you. It's super bad to do that to people. That's why I hate the governments and society in general.
Yeah, a lot of it is not allowed to be talked. You can't talk about it, but it to me, it's an easy question. Like, do you? It should be instant. No, I don't want to force anybody to do anything. They can do whatever they want.
I mean, for a lot of people, it's not easy because they think, oh yeah, hang on, we can't let them do whatever we want because then they might hurt me. They go straight into fear.
That's true, but yeah, I'd say that's like psychosis or
fear
it
of
depends.
chaos. It's a brainwashing.
It depends on your location. If you disagree, it could be a very bad idea to disagree with any of the locals.
Yeah, there's certain pressures that make you go along with certain ways.
Yeah. Do I tell every single person I meet I'm a flat earther? No. Because
that would be stupid.
Yeah. Why would I? Why would I want to be attacked and ostracized? And even though I'm smarter than them and I know how the world works, and they're just gullible statist slaves, but
yeah,
I don't.
It's not your responsibility to tell everyone.
Exactly. If they think 9/11 happened as the government told them, then I don't even talk to them any further about.
They don't deserve the nuggets of truth.
Yeah, depends if I get trolled and somebody brings it up, I might continue, or but yeah, if they believe 9/11 happened, or there's certain issues about current times are real, then they won't know about.
The other day I went shopping with my mum and we had a little discussion about socialism. I told her it could be good for people that are still under government to get extra money, so universal income. Even though I think government is illegitimate and psychopathy and slavery, because we're under the system, yes, giving out free money to people would be great. So me and my mum agreed on some type of socialist concept of universal income. And then I had to say, only before we burn them down, and because we're not burning them down yet, is this a good idea? Eventually we're going to burn them down and we're not going to take any money off them.
So what do you think would happen if every single person on Earth had $1 million?
I don't know, but I'd love to see what would happen.
After a year, some people would be broke. After a year, some people would have good amount of money saved, and some people would have invested and been doubled and tripled and quadrupled.
Yeah.
So no matter how much money you have and given to people, like capitalism, it doesn't work. Any system doesn't work. There's always going to be poor people with no money.
I think, yeah, of course, everyone had £1,000,000. It's not going to change the 1% into a 4%, is it? But it might create some weird phenomenon, like, say if one person spent £1,000,000 on a terrorist bomb, that would be quite the thing to witness. And another person spent £1,000,000 on 2, medical DMT centers or something. That would be a cool thing. So it's all balanced. There would just be like £1,000,000 phenomenon going off everywhere.
Yeah, no, my point is that some people would be broke even if they had $1 million. They'd say, well, if I had 2 million, well, after 3 years they're broke. Oh, if I had 5 million, okay, after, like, some people can't manage money. So
yeah, I agree. It's the same sort of thing where some people say, why can't the Jews just print more money and then we can all have more money? And I said, no, that's not how the economy works. It's balanced out. It's balanced out naturally because some people are greedy and some people need to live in poverty because that's how they live.
You might get me banned if you talk about my favorite topic.
We're allowed to talk about slavery in the government. We're just not allowed to like incite violence.
Allowed to talk about Zionism and how they control all the banking systems and how print money.
Hint at it, but we shouldn't really talk about it specifically.
Zionists are terrorists. It's one of my favorite topics.
I just put the word in to say that I believe it. I don't necessarily mean we should talk about it. It's not just Zionists, it's other people.
But yeah, I whether it be Zionists, Jesuits, Freemasons, Rosicrucians, whatever secret society, I try to expose them equally.
Yeah. And groups like communists.
Oh yeah, for sure. Atheist, communist, Marxist.
Weird cults as well that aren't the big 5 or whatever. This is what I used to think as a kid. I used to think these weird bank men, why don't they just print more money and then everyone can have more food? And I think you could print about 20% more money, 30% more money, and some people would be helped. But like you said, it will just balance itself back to slavery. If all you change is money, it will just balance itself back to bullshit.
Well, all countries are slave plantations, so all they're doing now is the boiling frog technique, where they just manage the money system, inflation, and then they're squeezing you with the gas right now, and then they might lower it when they lock down next, and then it's just
They're threatening us with doubling the price of bread and milk and simple things like that.
Yeah, like gas is double or triple. Food is a bit lower. It might be 33% or 35% higher, but everything's more expensive. Inflation goes up 7-10%, and the wage goes up 2%.
But that has a balance too. When they make everyone have an even tighter wallet, people find their own hustles away from the capitalism. They find other ways to make money.
Yeah, which means that's why they're trying to centralize it into a digital where they can track everything, because they don't want individual labor to be exchanged for food potentially, or it'll be hard for them to clamp down on everything, because people trade labor for goods, even at the highest and lowest levels. So maybe not the high. There's always going to be poor people because whether it be capitalism or any ism, there's always going to be poor people, or whether it be bad money management, there's always going to be poor people. And
I consider myself now a walking survivor and victim of biowarfare from the New World Order. Because I've got an ill thing I believe they made in a lab and released on humanity on purpose. So, to not talk about what happened anymore, but just to say that I'm now a walking example of someone that's very angry with certain people that I haven't found yet.
I would say I wish I had free speech and could talk about it, but yeah, it's certain topics are not allowed on Discord, but
Do you believe in flat Earth UFO flying craft that we haven't been fully told about yet? Like zooming around above the flat Earth?
I would say there could be government flying vehicles, flying planes, but I believe in the Hebrew cosmology or the.
Well, okay. In the Hebrew cosmology, what if some type of weird little big-brained, scaly demons with like wet skin? What if they landed once in a few crafts and now UFOs are like back-engineered alien craft above a flat Earth in the Hebrew cosmology?
No, I would say there's just humans.
Oh, fair enough. So UFOs, but just all humans.
No UFOs, just government vehicles or people in vehicles.
But don't you believe these vehicles are like mental, unexplained powers, unexplained propulsions?
Lights in the sky whizzing by.
No, fighter pilots telling people honestly they've seen the Tic Tac zooming about like to 1,000 feet to 1 feet, like zoop, and hovering perfectly still.
Yeah, there's lots of vehicles and planes and
What about
F-16s and stealth?
testimonies where a logger saw a glow in the woods, and he went in the woods and he saw a round glowing craft. Then the next minute he woke up on a table and there was 3 beings poking him, prodding him.
It would need to be verified some way other than a story that.
I'm just sort of saying we keep hearing this, so maybe it's true.
I would say post your best video or evidence or citation. Then we can evaluate it together and see if it's possible.
Okay, let's try that with your flat Earth. What's your best flat Earth proof?
Chicago skyline 56 miles, no curvature.
I would still point out that you can't see the bottom of any of the buildings, so they're still obstructed by something for some reason. After explaining refraction can lift cities up a bit.
Is the curvature physical? Is the horizon physical?
Of course. Curvature is physical. The horizon is apparent based on mostly physical. So you only have to think about the apparentness when refraction has changed distances and brought stuff up and down a little bit. That's the only time you have to think of it.
So the horizon moves.
Yeah, of course.
So the horizon is not physical.
Based on the physical edge of the Earth, yeah.
Yeah, since the horizon moves, Al-Biruni is destroyed.
You're saying, like, because the horizon moves, Earth must be flat, and I'm saying no, because if you remember correctly, nature always moves. You know, we're just humans with natural eyes, and nature is just air and gas and light and matter, and it wobbles up and down. Stuff happens on any model.
Stuff happens.
Yeah. But it's a good flat Earth proof you've got, but it doesn't necessarily suggest the whole of Earth's flat, because it's explained on a globe. My point here is that I didn't ask you to bring it up and cite it. I just quickly explained to you why it can also work on a globe, so it's fine.
56 miles of no detectable curvature, Chicago skyline.
No, it's not 56 miles. That's
It's 2,000 plus feet of missing curvature.
I don't think it's that much. But I'm just telling you, it's explained on a globe. So it's the same for the alien craft. Possible aliens landing in a possible craft, possible back engineering. That's all explained on a globe.
Who do you think controls the world?
I think the royal bloodlines control the world, and a few other families round them with handshakes. Oh, and orders, societies.
Yeah, so you know the secret societies and the monarchy and whatever families control Earth through the banking system and the debt system and the human slavery system.
And witchcraft and magic. Yeah, brainwashing, slavery.
Yeah, sigil magic, Stockholm syndrome, Prussian education system.
Yeah. Terrorism.
Yeah, psyops and false flags constantly.
Yeah, I just think they do all of that on a globe with off-globe influence.
So, what would do you have any experiments to validate the globe model?
Yes.
Can you
it's not a 4-step scientific method experiment. It's just a standard human experiment.
I prefer the scientific method.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't deal with that shit. That's for nerds that pretend to do real science. You have to admit you're just a conspiracy theorist and thought experiments are better. It's your real position in this.
Like THOT experiments?
I'll explain it to you. What you do is you think about nighttime, and then you consider your flat Earth explanation for nighttime, and you really deeply, honestly consider how that explanation is worse than a normal globe explanation for nighttime. And then you become a glober, and then you never need globe evidence again, and you can get on with your truther freedom lifestyle.
You want to know what one of my favorite corner the glober arguments?
Yeah, go
on. Do you have any scientific evidence of gravity? An experiment that validates gravity?
I mean, yes, Cavendish.
So 1915?
No, last week. Last week in a classroom.
Yeah, no. I know you. Yeah.
It was first tried in 1915 or whatever date you said, 1500. People still kept doing it because it kept seeming to work. Little balls tried to move in various ways towards the big ball. It's like drop things tried to move towards Earth.
It might almost be better to like ask you what's your favorite rugby team, or like talk about like cricket.
There's no flat Earth argument. There's no flat Earth argument that's not explained on a globe. They all are.
Yeah, I can't tell if you're English or Australian or something, but
I'm English, southeast.
So, it's I'm not sure.
Norfolk.
Yeah, I don't know where them at. I'm just thinking of like Premier League teams, and I don't really know where each team is located on the map. But,
you know where England?
Yeah, I know England, but
on the bottom little corner of that.
Yeah, it might be offensive, but I've never, although I'm an English, British country, state, nation, I do not I have not familiarized myself with the English map because they didn't teach me in school to worship England.
Yeah, I wouldn't handle Australia. It's very hot, very different to where I live.
Yeah, it's cloudy every day pretty much.
Yeah, we're just about to have the hottest day of the year. Early on Friday, it's going to be 31 degrees.
Yeah, it's like somebody said it was like 110 in Ohio today. So there'll be a heat wave in the Midwest. I guess there's a heat wave in North. Mid-North.
Good morning, chatty people.
Morning, George. Dawn said that Cavendish proves gravity.
Wow, nice.
What do you think about that?
Well, if that is the standard for him, I mean, we all know better than that, don't we? He's not an experiment. There's no phenomena. Einstein proceeded, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, same old. Meanwhile, the sun might be closer to me today. I don't know. It's warmer. Maybe yesterday was further away. That's why it was cooler.
That's silly.
I mean, if the heat source is always the same distance, you'd have always the same heat.
No, that's silly.
All right. I'm just trying to make conversation. I know it's silly. Yeah.
Yeah, but come on, you can't be super silly and then hope that's going to be a good conversation.
I guess if you think about it, what's the day between me and the sun? Should have been there yesterday, the day before. You know, why we have different temperatures?
I think you said why would the temperature change? Because nature, atmosphere, earth tilt.
So you're saying there's less of it. That's why the sun rays can come further and produce more heat. Is that what you're saying?
The atmosphere and the tilt of the earth creates a dynamism, which we call seasons. And it's also dynamic day to day, randomly inside the seasons too, because of the atmosphere.
Yeah, see, that's sphere parts. I'm not sure about it. No one can show us.
You've just got to understand that nature changes a lot, and that explains it fine.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, we live in a dynamic system. I know that.
Did you try and say that a Cavendish experiment isn't an experiment?
Yeah, that's correct.
Why do you think they call it an experiment?
Well, they can call it whatever they want to call it, but it's not an experiment. There is no phenomena.
It's small ball moving towards big ball when hung near big ball. That's the phenomenon.
Yeah, but where do you observe this phenomena? Only on the
Every
apparatus,
time they
isn't it?
do the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, you only observe the phenomena on the experiment. You don't observe it in the.
So
as
you
a natural
agree that it is
phenomenon.
an experiment with a phenomenon?
No, it's not an experiment. No.
It includes all the parts of an experiment.
It's a man-made
Looking
phenomena.
at
The cause
something,
of it
seeing
now.
something happen, deciding why it happened.
That's not correct. That's not science.
That's what an experiment is.
Well,
didn't you know?
the experiment you need to observe a phenomena that you're gonna investigate the phenomena, and you're gonna try to cause the phenomena that you observe. You don't observe this anywhere else.
The phenomena. The phenomena is a small ball moving towards a big ball when hung near a big ball.
Like I said, that's not a natural phenomenon, is it?
Yes.
Yes, it's not a natural phenomenon. Yeah, I know.
Yes, it's a natural phenomena because all you've done is hung two
Oh, really? So where we see lead balls in nature, does nature produce lead balls now and hang them as well? Or
George, it doesn't have to be exactly
where do we
the
observe
same.
this phenomena in nature?
You're interrupting me. It doesn't have to be exactly the same as a thing in nature. It just has to show an idea of something working.
So something that works on the apparatus we can apply to the whole world?
No, something that works on the apparatus. Dude.
No.
There's no point in talking about it if you're just gonna laugh. Like you only get to laugh
It's
when you
comical, man. Of
debunk
course,
it.
it's comical.
No, it isn't comical. It's a thing people do all the time to prove gravity. How is that comical?
No,
Other than
they
flat
equivocate.
Earth being
They're not
debunked
proving
again?
anything. They're not
They
proving
did.
anything. They're just
Not to
equivocating.
you. They proved it to themselves. The people that did it.
Oh yes, I'm sure. Yeah, and those who go to the equator and put water on those what are they called? Funnels. Yeah, and the water spins in a certain way, this way, that way. Yeah, and people believe it. They do it with their own hands. They see it with pendulum, all of these things. Yeah. The Jedi mind trick will work better if there's a demonstration, like a bucket full of water and you spin it around. Gravity. Man.
At the end of the day, George, people have made a little ball move towards a big ball on its own accord, and that proves something in nature makes mass attract mass, and it confirms their idea that the things drop towards Earth because Earth is big and heavy. Yeah, and this also confirms the idea that gravity is real. Whether you like that or not,
gravity is real. Yeah, gravity is real.
Place.
Gravity exists. It's an equation. It's a thought experiment. Let's call it like that. It's Narnia. It's the bending of space-time. Yeah. We have plenty of quotes from people in the field that they tell us that gravity is not a force, or there is no force of gravity at all. So we know that gravity is not a force. We know what it's not. What it is, we know it's the bending of space-time.
It acts like a force, don't you?
No, it doesn't act like anything. It's an equation, a piece of paper on the board.
No, it's not just an equation. It's a word for a phenomenon.
It's a thought experiment.
It's a word for a phenomenon.
It's a fourth dimension which we don't live in. Cannot bend space and time concepts.
I don't want to talk about flat Earth with you anymore, George.
Lovely, man. It's always a pleasure to interact with you, man.
It wasn't a pleasure for me. Just quickly,
I understand that.
You dipped
nice win, George. Nice win there, mate.
Dishonesty and denial within the first 3 minutes. I can't do
Dishonesty? You're very honest, man.
You're not honest.
Gravity cannot cause anything, man.
Your own choice, but
George, would you?
I'll be a part of it. Sorry.
No, it's okay. George, would you agree that there is something going on with the Cavendish apparatus? Would you agree that far?
Do you agree that far? There is no phenomenon to study.
So you're saying that nothing happened.
So hold on a second. Let's make it this true. Yeah. So let's say that this is the phenomena that we observe: balls approaching one another. What's the cause?
Right.
What's the cause? Let me entertain this. What's the cause? Because that is what we're gonna have to manipulate, isn't it? So what's the cause?
Well, that's the thing. The cause is supposed to be
what is it?
It's supposed to be the bending and warping of space-time.
How are we gonna prove that?
It's mass attraction.
How are we gonna very manipulate that?
Right. It's the observable phenomenon that we call gravity, and then there's a theory explaining it.
Yeah, but hold on a second. What is the cause of the two balls manifesting towards each other?
You don't know that until you accept that there's an experiment to be done, do you? You don't know.
Yeah, we're trying to. We're trying to find the cause of it.
I'm telling you, mass attracts mass. That's the cause.
So how are we gonna vary and manipulate mass attracting mass? If mass attracts mass,
by making different size balls and hanging them near each other.
Okay,
just like the experiment.
What if it's a cube? Is it still mass?
Yes, you can do it with cubes, but I don't think it would work as well. But you could try that if you were
Hold on a
crazy.
second. If
If you
it's
were
no,
crazy
no,
and you
no,
believed
no,
in
no.
the Cavendish, you could try it with
So
cubes.
hold on a second. So your hypothesis is if it's this type of mass, not just mass,
No, I
needs to
just
be a
agreed with
specific
you.
type of mass
I
and
just
shape.
agreed with you. You could try it with any
So
shape of mass.
see, you're not controlling all of your variables. Well, you
I
cannot
don't
just
have
say
to
mass
control all of them.
because once that you say mass, and we agree that gases have mass and they don't go towards each other or towards the ground,
Yes,
then we have this problem. You know, when you say mass attracts mass, we observe that mass doesn't attract mass.
You're all over the place, mate, just to lie.
Over the place. Mass doesn't attract mass, man.
Your rhetoric is all over the place just so you can lie. It's embarrassing.
You say that this only works with lead balls, but then you say it's mass. What if it was wood?
Don't lie about me,
It's still
please.
mass?
It was something I just said like 20 seconds ago, so don't lie about how I said it, please. Fuck's sake.
No, you're saying this phenomenon to be observed, it needs to be a specific type of mass, not
No,
just
I
mass.
didn't.
I mean,
fucking
it
agreed
was a
with you.
very
You can try it with
broad.
a square. I
It
fucking
was a very
agreed with
broad
you. You can try it with
description
a
there.
cube.
Mass. Mass means what? When you say mass attracts mass, what do you mean?
Can't talk to you
My
about
helium balloon is not being attracted by it. It still has the same shape as your lead balls, but it's not being attracted by the bigger mass, is it?
You're in denial because you're a liar.
Oh, I'm in denial. All right. I'm trying to entertain your experiment. You said that this is an experiment. Not only you don't have the phenomena, you have nothing to vary and manipulate.
I think we could agree there's no observable cause. So we call the effect, or they do, or whoever, they call the effect gravity.
We can't see the causes.
Right. And they explain that phenomenon with a formula that seems to work. But there's still no observable cause. There's no mechanism. So as long as we have that, or they have that, that's it. And they can make these, correlations with the planets and stuff. That's all there is to it.
It goes
Yeah,
with
beg the question.
Goes with the other knowledge that we think we have.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be begging the question, but even, Bertrand Russell said that all scientific laws are basically if this, then that. Begging the question.
No, it's
I
not
do think
begging
it's
the
begging the
question.
question. I
No.
bet some of the top science is begging the question. It's just saying, I hope this is right. It seems right.
Yeah.
You can suppose. What you cannot do is presuppose.
Well, we do presuppose a bit because we're hoping to add the new experiments information onto our other information and to confirm other parts. So we presupposed that it might work in conjunction with our other knowledge. And when it does, we're happy.
That's not correct, man.
I'm
If you're
afraid
doing
it
a
is.
research, if you're doing a research on a specific field, you need to follow the literature. You need to follow what other people researchers about that subject is. You don't want to go down the same path as the others. You're going to, you're going to learn with other people's mistakes and other conclusions, and start with other people left, and so on, and so on. So most of it is in the literature before you even started the experimenting. Experiments can be expensive.
I don't think you've managed to demonstrate how it's not an experiment. Jerry managed to demonstrate the flaws in it just with 2 sentences.
I even
That's
gave
how
you
easy it
the
is.
experiment. I even gave you the phenomena. How are you going to vary and manipulate what you think causes that? That's what I thought. But you can ask me again in 5 minutes. It's fine.
I think the other important thing is we don't have to control and manipulate every single variable ever, every time. We only have to do it to the variables that we're interested in and want to and help with the experiment, and it's up to us.
So the researcher doesn't control any other variables, no? There's nothing else to control. Who cares? We'll just call it mass. Don't look at these other types of mass. No. Just this one. So hold on a second. So it's a specific type of mass. No. Not only specific. It needs to have a specific shape. Oh, I understand now. So you
Better not be
cannot just
talking
say
about
mass
me.
attracts mass. You cannot
Better not
just
be
say
talking
mass
about me,
attracts
'cause I
mass,
didn't
man.
say any of that.
It's you know, it's saying nothing. Saying mass attracts mass. I mean, it says nothing because we don't observe that, do we?
I hope you were just spitballing and not talking about me. Maybe you could go viral, George, with Cavendish done with a cube. Maybe that would be your viral hit, and you'd make a few £100 on YouTube.
Well, every time we set the snooker table, we prove that theory to be wrong anyway. Yeah.
I haven't heard this snooker table thing. You mean like what's in your avatar?
Yeah, I mean, just to set up the table. I mean, how long you reckon I could leave the table like that? Yeah, for the cue ball to hit the other group of balls. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So the smaller ball would be attracted
Yeah.
to the bigger one.
By the bigger
Ah.
mass. Yeah, correct.
Ah.
How long you think you're going to take for them to have a contact?
1 billion years. I don't know,
Just.
I see what you're saying, George.
I mean, the shape is there. It is mass, but it's not lead. So maybe that's,
Yes.
one of the variables we need to account for.
The amount of mass is important, yes.
Would it help if it was set on a boat?
I'll tell you what would help. If it was a huge lead
Yeah,
ball
for the
hanging on a
for that
Cavendish
attraction to
apparatus,
happen. I mean, if you set the
that's what
table
would
on the
help.
boat, I mean, it might help. It might not need to take 1,000 years, or a million years.
Did you hear what I just said? Say it again for you.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'll say it again for you. What would help is if you hung a lead ball on a Cavendish apparatus instead of a snooker ball on a table.
But why lead ball? Why not a snooker ball?
I wonder, is it because mass is important, like I just explained?
So the snooker ball has no mass then?
The amount of mass. Why are you ignoring every single important word I say? Fuck.
Because you say mass, pretending that the other one has no mass whatsoever.
No, I said the amount of mass. That's different. I didn't say mass.
And how are we going to verify that? How would you verify the amount of mass?
Wow.
In these things.
You heard of scales?
Scales. Oh,
Yeah.
so amount of pressure. Hello, is this working?
Have you changed what scales do in your own mind?
No, the scale is the measure pressure. Yeah, something presses on the scale and it moves a pointer that marks a reading. No thanks.
I'm afraid you won't be able to measure the mass of any ball
No
ever.
thanks. I appreciate the invite, but no thanks. Not my type anyway.
Sorry, George, you're too far gone. You're not going to understand Cavendish ever.
Oh, I think I understand. That's why I have questions. When you guys say mass, I mean, hello? What do you mean mass?
Decided the words don't mean anything and they don't mean what they originally meant. So you're not going to be able to understand English anymore. Sorry.
I understand that. Does my helium balloon have mass? Just a question. Does my helium balloon have mass?
All your questions are like Owen Benjamin.
If I add more helium, I mean more mass on my helium balloon, will it fall? I think we all know the answer to that.
Owen Benjamin on Joe Rogan in 2018 and it was normal. I wrote a comment. Was Owen Benjamin already mental at this point? He was just sitting there like a normal comedian. Nothing weird, didn't say anything weird, didn't look weird.
It took him a bit of time, but he came along.
He eventually went mental. Earth as the cause.
Of course. We are force feeding these people with information that most of the people, they're not ready for it.
Well, if you're changing the meaning of all the important words, I'm not ready for it.
We're not changing meaning of words. In my
Never will
case,
be.
it's the other way around. You know, I actually put it down into my own language as well. So the meaning needs to be there. It needs to have a common ground sense in the language.
George, in this current state that you're in, how would you measure the mass of something?
It depends. Depends what we're talking about.
Well, just tell me any way that you'd ever be able to measure mass.
It depends what type of mass. It could be liquids. No?
Well,
could be gases. Couldn't it? So it
ball?
depends what type of mass we're talking about.
What about a lead ball?
You
How
cannot.
would you measure the amount?
That's what I'm talking about. You cannot just brush it out mass as being one thing. It's not one thing. It can be many
If you
things.
listen carefully, I'm giving you an example. A lead ball. How would you measure the mass of that in your current state?
I would put it on a scale, yeah.
And you'd use the weight as
measure
a type of,
and measure.
type of-
No, I measure the amount of pressure on it.
Well, you'd get a reading of grams, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but that is something that we attribute to it. It's something that it's arbitrarily, isn't it?
So would you be able to get a measurement of the mass by using scales?
Yeah, the scales is what we use. As long as we agree on the convention, it's fine. You know, it could be in liters. It could be in liters. Yeah.
So you can measure the mass.
Let's say.
Lead
Hold on
ball
a second.
with
Let's
scales,
let's
as I
say
originally
that.
said.
Hold on. Let's say that you want to buy a kilo of flour. Yeah. And we're going to compare. We're going to compare that kilo of flour. Hold on a second. We're going to compare that kilo of flour to a liter. Yeah, of water. So as long as we agree that is the equivalent amount on the scale, forget about the volume, is the equivalent amount on the scale, it doesn't matter what you're comparing tomatoes with bananas or whatever. As long as we agree is the equivalent of this volume, it's an arbitrary thing.
You'd have to understand how mass is measured through weight and volume. If you didn't, you wouldn't be able to measure the mass, would you?
Yeah, but some mass requires containment, like gases and liquids.
So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it depends what type of masses we're talking about, depending on how we're going to measure it. You know, we cannot offer one measurement, a universal measurement for everything. You cannot say everything falls at 9.8 meters per second per second. It doesn't happen like that. It's impossible. We're just talking about it, you know. There are different types of mass manifest in different ways, you know, solids, gases, and liquids. and they all manifest themselves differently. There is no vector of down. There,
No vector of
it doesn't
down.
exist. Not the way you guys say, that there is no other vector. It's just down. Yeah, the vector of gravity, the kilo, the mass.
You've
You guys
completely dodged the
equivocate these
point of
things.
weighing a ball.
Hmm?
Completely dodged the point of measuring the mass in the experiment by mentioning that nature is weird and changes.
Measuring the mass, yeah. As long as we agree what it is, yeah.
No, we won't agree what it is. You think
It's
it's
a kilo.
but you've already
Yeah, it's
agreed.
pressure on the
You can
scale,
still
yeah.
measure the mass using my method. You agreed.
Yeah, pressure on the scale.
Right. So now you agree we can measure the mass and check how massive our
By pressure on the
balls
scale,
are
yeah.
for the Cavendish.
For the Cavendish.
We can
Okay, so
test our
pressure,
masses.
pressure on the scale. Okay, so what's the phenomenon we observe? Pressure on the scale.
No, dude, that's not an experiment. That's just us measuring the mass.
I don't know. Yeah, so measuring the masses, pressing on the scale, give us a reading that we all agree that this is the way of it. So now we can regulate
many
everything
grams,
else back to this. Yeah, yeah.
Say 5
So,
kilograms.
so now we observe this phenomenon. What's next?
No, that's not an experiment. We're not observing phenomena. We're just weighing the mass balls
Oh,
so that we
okay.
can write down how heavy they are and how much mass is in them before we do
Oh,
the
okay.
Cavendish.
All right.
You happy that we've done that?
Yeah, we measured. Yes, yes. These balls, they have how many kilos? Whatever. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference, does it?
So you've conceded.
What?
You've conceded we can measure the mass of the balls before we do the
Yeah, put it on a
experiment.
scale, man. Well, you can measure also with the tape around it, with the amateur, or whatever. As long as we agree, in the convention, it's fine, man.
So you've conceded we can check the masses before doing the Cavendish.
Yeah, we can check, but we should check different masses, no? Because we say it's mass.
I told you,
Masses.
you can try the Cavendish with different masses. I told you that.
Yeah, with wood, with water, with.
Remember though, it's got to be a
with
heavy mass to work. Remember?
a heavy mass. What do you mean a heavy mass?
What do I mean a heavy mass?
No, you said mass. You didn't say heavy or light mass. You said mass.
Okay, it has to
Mass
be a
attracts
massive
mass.
mass.
No.
Does that sound better?
Now you're changing the goalposts. That's why I've been telling you all along. Cannot just say mass attracts mass because you don't observe that. Gases, they do have mass. They're not attracted to other masses, are they?
You're not getting the point.
I'm not getting the point. What about water? Do they have mass? Does it need a container? Maybe. How are you going to measure without a container?
You're dodging the Cavendish by just talking about other
Dodging
things.
the Cavendish. No, you're saying mass attracts mass. Where do we observe this phenomenon?
Every
What type of
time we
mass?
drop something, and in the Cavendish experiment.
Like my helium balloon, yeah? Or every time I fart, my fart goes down. How much would I weigh my fart to be?
You're not dropping a fart. That is not what I meant.
Oh,